those in Australia, and good evening to those in Canada. Um, it's a wonderful privilege and a real honor to be part of this distinguished panel, and also be part of the first session of the World University Summit, which the OP Jindal Global University has been proudly organizing and hosting for the last, I would recall, 3 to 4 years. I would like, just before we begin and dive right into the session, to talk a little bit about the concept of the first session, which is addressing the 17 Sustainable Development Goal. That's equity in education, global alliance for social justice and gender equality. There's a lot that one can unpack in the context of looking at questions around equity, efficiency, excellence in higher education. What we want to do is, in the scope of the next 1 hour, get a sense of having our distinguished panelists reflect on what are the various institutional measures that are being undertaken in order to address concerns around equity in education, especially for the means of social justice and gender equality. But beyond sort of trying to achieve these lofty goals, what is their experience and perspective on what their reflections are on these terms? It's difficult to put this in context in each and every country, given that when you talk about Indian scenario for talking about concerns of equity tend to be displaced and positioned at a very different social, economic, and political level. While when you look at, for example, Canada or Australia, in that matter, the scenarios are very different. But what we want to do is have a level playing field in terms of equality of opportunity for all. And in bringing that context of the conversation forward, I'd like to introduce our distinguished panel. Professor Dr. Carolyn Evans is Vice Chancellor and President of Griffith University. Carolyn graduated with degrees in arts and law from the University of Melbourne and a doctorate from Oxford, where she studied as a Rhodes Scholar. We have Professor Theo Farrell, who commenced recently as Vice Chancellor and President of La Trobe University. He brings a deep commitment of advancing academic excellence, building inclusive communities, and forging external partnerships and leading a transformative change through the work that he has been doing from City University of London and previous affiliations. Professor Dr. Ronda London is the 8th President and Vice Chancellor of York University. She's a sociologist by training, and her areas of teaching and research expertise include gender, family conflict, research methods, and more recently, higher education. Welcome, ma'am. Professor Dr. S.R. Moti, who assumed charge as the first Vice Chancellor of RV University, Bangalore in August 2020. As a former civil servant from the 1985 batch of IAS and allied services, he held many responsible and sensitive assignments, including the National Human Rights Commission, Ministry of Finance, the Prime Minister's Office, Cabinet Secretariat, etc., etc. I must say that we've all, when we joined the university, have been, it's been a distinguished honor, I would say, in a certain sense, of being part of the administration that Dr. Murthy was heading at OP Jindal Global University as its registrar and a founding faculty member. So welcome, one and all. I would just like to very briefly start by giving and throwing, as a trained economist, a few numbers for our context in trying to explain what we mean when we're talking about a deferred contextual scenario for the Indian education landscape. And I'll just probably say that if you could see my screen and you could just say yes, okay. All right. So one of the things that we've been doing, and this is part of a larger effort of working towards creating an index which tries to measure and understand access to 5 key pillars in terms of developing a multidimensional framework on how households in India have universal access to a public good or a social service. This is an effort in the last 3 years where back in India, in the research center I had here in OP Jindal Global University, we were trying to look and measure how access to education, basic amenities, healthcare, social economic security, and legal recourse is organized But when we talk about access, we let that come under the larger framework of measuring for availability, affordability, approachability, and appropriateness, which looks a lot at even qualitative considerations for the Indian context. Now, when you look at the education pillar, which had roughly around 12 to 14 indicators, you see that in the distribution of students for being sort of compartmentalized between what we'd consider as public university students and private university students, except a few states and union territories in India, most states are largely dependent now at this point of time on private university infrastructure and private university facilities for educating students in the higher education sector. That's not just limited to higher education, it's also the case for elementary and secondary schooling. But there are very, very few states that have a robust public university ecosystem to be able. So there's a lot of dependence then in that case on what's really happening in the private university scenario. There are very few states that rank in our index rankings in a higher state of achievers of what these states are doing in terms of educational learning outcomes, and barring states in the Northeast and down south, and very few states in the north, you would realize that much of the education landscape across India has currently a lot of issues around participation in terms of males and females across different educational levels. The second is you would find in recent unemployment numbers released in the Indian National Employment Survey, we call it the PLFS. The highest amount of unemployment right now in India is also amongst the educated and males and educated females in urban areas. The enrollment rates have, over a period of time, risen in the private and public elementary and secondary schooling. However, in the tertiary sector in higher education, the enrollment rates have not been that promising, particularly when you look at the male population across level. But what you've seen is in vocational training, a lot of demand of shorter certifiable courses and skill building measures have received importance, particularly those which are ranging between 3 to 4 months. Most of these numbers are largely coming from national level, annual survey of education report, ACR, which is a nationwide study. And at the same time, if you look at schools and educational institutions with access to female toilets and how that its relation to the overall levels of enrollment rates among girls, there's a direct, not just correlation that when we see that there are now studies which helps us divide high level of causation between these factors. One of the things that I wanted to just mention before we ask each of the panelists to give their opening remarks was to highlight in the Indian context the access to internet and digital infrastructure. Now, this is something which is widely spoken of in private universities, that is a higher impetus and potential for digitization and the digital economy prospect for India to utilize a new wave of entrepreneurship and opportunities for the youth. But one of the key factors that it's important to mention is that when you look at the rural urban areas and across genders, you'll find there's a huge gap in the ability of having access to both available internet users and utilizing this as resources to, and we saw this gap particularly in the pandemic and the lockdown. But one key thing I just wanted us to leave with into the conversation, which is the amount of funding which is happening in the larger education sector by what you would consider as a margin of the last 10 to 12 years. We've seen that the average spending, which is already less than 10.4, 20.5% overall GDP, has come down, in fact, to 9.5. And much of this education has been targeted in terms of spending on elementary and secondary, very little on university and technical education. What it does is it further widens the gap between what we call as spatially the rural and urban areas. That's been a big challenge in the Indian context. 65% of our population is in the rural areas. And more importantly, if you look at the social representation of the communities finding it difficult to access education facilities, a lot of that problem has seen itself experimenting. So without taking much of our time into the conversation, I would like to ask Professor Carolyn to begin with her remarks and reflect on what, in her world perspective, would be critical in looking at the 17 Sustainable Development.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Mohan. That was a very insightful introduction. And of course, I'm speaking from the point of view primarily of Australia, which has quite a different social context, though I would note that the rural-urban divide remains real in our country as well, perhaps not quite as stark as it is in India. Can I also begin by acknowledging the relationship that we have with OP Jindal University, which is a really important one to us and goes back many years. And in terms of diversity, also recognise that I'm on the lands of the Kumbameri and Ngunnawal people of the Yugambeh language group, and paying my respects to the Indigenous people of Australia who have one of the oldest knowledge systems of the world, but who still don't benefit in the same way as other Australians do from university education, though that's been changing for the better. So I'll just make some brief introductory remarks, and that is that all of us wish there was a simple way to make education, and higher education in particular, more diverse and more inclusive. There isn't. It requires many different levels of engagement, and that would be from as low as the school and the faculty and research centres, which I won't address in my talk, to the universities themselves, to national efforts, and indeed to global efforts. And I'll just talk about that briefly and recognise in doing so the intersectionality issues which are critical here. So it's really important that universities take the responsibility on themselves to try and make sure that they are more diverse and more equal environments, and that can there's certainly a context in which that occurs, but we cannot use that context just as an excuse. So for us, for example, it's really important that we have in our university KPIs that our governing body, the council, looks at on a regular basis, requirements around the number of women in leadership roles, the number of women who are working at the university. We don't anymore have requirements around the number of women students because our universities overwhelmingly have female students, but we do look at that in terms of the number of women enrolled, particularly in engineering and IT. And we also have similar KPIs in terms of Indigenous persons and their participation at Griffith. So I think it's incredibly important that the tone be set from the top, and that be measurable and specific, and not just generic statements that these things are important, but that we measure ourselves. And that is something that can have real impact. So 10 years ago, we had relatively little female participation at the top or in university across professorial roles. We not only have a female vice-chancellor, of course, but that's just one person. We have approximately half and half women in our executive group. More than half of our senior professional staff roles are for women. And we've had targets to increase the percentage of women in the associate professor and professor roles, which are the two highest ranks in Australia. There are 3 ranks below that, to 50-50. At the moment, it's only about 45%, so work in progress. But again, we've got a real focus on areas of underrepresentation, particularly in science and engineering. So, some of those local efforts are incredibly important, but they also take place in national context. And nationally in Australia, we had the Workplace Gender Equality Agency, WGEA, it's known to people, and that's been collecting data for a long time now on women in workplaces, their pay, their maternity leave provisions, all these sorts of things. And for the first time this year, that data will be presented by institution in public, which will, I think, have quite an important impact on people. So you get a report that compares you across your industry, across nationally. They look at things like both the median and the mean pay gap, which is quite important. So for us, the pay gap between men and women in the median is under 4%, which is pretty good. But when you look at the average, it's closer to 9.6%, which is still not bad by national terms. But what it says to us is actually we've done a pretty good job in most of the university, but there are a small number of high performers who are getting a lot of money, and that's distorting. So that's then enables us to focus. And finally, at the global level, We have, amongst other programs, the Athena Swan program, which focuses particularly on women in STEM, but not exclusively. And one of the things I think that's really beneficial about that program is it does help hold you to global standards, but it also starts working around issues of intersectionality. So, for example, we got our first Signet Award, which was to do with LGBTQI plus staff. We're also working on Indigenous women who are Indigenous, women with disabilities. So it allows you to recognise that not all women are in the same position. So as I say, a need to work on these things at every level in the organisation to make sure that you've got specific and measurable outcomes, and then to try and hold yourself to account to both national and global positions. So I'll stop there, but I look forward to the discussion with other colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Professor Carolyn. Theo, do you want to go ahead, please? And then Professor Ronda.
Thank you, Deepanshu, and hello to my fellow panelists and those watching online. So I'm really delighted to be talking to you today about a topic that's really close to the hearts of the La Trobe University community, which is supporting and promoting social justice and gender equality. In fact, I'm really proud to be joining a university where this is the founding mission of La Trobe University. And before I reflect on this, and very much in the context of what we're doing at La Trobe, I just want to note the really proud history we have of working with partners in India for over 25 years across a whole series of research and education partnerships. And so it's, I think, a wonderful statistic that I really love is that over 7,000 La Trobe graduates are born in India. And also, I was really surprised to discover as I was preparing for this, I mean, being new into this role, you discover all sorts of wonderful things about your university. But our university has the largest collection of Indian literature in Australia. So we're really proud of the work that we do teaching and promoting Indian culture, history, and politics. So really, really interesting stuff. I'm also delighted about the partnership we have with OP Jindal. We've been working with OP Jindal Global University for many years, and we've got a fantastic MOU and partnership, particularly in the law school, where we're seeing the movement of promoting student mobility. And I think this is really important, this promotion of student mobility. So, I mean, just turning to the themes of what we're talking about today, really, really important theme around championing social justice, and particularly opening up education opportunities for women and also for people from all sorts of equity backgrounds. And again, it's something that the university has been working on for many, many years. I mean, our university has a proud history working in areas like women's studies and sexuality studies and gender studies. And actually, the team were just telling me that in 2020, we were ranked #1 in the world for gender equality in the Times Higher Impact Rankings. And I think the Times Higher Impact Rankings are great. They really focus university attention on these key areas around promotion equality and sustainability. And like, it's really important now more than ever that we focus on these things, because when we step back and reflect upon the COVID pandemic, that we're as a world, we're still grappling with this, but we've obviously come along a long way because of the advancements we've had in therapeutics to deal with it. But the unequal impact of the COVID pandemic, both geographically, but within countries, and how it's exacerbated social disadvantage. And so it becomes even more important that we focus on this, and in particular, the gender dimensions, so that we know that there's a higher incident rate of gender-based violence from family units that during the pandemic period, of course, were isolated. It's exacerbated the gender division of labor across multiple countries and geographies. And we also know in terms of those who are in the front line of supporting people who were suffering from the COVID pandemic, most of the health and care sector is predominantly women across multiple countries. So the gender dimensions are particularly important with regards to COVID. These are kind of things that my university is very focused on. I mean, we're health is one of our major strengths. So we're very sensitized to this, but also because of our founding mission around advancing social equality. And so some of the things that we're doing, it's very similar to what Caroline was talking about in regards to Griffith. I mean, similar themes around the kinds of programs we have to monitor gender parity. A bit like Griffith, we're doing great work around improving parity in pay. So we're above sector average, which I'm really pleased to see. We have, parity in terms of our leadership team. I absolutely agree with Caroline. That's very important in university. So we have a straight 50-50 split in terms of our senior executive. But also, we're looking at ways that we can both improve protection against gender-based violence on our campus. That's really important. So we look at issues around safe communities and sexual harm, both for staff and students, around from a lens of gender-based violence. It's a kind of a starting point here. And that's an endemic issue in all of our societies we just have to face up to. And so I think there's been a real focus in Australia around taking that lens to look at these issues. And I think that's very, very beneficial. So improving equality for people from both genders and all sexualities. We have an Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Committee. I think this is now increasingly common across Australian universities. And we all recognize the intersectionalities that has been mentioned previously. And so, for instance, in our case, with our EDI committee, we have work streams on disability, gender equity, LGBTQI+, and cultural and linguistic diversity. So all of these dimensions we must look at. But I think it is important, and I would agree that you have metrics that enable you to monitor your progress. And I think crucially that those metrics enable comparison across the sector, so that you can get benchmarking. So I think those are the kind of areas that universities can do some really positive work in. And we've got a ways to go, but I think we are beginning to see some improvement in the sector. So I'll just finish there, and I'm sure there's a lot more.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Professor Ronda, please.
Well, good day, everyone. Let me also quickly just pay my own respects to recognize the land that York University is on, the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabeg, the Huron-Wendat, now home to many First Nation, Inuit, Métis communities, and the current treaty holders of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. So, it's just, I'm so thrilled to be here on this topic. It's one of my own areas of research. I certainly wish I was there in person. I have to say I had such a wonderful trip visiting 5 major cities this past September when I traveled with Vice Chancellor Raj Kumar before heading to the Times Higher Education World Congress in Australia. It's really an honor to be with these other panelists as well, whom we have some relationships already with. And I'm really excited to be joining the International Board of Advisors for the Jindal India Institute. I want to congratulate Jindal Global University for being selected as the lead host for the Asia Pacific Association for International Education in 2025. I consider these congresses a major opportunity, even if it's by Zoom, to advance exactly what we have come to discuss today, which is about how we go about building global alliances that will allow us to collectively strengthen our impact on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular for this panel, social justice and gender equality through education. And I really don't want us to lose sight of the 3 big themes that are interwoven in today's panel. The first theme being about how we are advancing social justice by reducing inequality. This is SDG 10 and specifically gender inequality, SDG 5. And secondly, what's the role of education in advancing the SDGs, including inclusive access to education, which is SDG 4. And then third, the imperative to strengthen and to leverage global partnerships for realizing the full potential of post-secondary institutions, which of course is SDG 17. I want to tell you a little bit about where Canada is with higher education. We survey our population, as I'm sure all of you do, quite frequently to ask them about their attitudes about higher education and what's important for the well-being of the country and for our competitiveness. And Canadians overwhelmingly believe that higher education is important for the country. They also have a very strong belief in the value of investing in making strong universities. They identify research breakthroughs, solving global problems, producing talent, ideas for the future, even enhancing a curious, driven society are all listed among the important things that universities can and should do. They also tend to think that there's room for improvement. It's interesting that only 1/4 say, this was 21 data, that only 1/4 said that universities perform very well in promoting equality and inclusion. By far the majority, 57%, said pretty well, but some room to improve, and 19% said not very well. Nevertheless, even though there's this view that there's room for improvement, they also think that universities are sufficiently excellent already. 90% say that universities are excellent or close to being excellent, especially compared to other parts of the world. 80% say that our post-secondary education is better than elsewhere in the world. But because of that view, they think that other priorities are more urgent. And so when it comes to putting pressure or coming to thinking about what influences politicians, they talk about the economy, climate change, health. These factors far outweigh worry about universities. This, for us, really reinforces the importance of making the connection between the role of universities and all those other public priorities that they are actually talking about. And all of this is further complicated, frankly, and I'm sure as vice chancellors, we all face this constantly, by simply the conflation of all the seismic waves that are now affecting universities. Whether or not we talk about the geopolitical tensions, world conflict, the global competition for students and talent, AI and automation, all the post-pandemic changes affecting pedagogy, the organization of work, the upheaval in the labor market, shifting program needs, government policies affecting funding, like policies on international students, inflation. These are all coming together, accelerating the pace of change that we all have to manage. And I really think most of us have concluded that the only way that we will realize our potential for addressing issues like gender inequality is through collaboration. York is the third largest university in Canada. We've got more than 55,000 students from over 170 countries, including 10,000 international students and a network of about 370,000 alumni that are living and working around the world. And our vision is to provide a broad demographic of students with access to a quality education at a research-intensive university committed to driving positive change. We have a long history. In fact, York was probably a founding university around gender equality. Our 4 pillars are all about access, excellence, connectedness, and impact. I won't bore you with some statistics, aside from perhaps saying that the proportion of senior female academics at York, we are ranked second in Canada at 46%. So more recently, though, as was already discussed by Vice Chancellor Evans, we've really felt the need and the urgency to expand beyond thinking only of gender equality to having a more comprehensive decolonization, equity, diversity, and inclusion strategy that looks specifically at the intersectionalities. And in that plan, we have committed to very specific initiatives, benchmarks, metrics, targets, and every single plan in the university, which we refer to as integrated resource plans, they all are required to incorporate that DEDI into their own plans. But we must never lose sight of the fact that right now it is estimated that about 129 million girls do not have access to education around the world. And I want to emphasize, speaking as a sociologist, that the barriers that women and girls face include poverty, familial responsibilities, disability, war, conflict. In fact, in countries that are impacted by geopolitical conflict, girls and women are 2 times as likely to be excluded from educational opportunities than elsewhere. So our journey today is not only about identifying the problems, but it's also how we can collectively, with that sense of urgency, work together to share our resources, our wisdom, to better coordinate the research, the innovation, the teaching, the learning opportunities, student faculty exchanges, policy directions, and the investments needed to foster gender equality, social inclusion in general, the access to education of equity deserving groups. I always like to say around gender equality that we will not have gender equality unless we also think about childcare policy, flexible work hours, and so forth. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to our collective discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ronda. Professor Moti, please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Dipanshu. Greetings to all distinguished fellow panelists and other participants. I wish to congratulate Professor Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor, OP Jindal Global University, and also IIHED for organizing this mega summit. From the main theme of the conference, I see three major issues: higher education, social justice, and sustainable development. And they are closely intertwined. I wish to offer my observations on these three issues. Talking of sustainable development, we need to recognize the interdependency of life. According to Greenpeace, 12 million tons of plastic is dumped into sea annually. If current production and waste management trends continue, by 2050, there will be 12 billion tons of plastic in natural environments. The question is, why are we choking our rivers, oceans, earth, and soil with plastic? Mountains, birds, rivers, lakes, oceans, animals, and plants have voices. We all need to hear these voices carefully. If we don't pay heed to them, we'll have catastrophes, and we have already started experiencing the consequences. The former United Nations Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights, Mr. Philip Alston, has warned that climate change will undo the gains of last 50 years of development, global health, and poverty reduction. Experts say that we should no longer talk about climate change, but climate in crisis. We are going to run out of air, water, and life support systems. NASA predicts that large portions of Earth will be uninhabitable in 50 years' time. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned that we are close to reaching irreversible tipping points. In our attempt to create well-being and economic growth, we have depleted ecological bank, and we do not have the luxury of time on our side. Today, a village in India, which was self-sustainable once upon a time, buys 80% of its needs from outside. The important lesson is that our life is not in sync with our planet. Talking of the connection between higher education and sustainable development, education is not just for preparing a student for career, but it is education for life, and it is education for sustainable living. As educators, we have a responsibility to inculcate right values and mold attitudes. We need to inculcate sustainability and impress upon the next generation, or Generation Alpha, the importance of preserving the health of planet with utmost care. We need to build sustainable and resilient communities. Right to education is a precious human right. It's a universally recognized one. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights, and several other human rights conventions assert it and also uphold it. Yet, when we review equity in education, there are significant challenges, be it in the allocation of resources, availability of opportunities, etc. The imperative is to interrogate whether our policies and practices are aimed to achieve an equal outcome for all individuals and groups. If one takes up the Indian situation, some progress has been achieved in the past 75 years since independence with regard to access equity, and quality. But still, there are areas of deep concern. There exist social inequalities and economic inequalities, which also influence the education sector. The Indian education system has emerged as the second largest in the world, but it has significant learning gaps or educational attainment gaps between students from different classes and social profiles. There are significant rural-urban gaps, as highlighted by the moderator, Professor Dipanshu, and significant gaps in the educational attainment of women from Muslim minority community or scheduled tribes or scheduled castes or differently enabled persons vis-a-vis the general population. Education can empower, and at the same time, it can be a site for perpetuating inequalities. The huge tuition fees, increased living costs in some of our best universities located in major urban centers, privilege some groups over others, and can reinforce and perpetuate existing inequalities in the society. Global alliances in the field of higher education can certainly contribute to a more equitable and just world. With these preliminary observations, I look forward to a more engaging discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. In the interest of time, what I want to do is just maybe put out the questions which were shared with us by the Institute of Higher Education, the IHED organizers, and I want to be able to give then each one of you some time for reflection on these. I think the responses would sort of entwine from one question to the other, and there will be overlaps, I'm quite sure. But the first question, I mean, broadly, is how has women leadership in university positions being useful in sort of addressing some of the issues we're bringing in terms of accessibility, equity, on social justice and gender inequality? How does that change? I mean, I remember from Esther Duflo's work around policymaking, the development economist, how the presence of women in grassroots leadership in India, for example, changed a lot of discussions around sanitation, the WASH program, which allowed mobilization of a lot of social support. And there's a lot of other econometric evidence that has now sort of supported that. But I also want to sort of bring in and broaden the conversation to looking at the wider LGBTQ community and how more questions around diversity in leadership plays a role. That's one. The second is mostly around the complex challenges with social justice and gender equality in education. How can universities encourage cross-disciplinary engagement? I mean, this mostly has to look at in terms of intersectionality and bringing that aspect more in practice rather than just sort of putting that in a normative framework, which we all have agreement on. And third, I think a fact which I think as a question was put across by the organizers were in terms of what institutionally are the measures that your institution have taken. I think some of you already mentioned about what, for example, Latrobe, Griffith, and York has been doing in terms of promoting and actually moving or walking the talk on promoting gender equality and social justice. But when you talk about global alliance, what kind of cooperation or principles of cooperation would you want to see, particularly on issues around student mobility for that matter, or other factors? How can that be incubated as part of the MOU understanding with universities that you're already part of? I think a lot of time the MOUs are all this mutual agreement for universities to come together, but they lack a certain kind of egalitarian structure on evaluation or admittance of students, which can also go a far step ahead in addressing this. So what I'll request you to do is maybe perhaps take maximum 3 to 4 minutes, each one of you, to reflect on these questions. I know there's a lot to talk and speak, but what we want to do is get some of the key points out there for the audience to follow, and then I'll see if there are any audience questions I can relay across. Professor Carolyn, please, same order.
Thank you. That they are some very big questions for a few minutes. So let me just touch on a few things briefly. I did talk originally about the importance of data and measuring and holding yourself to account, but there are intangibles in this area as well. And I do think having women and a more diverse leadership of our universities is an inherent good and has the potential to be good in a further way. So I'm the first woman vice chancellor of my university. Prior to that, I was the first female dean of our oldest law school in the country. And it sometimes surprised me the extent to which that was important to other women. In some degree, it wasn't particularly to me. I was just trying to get on with the job of doing a good job of the role that I was in. But many women were saying to me over the time how important they thought that was to them to see somebody at the top whose lived experiences had some similarities to theirs. Now, I'm white, I'm straight, I'm able-bodied. I don't claim to represent all women. Let alone all the people in the organisation, but the more diverse range that we have at the leadership role at universities, the more that contributes, I think, to the creation of both individual policies, but also perhaps public policy around higher education, which is positive, that tackles some of the issues of sexism, of sexual harassment, not just in our own institutions, but more broadly as well, that can put a focus on the type of research agendas and as you say, rightly, some of the global engagements that we could have. Now, that doesn't let anybody off the hook. Just because I'm able-bodied doesn't mean that I don't have a responsibility for engaging with my colleagues who have played a leadership role in disabilities. Just because some of our colleagues on the panel are male doesn't mean that on their watch that means nothing is going to progress in terms of women and their opportunities. But I do think we can be imaginative about interdisciplinarity, and I do think we can be imaginative about international engagements. And I'll just finish on that note. So some of that, I think, is around having MOUs and programs and processes to encourage minority groups who often miss out on things like international exchanges and those programs to be more actively engaged. Sometimes that's as simple as requiring that there be some distribution across those groups. Sometimes it's around the right financial results. But I also think that the prevalence of, or the growing prevalence of COIL, the online international experiences, is incredibly important. It helps with the climate change that Professor Moti rightly referred to. We don't have as many people getting on planes, but for us, it's opened up opportunities for people with children, for people with carer responsibilities, for people who simply don't have the finances, even with some support to us, to go overseas, to engage globally. And I think we do have to just get outside the traditional paradigm sometimes and think about what we might be able to do in those regards. Conscious of time, I'll finish it there.
Yes. Theo, do you want to go ahead, please?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think this question around diversity and leadership team is critical. And just last night, I was reviewing our new leadership strategy for the university, and it is one of the core principles. There's tons of studies that show in whatever sector you work in the private sector or public sector, that diversity unquestionably improves the quality of leadership actually in that organization. But also, of course, as universities, we're deeply purpose-driven organizations with very strong grounding. I mean, there isn't a university probably on this planet that isn't strongly grounded in an ethos around equality and diversity. So you've got two very powerful reasons why universities will promote diversity. And the reality is there's variable diversity across universities, and we need to do more. So I Vice Chancellor Evans, I would echo just about everything she said, and it's certainly something that we're very focused on. I think I really like, though, your comment around MOUs and, how we can have more egalitarian structures within MOUs to advance social inclusion, mobility, sustainability in our partnerships globally. And I think this is really important. So as universities, there's much we can do to promote mobility, social advancement and sustainability. While here at La Trobe, there's a couple of things that we do. We actually have a Pacific Women in Leadership scholarship schemes which we have open for international students. And we've had Indian students come, and that's a very generous scholarship that we offer to promote women in leadership across multiple disciplines. And we also have a Pacific PhD scholarship for a female researcher from India to come and work on sustainability, which is one of our key areas. So, but they're individual things. And I think what you're getting at is partnership. And here I just would highlight, I think, a good example, but there's many more, and both York and Griffith will have great examples. But in 2020, we established a joint research academy with the Indian Institute of Technology in Kanpur. So this is an equal partnership between us and the IIT in Kanpur to focus on particularly research. So it's postgraduate mobility and collaborative research around sustainability and livability issues. So, kind of thing we all are focused on: urbanization, smart farming, energy, water, and so forth. That for us is one of our key partnerships. And I love that kind of the spirit of an actuality of partnership across the two institutions that's delivering a really fantastic collaborative research opportunities for early career as well as researchers, as well as our senior researchers. And I think that model actually is a one where we can work in partnership across different geographies to advance research of common interest to us and for the benefit of our communities across the world.
Professor Ronda, please.
There's so much research on why the world needs more women leaders. I kind of don't know where to begin with that. But it shows exactly what Theo was said, that diversity, first of all, makes for much stronger decision making. And women actually in leadership positions are more likely to champion promotion of equity, diversity, and inclusion. In my own area, you have to think about who's in power and then who gets to make the decisions, but who even gets to define the questions. Family violence, unpaid labor in the home. These weren't topics, frankly, of any interest to male sociologists. And so, it's a reflection, right, of the significance of having women in these roles. And by being in the roles, they also break down quite harmful gender stereotypes that, perpetuate inequality in society. I do want to say that having women in leadership positions is not enough. Universities have to actively work to identify and address the barriers that women face in advancing their careers. So some very good work was done, I think by U of T, to show that the big gap between genders was not so much the equity of people coming in, but who was promoted to full professor. And that's because women still hit the childbearing years, and they still take the majority of childbearing responsibility. And so it interferes with their careers. And frankly, many countries do not have national childcare policies. So, we have to try to understand what those barriers are and take a look at those barriers if actually we're going to make a difference here. I do want to say that we're doing a lot of very interesting things at York to try to, encourage collaboration and try to address some of those barriers. And again, you can't wait until male and female students show up at the door of a university, because so much of the problem is K to 12. And so we have really focused on identifying program areas where there is a lack of gender equity. Engineering is a very, classic example. And we've developed like a K2I program that specifically is geared toward, the K to 12, and to bring girls, female students in, to mentor female students, to align them with, professors in engineering, to give them some sense of that. But there's just so much that we can do in terms of the kinds of research collaborations that we have, encouraging faculty exchanges, student exchanges. Some of the research projects that we do specifically, everything from, economic, the gender bias and economic policy, to water research, to food security. I mean, the research itself, right, is incredibly important. We have a comprehensive DEDI strategy, which I mentioned to you before, but also even in the innovation space, we've gotten special funding for Black and for female entrepreneurs, students who have startup ideas and so forth. And these are, marginalized groups that don't have the same access to venture capitalists. And so we have a huge number of mentorship programs. We have bridging programs for women, something called Girls STEM, powered mentorship program. We have a social procurement policy to really support community-based businesses that are run by equity deserving groups. So, there's so much that we can do, and we can collaborate on that and learn from one another. And in fact, I think do more if we actually do collaborate. I'll stop there. I could go on forever on this topic.
Professor Moti, please.
Okay. I would like to start to reflect on the institutional measures that we have undertaken at the RV University. In 2021, when we started our operations, the top leadership, it so happened that 5 out of 5 happened to be men, including the Vice Chancellor, myself, and the Registrar, and the Deans of 3 schools. But as a human rights practitioner, I was very uncomfortable with that. And we consciously recruited the women leaders and expanded. And then 2 years down the line in 2023, 6 out of 10 top leadership positions were held by women at our university. And the Dean of the School of Liberal Arts, Design, Economics, and Dean of Research are all women leaders. And that our trust runs 22 institutions, and they voted us as the university, the institution with the maximum diversity across 22 institutions because of the then gender diversity, and also diversity based on the place of origin in our student diversity as well as faculty diversity. And we also put in place a number of policies. For example, there's an anti-discrimination committee in place. There's an internal complaints committee which looks at complaints relating to sexual harassment of women at workplace. And we believe in preventive education, so that we conduct sensitization training programs across different stakeholders to ensure that complaints of harassment do not arise, so that workplace becomes what you call a welcome one for women. And we have also established several research centers. For instance, we have a Center for Gender Studies. We have a Center for Disability Studies. Recently, one of our centers initiated a research study on accessibility audit of public toilets in Bengaluru, particularly from the women as well as from the disability angle. And the research study is currently going on. And even among our student clubs, there's a club called Green Alliance, which looks at nurturing nature. And also we have a Poppins Club, which is for the LGBTQI plus community. And we have held pride marches. And Professor Ronda mentioned about flexible hours and other such things. Like, we need to look at our HR policies. We need to look at our hiring policies. And there is needs for the disability audit, there is need for gender audit and equity audits from time to time. Reflecting on the leadership issue, it is an important step, but it's a necessary one, but not a sufficient one by itself. For instance, we need to sensitize the university leadership regardless of their gender, and about the need for equity and in higher educational institutions. And there, just as at countries, we look at their budgets from the gender-based budgeting angle or the disability-based budgeting angle. We need to interrogate the budgets of the higher educational institutions also from gender lens and disability lens. Over to you.
Yeah. So just on the audience, I mean, I was trying to get a sense of what questions were coming in. I think a lot of what was coming in has already been discussed. So I don't want to sort of have the same question sent in. This one question, though, from Facebook Live, which addresses how concerns around equity have been central to many universities and the policies that the universities have had at not just in the Indian level, but at a global level. But what's happening is that there is still a widespread gap, which during the pandemic, as most of us realized, had exacerbated. Girl child education, for example, in India suffered immensely because a lot of the girls in rural areas were not able to get access to education. They moved into doing exceptional. And so the research we do back at the center focuses a lot on intra-household dynamics, bargaining power that women have in decision making, particularly in issues of education, child bearing preference, and fertility preference, and other things through time endowment surveys. So the question is actually addressing that point, that how dropout rates have increased, and this is true also of what we're seeing in the Indian scenario, but many developing countries like South Africa and others are also seeing this. What is the suggestion that you would have in being able to particularly use the network of alliances that you're trying to create, particularly with countries where these situations are more dire? One point which is raised here, it's a long question, but trying to paraphrase it, which is on mental health cases and suicides out of depression, how that's increasing. And there's also a social representative mapping of that can be done on how marginalized groups are affected most in these scenarios. So if they have any reflections on that, and we have to close in the next 3 minutes. So if you can just take a minute exactly to be able to reflect on this. I mean, there's no particular order. Anybody can go ahead. I would keep that open. Maybe Theo, if you want to start, and then Professor Ronda, and then I'll give the last word then to Professor Evans.
Okay, so very quickly, but these are really important themes that come out of COVID. And when we reflect on how universities responded, one of the things that we discovered quite quickly was variable access to critical digital technologies. And I was really struck by the data you presented, which was really interesting. And of course, access to necessary facilities, such as female toilets. So in your cultural context, there's an even more chronic challenge around access to necessary facilities to enable females to have access to education. But also you had data around internet and computers. And those indeed were challenges in Australia when we had to go online very quickly. And so many universities, I'm sure all the universities here, had to actually provide infrastructure to our students to go online. I think the other issue now that we're dealing with, because we've got over that in terms of putting in place the necessary access, is the mental health challenge. And what we are seeing across all the universities, I think in Australia, is the increased need for students to receive support. And I'm certainly, for the universities I've been involved in, we have invested very significantly in improving support for students, particularly around mental health support. But to be honest, in our societies, among our young people, the demand is very, very large. And I think in most states, we are struggling to provide the level of access to support that's required in our society. So more work needs to be done in that space. But certainly universities are very, very alive to that.
Professor Ronda, please. Anything?
Yeah, I think Theo did a really great job of answering the question. It is going to be a combination of access to technology. We bought huge numbers of laptops and so forth during the pandemic, but thinking about how we can use technology, and just on the cusp of a huge amount of transformation there, but also frankly, community-based distributed learning model of having little hubs, because it will not all be solved by technology. You're going to need to combine that technology with that kind of distributed model. In Canada, we've got a new proposal for a School of Medicine, and the rural areas in Canada have real serious access to doctors. And so we have embedded that kind of community-based distributed learning model, working with community healthcare clinics. That's the model. And that, a country, India has an enormous population still to educate. This is where collaboration with other universities, with other partners that we already have established, can be hugely helpful. While India is investing in education, which is going to take a number of years, but how can we work together? Even something like the globally networked learning courses that we developed during the pandemic, where you have students from all over accessing courses, irrespective of where they're being taught. So it's going to require partnership, technology, and a kind of a community-based distributed learning model in order to be able to start to break down this rural-urban difference.
Professor Evans, please, any final thoughts to add or?
Yes, I know we're almost out of time, so let me just say one thing very quickly in addition to the great points made by my colleagues. I think we do need to think about the types of relationships that we have internationally. It's a little bit an extension of the point that Rhonda made earlier, which is if Western countries have tended to set the agenda, have tended to have the resources and therefore ask the questions, and I think we need much more equal relationships in setting that sort of agenda, which allow the countries like your own that are experiencing these things and have a lot of the expertise and a lot of the understanding, the detail, the nuance to lead the agenda with our support, rather than assuming that we could come in from the outside and have solutions to these problems.
Absolutely. Professor Moti, anything that you want to reflect?
Mental health is a serious challenge, and we at our RV University, Bangalore, have instituted online mechanisms, anonymous ones, and also counselors on the ground. And we also conduct a lot of sensitization programs for different holders. We have also enabled some peer support groups within the student community, but there's a lot more that needs to be done in this area.
I would just end by saying that it was a pleasure and honor to listen to each one of you. I mean, there's just so much to unpack and absorb. But what I would take from this discussion, and I hope the audience absorbs, is how measuring impact, access, also more or less involving or incubating technological adoption with policies and practices of social cohesion is very important. But more importantly, as Professor Ronda mentioned towards the end, community-based support, which is one of the only ways impact has really happened in India, and particularly at the grassroots level, needs to be weaved in or woven into the way in which we bring much of our conversations of progressive thinking in education and access to education. I'll leave it at that, and thank you again for meeting and connecting all of you in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Live.
Welcome to the World University Summit and greetings to wherever you are in the world listening in. We've got a wonderful subject and I think a stellar panel to discuss it. I'm extremely happy to be moderating this panel. I'm Mohan Kumar. I'm Professor and the Dean of Strategic and International Initiatives in the Office of the Vice Chancellor at Jindal Global University. I'm going to very briefly introduce my panel. I've got my colleague and friend, Professor Kathleen Modrowski, who is Dean of the School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. I've got Dr. Anirban Chakrabarti, who's Head Research Planning Management Group of TCG Crest, India. I've got Professor Tatiana Beluvosua, Assistant Professor, Jindal School of International Affairs. And I've got my friend and colleague, Dr. Akhil Bharadwaj, who is Director in the Office of International Affairs. The subject is a sensitive one, but an important one. And it is that international education, soft power, and public diplomacy, can it be used as an instrument for conflict resolution? That is really the subject. And this subject assumes importance because of at least two conflicts which are raging in the world. You've got plenty of other conflicts, unfortunately. And if I go through the catalog of conflicts, it'll be a long one. But the two big conflicts which are raging and which are occupying everybody's attention is one is the war in Ukraine and the other is the war in Gaza. So you've got these two conflicts raging, and we are trying to see if international education, soft power, and public diplomacy can help. I would not go as far as to say that can replace diplomacy, the United Nations, etc. The question is, can it help conflict resolution in this conflict-ridden world? I'm going to stop here for the sake of time. And we have an hour to do this. Can I call on my good friend, Professor Kathleen Modrowski? Kathleen, if you can use your experience as well and tell us how you would approach this important subject. Kathleen, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mohan. I'd like to go into the background a little bit because I think it's pertinent. I think you're all familiar with Joseph Nye's article about talking about soft power, okay? And this is something that really has lasted as a concept in our university programs and in the U.S. policy. In fact, the U.S. policy of the Fulbright programs in 1946 is a model we are using throughout the world, really. And this is a program of exchange. It's a program in which soft power, and I think it's important to understand that at the end of World War II, everyone was thinking the end of the Vietnam War, the catastrophes of Afghanistan and all, violence is not paying off. Okay, violence is not an element that is paying off because it costs more money. It takes more effort to try and change it. So what is happening with Nye, with the US, we've got a system of people-to-people diplomacy. The wisdom of this is human beings speaking to other human beings do have agency. They do have some kind of control over how decisions are being made. We can see that in the elections. We can see that what is happening in certain protests. And you mentioned Gaza, you mentioned Russia, the protest also that comes from information going through people-to-people diplomacy. But what I will bring up, and I'd just like to mention one more thing. Blinken gave a very famous reaffirmation that Secretary of State of the US, saying we are committed. I'm summarizing it. We continue to be committed to international education and soft power as a vehicle for this. But later on in his next speech, 2021 and reaffirmed in 2023, he says, watch out, because we're not alone. There's a huge amount of competition taking place now, even amongst our friends. And what is this competition? It's to get more people into countries. It could get more people into seeing the point of view that is being shared, is being proselytized in the host country. So this is something important, something that I feel is a big question mark that needs to be addressed and hasn't been thoroughly addressed is social media. I think social media is a very, very important tool that we're going to see more of. But speaking about what we do at JGU, we've got a very robust program of international exchange. We're very much interested in internationalization, and that's internationalization in the texts we use, in the faculty we use, in encouraging students to study abroad. I'll give you a little bit of information out of the School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. We have this past year 127 students, which were a small cohort, that studied abroad in long-term programs, in short-term programs. I just fell off my desk. And these programs really bring students into other countries. The favorite countries that our students go to are Japan, UK, Spain, now Portugal, Bulgaria is coming in, France, Italy, and the US. But see, preparing students to go abroad doesn't start once they set foot in another country. It starts from year one. How does it start from year one in our undergraduate program? Is having students work in local villages, in communities they're unfamiliar with. You know, you can see the urban India is a world apart from rural Haryana. And so the same methods of building intercultural competence is used during the 4 years of required programs that bring students into the field. They have to use these parameters. They have to measure what are the areas of intercultural competence that they would be expected to use abroad. And I'm going to give you a short list. First is denial. I see it all the time with first-year students saying, oh, that doesn't happen. There's no bride killing. Oh, there's no problem with dowry. You know, there are certain areas like this. Defense, then becoming very defensive. We're all alike. We're all human beings. Our way is better. The government sees that our more privileged way of education is better. Minimization, again, that goes back to defense. We're all alike. Well, we aren't. And this is where it really gets rough and really gets important. And that is acceptance. Acceptance of differences. See, you cannot negotiate if you don't accept other people have other interests. They're going to have other ways of looking at things. So this is important to go into the area of being able to see we are different, but going into in depth, and that would be seeing how this happens, why decisions are made, why certain cultures have arisen. And this is something that will be carried out when the students are in an international setting. And finally, after this adaptation to the difference is integration. You integrate it. This is probably the most important area if you arrive at that. It is integration in the fact that people have different values. They may be in conflict with you, but you are willing not to deny them, but you are willing to work within these differences and promote a dialogue. So I see it as something that's very important to conflict resolution. If students can use these areas, if they can develop and keep with them, then we're going to have an active population, a voting population that's going to use critical thinking. They're going to want to continue with open exchange. Many of our students aspire to working abroad for a number of years. Many of them aspire to careers in diplomacy, in international organizations. So this is something that's very essential. I want to know, what am I with time?
You can take a minute more, Kathleen.
Can I take a minute more? I want to hop back on the effects of the Fulbright program. That's the largest international exchange, and it is based on people-to-people diplomacy. It is included in this, and the key word is bilateral cooperation. Okay, and we copy this model in a very modest way in having cooperative dialogue at the university level, saying, what do you need? What can we offer you? And then we're saying, please come, we need you. So it's not just one-sided. So in the US, there are 49 active partners for international cooperation. There are 160 plus countries who are part of these exchanges. The number of students the US sends abroad is 1,600 US students and 1,200 US scholars. The intake is 4,000 students with also 900 scholars and over 400 teachers and business people. So this is something that I would love to see emulated. You know, our goal at JGU is to have everyone study abroad, but our goal is to bring people to the campus as well, because only until you have this parity can you have a real dialogue. Can you understand education is no longer a silo. It's no longer the territory of one country. It's a world project. And through this international exchange, we are going to be furthering our goals. So that is it. I think more is to be done. And I hope through this organization, the meetings of world universities, will be able to even go further with it.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. I think that was wonderful of you to really set the scene, as it were, for the discussion which will follow. I wanted to underline two strands as I saw it in your intervention. One is the education, the curriculum, and so on. The other, of course, you mentioned also visits to the field. And I want to see how we can address both aspects of soft power international education to see if that can make a difference to conflicts around the world. There used to be a US Peace Corps, and I don't know if it still exists, but that is something you may want to, if you like, talk about when I give you the floor next time, Kathleen, because that's something I thought which could be replicated in other countries. I don't know how well it works, but I have heard of the US Peace Corps. And to me, it seems that is another way of seeing if conflict can be prevented. Dr. Chakrabarti, I now hand over to you. And if you can bring your organization's perspective and your own personal perspective to the issues raised by Kathleen and this particular forum. Thank you.
Thanks, Mohan. Thanks, Kathleen, for setting the context very well. So if we go through a little bit of literature about, hard power, soft power, diplomacy. So from the literature, the discussion about public diplomacy and instrument, such as international education exchange, what Kathleen is mentioning, is usually combined the concept of soft power. And this concept came in the literature mostly from the 90s, where the hard dimension of power, which refers to essentially countries' economics and military clout, is basically the economic sanction, military alliances and all. Whereas the soft power is the ability of a country to achieve foreign policy goal more as the attractiveness of showing the attractiveness of the countries, right? The coherence, the political values, the legitimacy, and the moral authorities of the countries through their foreign policies. And in recent times, there are the practitioner and the researcher. There are few objective indicators people mention to measure the soft power of a country. Enterprise, government, culture, global engagement, and most recently, the digital performance is also included into it. And education now has become a very crucial indicator from the literature also for measuring this soft power for a country. So the indicator on education relates the country's contribution to the global academic community. This takes account, the number of international students, what Kathleen is mentioning, and also the place of the rankings, how our universities are ranking in the world rankings and all. Those are some of the very important things came out for these indicators. And as well as the academic output of their higher education institute and their global impacts. So this indicator recognize the ability of how the country's universities are attracting international students. And for strengthening these soft powers, government and countries has many policies. Countries are giving a lot of scholarship for the international students. If you see, US and UK, there are a lot of opportunities. They are trying to bring up international students to their community. The goal is that the first-hand contact with the host country's cultural aspects, so that the cultural dimension can penetrate the soft power a little bit. And furthermore, the international student exchange will also have the language, which is now is a barrier. If you are thinking for a global platform as an education, so if you are bringing student in your country, they will also understand the local languages and all. So those are some of the crucial aspects. Another point I just wanted to mention, conceptualizing the international education or internationalization, or whatever you are saying, to the global market is another, important issue. So we have seen many higher education systems have implemented, massification, internationalization efforts to prepare individuals and graduates for the competitive global market. But however, if you go through many studies, the rapid expansion of tertiary education in many countries has not been carefully aligned with the evolving, socioeconomic and labor markets demands. And this exists before the COVID pandemic came out. This is not a new thing. So earlier we have this human capital theory. You bring up higher education, you bring up education in your country, your economy will grow. So that perspective is changing now a little bit. In the modern globalized economy, university graduates are competing not only in the global market, they are, also not only in the domestic market, they are also in the global market and facing an international challenge, what we call the global auction. Those are the terms are coming up. So the concept of global citizens is also become very important. So those are some of the terms is coming up and totally relate with this concept. And of course, the increasing definitely ranking reputation is a important things. There are a lot of controversies in it, but you can't ignore those things. Okay. So I have worked in two universities. My earlier university, Ashoka University, is similar like Jindal. We have a lot of internationalization effort in our curriculum, in our courses. My current institution, the TCG Crest, it has a huge amount of collaboration through research. So in my perspective, I have seen the educational linkage internationally. Now I am trying to building up the research, international research aspect of various institutions. We have huge collaboration of research, not only, only exchanges. We are creating hubs. Suppose, research institute, Chicago is creating a research institute here. We are creating a small research institute there. So those kind of new areas are also coming up. So in conclusion, I think in today's global information age, in the foreign diplomacy, there is a say that victory often depends not only whose army is win, but the whose story is win. So if you want to make your story win, software plays a very important role. And there is a need to focus more on developing, framework strategies, monitoring and assessing the method, which is, determining how different universities are being promoting international education and pinpoint those areas of potential change, right? And the university higher education sector can play a very effective role by integrating international education, soft power, policy diplomacy to increase the sustainability and reliance for the future environment and all. So that's a very crucial theme, I must say. And this kind of meetings, this kind of interaction should be the platform for discussing it, promoting it, and food for the thought for all of us who are working in this segment. Thanks.
Thank you, Anirban. One of the things that struck me while you were speaking is that you talk of globalization, you talk of students becoming global citizens, and nobody can deny that over the last 10, 20 years, students have indeed become global. The question I have for you and for the others, maybe when you get a second round to intervene, is that while they have become global, there has also been a reassertion of their respective identities, we versus them. And that has resulted in conflicts. I'm not going to refer to any particular conflict, but I think this contradiction is something that needs to be addressed. Why is it? I mean, you go to a class in Jindal, you go to a class in Stanford, you go to a class maybe in Sciences Po Paris. The students are not very different. They're wearing jeans, they're wearing the same clothes, they're drinking the same Coke, and they're eating the same food sometimes, they eat Indian food here, but, sometimes the food is international. The lingo is not different, really. In English-speaking countries, the accent may be a little different. The lingo is not different. And yet, there is this issue of not appreciating the other person's point of view sufficiently. I think the panel has to ask this tough question as to how you resolve this contradiction. While all students seem to be looking the same, they're not feeling the same. And that's a problem for me. But maybe that is something that I would request all of you to address when you get an opportunity. Tatiana, it's my very great pleasure to request you to speak. Far be it for me to tell you what you should speak about, but I think I can guess. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mohan. Thank you so much. There is no question that the world we live in is mired in conflicts of different nature, geopolitical, ethnic, and religious. The experts from the International Crisis Group have specified 10 conflicts to monitor in 2024. These are Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, Myanmar, the Sahel, and others. The UN declared in January this year that the number of violent conflicts worldwide is at its highest level since the end of World War II. On February 7th this year, while addressing the UN General Assembly, Mr. Antonio Guterres said, quote unquote, "As I scan the landscape of today's world, the one thing missing most dramatically is peace." In this way, he signaled the world's entry into the age of chaos. At the moment, the international community is at a crossroads, since we understand that there is an urgent need for changes, for example, with respect to multilateral institutions and their functioning. But no one really knows how to implement these changes. Under the circumstances, the hope is that the younger generation of policymakers, diplomats, politicians, and others who can bring positive changes will be able to do that. In such a way, it becomes a huge responsibility for us as members of the academic community to make sure we guide our students in the direction of peaceful coexistence on this planet. That such important qualities like tolerance, mutual understanding, humility, and acceptance are being inculcated in our students, because now, more than ever, a lot is at stake. International education can be viewed as one of the most important fields that can contribute to conflict resolutions. This can be implemented in various ways, and one of them is to ensure diversity in classrooms. when students from different cultural and ethnic backgrounds learn from each other and engage in discussions, bringing perspectives from their respective countries. Another area in international education that can be utilized for peace building and conflict resolution is the content of the course curriculum. For instance, peace education has long been integrated into the higher education curriculum to equip students from diverse cultural backgrounds, languages, regions, and religions with the knowledge, skills, and values necessary to prevent future conflicts. No doubt, each discipline from its own capacity has an ability to shape a better world of tomorrow. For example, in the field of international relations, where I personally belong to, there is now a growing interest towards global IR, global international relations. This trend has emerged to complement the traditional Western IR theories that sometimes find it difficult to address the complexities of today's world. And it is not a coincidence that these intensified scholarly debates around global IR are taking place in the emerging multipolar world, when countries from the global south are more than ever determined to be in charge of their own future. The changing world order, with the active participation from diverse countries in the world, means there is more recognition of the voices from the global south. In this environment, it is important to leverage transnational university networks to ensure diverse national perspectives and concerns.
Tatiana, sorry to interrupt you. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. These diverse perspectives are reflected in research and practice rather than taking a single national perspective as universal. What is common? Yes, I will manage within the upcoming 2 minutes. What is common among various global IR series is that most of them promote peace and harmony. For example, the concept of Ubuntu that originated in South Africa and can be translated as humanity. It emphasizes, and Professor Mohan, this is exactly what you were talking about. Global IR could have the potential to address the issues you highlighted. It emphasizes that we're all bound together in ways that can be invisible to the eye, that there is an aspect of oneness applicable to the entire humanity. The same attitudes are echoed by the Sufi philosophy in Islam and Vedanta in Hinduism. In Sikhism, it is mentioned that the stress on I or individualism should be discouraged, as it goes against the very foundation of the divine self. By rejecting individualism, this notion puts forward a counter-argument to the realist assertion of self-interest and inherently selfish behavior of individual states. To conclude, I would like to emphasize once again the role of international education and its enormous potential to turn the tide, help resolve the existing conflicts, and prevent future ones from breaking out. I will stop here. Thank you so much.
Tatiana, thank you very much. I thought that was quite a speech you made there. I thank you for it. But what you have to tell me when you get the chance to speak next time is why there has been no joint student delegation from both Russia and Ukraine. Why is it that in no university in the world have some students from Russia, some students from Ukraine join hands and told leaders of the two countries, put an end to this nonsense, frankly? Why is it that that hasn't happened? Maybe I'm exaggerating, but you need to ask yourself, if we are pretending to do the things that you are saying we are doing, which is international education, Kathleen made a reference to soft power, Anirban spoke about global citizens. So where are those global citizens, I ask you? Why is it that students haven't got together and said, listen, we need to change the tide, as you said in your last. I leave you to think about this, because that is what this panel has to do. Akhil, I think I know you well enough to know that you know internationalization. You are working very hard to see the kind of students we can send abroad to many other universities. Apart from your own thoughts on the subject, I also want to probe you and ask you whether you see a change when students return from a 2-week, 3-week course at Harvard or Oxford or a semester exchange. Do you think they undergo serious transformation, not physically, but I'm talking about their thinking? Is there a visible change in the thinking that you have observed? But over to you, Akhil.
Thank you, sir. I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So thank you so much, sir. I mean, I would like to start with the conventional way of establishing a connection between national interest and higher education. As we may observe that national interest has a direct linkage with foreign policy, and then public diplomacy, and then soft power and higher education. We all talk about public diplomacy as a part of foreign policy and ultimately national interest. Like many political theorists and scientists like Joseph Nye, a renowned American statesman and former dean of Kennedy School of Government at Harvard, who established the theory of soft power in the field of international relations in 1990. All of them have reflected multiple times on public diplomacy as an instrument that governments use to mobilize the resources to exercise national interest as per their nation's foreign policy, not only to communicate, but also to attract the publics of other countries. On the contrary, to solely communicate with their respective state governments. Public diplomacy also largely focuses on to generate attraction for favorable public opinion through diverse channel of communication, including broadcasting, cultural engagements, scholarly and academic exchanges, arts and cultural promotion, to name a few. Now, since public diplomacy has a direct engagement with people-to-people ties, soft power through culture of a nation, and thus culture being an important pillar of soft power, it has a direct correlation with higher education being an important aspect, an important subset of culture. As we all know, soft power has 3 main pillars, which is foreign policy of a nation, its domestic affair, and culture. And higher education is an important subset of culture that has been proven by many theorists and many political scientists. Now, shifting towards the soft power and its direct connection with the higher education, I would take a couple of minutes to just highlight on this. In modern times, higher education is gaining pace within knowledge societies in the developing world, whereas it's always been at the core of states' preference in the first world, in the developed world. I mean, higher education finds a direct connect to the system of soft power generation through its value-based ecosystem, which help its stakeholders to make a difference for societal and global benefits. An effective higher education system of a country through its institution attracts the potential future leaders and global citizens from across nation with a direct exposure to a country's culture, policies, and its relative importance at a global level. This leads to a relative connect and creates a likelihood of a favorable geopolitical environment, I should say, for discussions about different national interests of countries and also communities on the other hand. The value system generated through these diverse sources of soft power, higher education being one of the prominent one, it advances a nation's culture to benefit it at a global level. For example, while countries in North America and Europe increasingly contend the idea of knowledge societies having well-established system of higher education and research, developing countries such as India and China, are found to build their own capacities and working towards the leadership in higher education in various ways. One of the most important aspects of Indian government and Chinese government attempts towards developing an effective knowledge society for the holistic development of 2 countries is to build a network of quality higher education institutions and universities through path-breaking schemes and subsidies, ultimately benefiting their universities to be globally benchmarked. The basic ideology behind these initiatives is the realization of the fact that higher education has its own imperative place in leveraging the soft power of a nation towards its national interest. The system of universities and institutions of a nation, they are not confined to its scholarly output, sustenance, and economic growth, but it also rather encapsulates the societal and cultural values, educational milieu as a whole, political structure and ideology, regional heterogeneity, and outlooks of the students and important stakeholders towards the global issue of a country. It also shapes the position of a nation to have a say in geopolitical environment at diverse fronts on a range of subjects. Some of the most prominent ones, which are visible to everyone, the international institution promoting culture and higher education of a nation state are a British Council for the UK, or as Dean Kathleen mentioned, the Fulbright Commission and American Center for the US, Alliance Française for France. We have around 40 plus Indian Council for Culture Relations centers across the globe, promoting Indian culture and Indian higher education as a whole. We also have the Cervantes Institute in Spain, Italian Cultural Center, and not to forget the Confucius Institutes around the globe, which are effectively promoting the culture and higher education of the country. According to UNESCO, in 2023, we had around 6.4 million international students around the world. And that's the same number of international students studying in 2022. And these international students, when they go and visit a country, spend some time during their higher education abroad, it helps in establishing a better exposure to culture and tradition of the countries involved. The international higher education programs, including student exchange programs, institutional academic and research exchanges, faculty and staff mobility programs, joint research and seminars, all of these, they bring key stakeholders of different countries at one platform, promoting dialogues, exchanging ideas, and exchanging best practices while leveraging more clarity of intentions and best practices of both the countries, better comprehension of domestic affairs and related policies of the host country, and of course, not to forget a massive cultural familiarity.
Akhil, 1 minute if you don't mind.
Yes, I would like to highlight some of the key initiatives that JHU has taken over the last years, to create a better dialogue and a better exchange of ideas between students and different stakeholders. Out of 430 plus partnerships that we have built in 75 plus countries, more than 225 are for student mobility programs. And one of the important, example that comes to my mind is our program, which is our immersion program for 3 weeks with students from Australia, especially Monash University, doing a program in sustainability in emerging economies. This creates and enables a better understanding of the developmental requirements of India and also best practices of both the countries towards global sustainability. So my gist would be, and my conclusion would be, that we need to create more of these exchange programs to enhance better dialogue, better connectivity, and better exchange of ideas between visiting students, so that just to mention your point, Dean, they could become global citizens and understand and have a better comprehension of global issues. I'll stop there and look forward to the discussions.
Thank you, Akhil. And now that all of you have made your initial presentations, and I'm equally impressed by everybody who made whatever points they had to make, I think now I'd like to probe each one of you, try and specifically draw you out if possible. So Kathleen, I think I pointed out in my earlier intervention that I find it hard to reconcile this contradiction. On the one hand, students all over the world are the same, and yet there seems to be a reassertion of identity. Is there a fault in the curriculum? If not, what is the reason? Because I'm not going to name specific universities, but in some of the top universities in the US and other countries, you've had students bitterly divided in the middle when it came to the war in Gaza. This is just the reality of it. So instead of students getting together and saying, listen, we need to take a view on this, instead you saw some conflicts divide the student community. That bothers me, because I'm then forced into introspection and ask myself this question, are they being taught the right things? Is the curriculum okay? Are the field visits okay? Are the students able to accept thinking that is not their own? Are students capable of critical thinking? These are the questions that come to the fore because it was directly in evidence that the students were divided in the middle. So it's not just a US problem. I want to underline it's a global problem. And I've got some questions from the audience, which I will pose after this round. But if all of you can share your thoughts, I was asking Tatiana as to why there is no joint delegation of students. There must be some Russians and some Ukrainians who mean well, for each other. It can't be that just because the governments are at war, it doesn't mean the entire student community is at war with each other, is what I'm asking. But Kathleen, please unmute yourself and speak. Thank you. You have to unmute yourself.
Doing it. I'm doing it.
Yes.
Okay. There are a couple of questions. There are a couple of points. One thing, I think we can't strive for sameness. You know, we cannot. The important thing is to strive for critical thinking. And by that, I mean to understand we have differences. We're going to have to live with them. These differences have existed from time immemorial. How are we going to work within the parameters that we're given? So I think greater understanding is important. The second point that's related to it, actually, study abroad has often become transactional, okay, in the sense that a student will come to a university to be able to better themselves, look at the better themselves economically and create a niche for themselves. Oftentimes, governments encourage students to come to the country, not so much because we want to foster the ideas that we can have a dialogue, but we love in the United States these IT people coming from India. They've taken some of the best positions, okay? Another point that, you know, so I think also this has a certain cachet. If you study abroad and you go back to your home country, it depends on the university, yes, but you do come back with a network of contacts. And I don't want to be too cynical about the whole thing because, as you said, I think people do develop friendships. Okay, they do develop areas of understanding. My students at JGU have to write a reflective memoir every time they go abroad. And I was just reading some of them that came from last semester. They're brilliant. Like students coming from certain villages in Japan said, there's a whole other way of living. There's a whole other way of treating each other. There's a way of being silent, you know, so that they got into some of this material. To go back to your very, very pertinent question, why are student coalitions not being formed? Why isn't there this outcry of student protest? I would say part of it is students are being manipulated, I think, on one hand. I think social media is doing a great job of manipulating ideals and ideas. The lack, again, of critical thinking, lack of one-on-one speaking is something, you know, this is a much deeper conversation, but COVID created a real breach. There is something that's been proven in studies that when you have person-to-person contact, not just these little screens, which my eyes are looking at Mohan's eyes, okay? This still leaves out a whole, we could say a vibe of understanding, a way of getting together with other people. You don't see the totality of it. So I think this is something that's really important that's happening, but I will put part of the blame on governments. Governments are creating a situation in which they want to bring students into a way of thinking. And I see this in the United States. I'm not so aware of it here, but I see in India the desirability to bring India on board is creating a lot of attention of why we want our students to come here. Why do we want Indian students to come to Australia, to come to the US, etc.? Part of it is because of their talent, but part of it is the influence. You know, when you come into the real reasons, a big part of international education is influence building. So I'm sort of giving you a mishmash of ideas, but these are based on my observations.
Thank you, Kathleen. That's extremely interesting what you say, and the conversation we can take even outside this panel, I think, at the university, and we should find a way to involve our good friend Anirban as well. I find it absolutely fascinating. Anirban, what do you make of all this? You were earlier at Ashoka, now you are at Crest. Do you see merit in what Kathleen is saying? I personally find a lot of merit. There are outside forces which are manipulating students. That is the operational part of what Kathleen says. The question I have for you is, why is it that students are manipulable? That's the question.
Right, Mohan. Exactly what
Anirban,
Kathleen,
if you can
but
address
what
that.
Kathleen is saying, the intrusion from the outsider. I think, after working in Ashoka presidency and now in Crest, the university leadership, university administrator, I mean, you need to think that they have a very crucial role. When you are thinking for reducing conflict for international student, it involves, fostering understanding, communication, creating a supportive environment. And Jindal, Ashoka, they have a huge number of international students, but there are few tips which other universities should also follow if you are thinking for bringing international students. Cultural sensitivity training. Institution and communities can offer cultural sensitivity training to local students. Also the staff, it's not only the students, to help them to understand and appreciate the diversity among the international students. Why this is needed, encourage open discussion about cultural differences, values, norms. Various kinds of orientation program is needed to sensitize our population within the university for this. As I mentioned earlier also, language support, comprehensive orientation program can help international students also to integrate to their new environment, include information, local culture, their academic expectation. Lot of availability support needs to be created within the university. And there are possibilities for a lot of peer support program. We need to establish monitorship, buddies program. Ashoka, this is very popular. When a foreign student is coming, there is a buddies program, right? So counseling program and counseling services, they are 18 years old with a lot of ideas, lot of thinking. They will be involved in a lot of these things. But as an university authorities, we must be assured a proper counseling service to them. This is to the student end, and from an overall point of view, from the university end, there must be a clear communication. Clearly communicate the expectation, rules, resources to all students, both national and international, through multiple channels. Online platform, to disseminate the information. What exactly we are discussing, what exactly we are trying to achieve. We need to celebrate diversity in our organization. This is really very important. Not only promoting inclusion policies, we need to celebrate those things in our university environment. And also in the similar way, we also need to have a feedback mechanism system, which is most of the time missing. How they are feeling, we must robustly create those those mechanisms, promote cross-cultural understanding, by creating a welcoming and inclusive environment, addressing potential sources of conflict, as you mentioned, and promoting understanding. Institution can help international students to thrive their not only academic, also the social experiences, which is the most important thing.
Thank you, Anirban. I think I'd like to thank you for making concrete suggestions. I thought the cultural sensitivity training is something that I find extremely pertinent, and that is something that we should pay more attention to. Secondly, you've talked of feedback. Get feedback from students, both international and domestic. And I think the Buddies program has worked well. We have it too in the Jindal Global University, and that is something that I would endorse very strongly for other universities as well. So over to you, Tatiana. You know what we are talking about. So if you can just keep yourself to 3 or 4 minutes, please.
Yeah, I would like to bring example of my doctoral studies at the University of Kerala. This was facilitated by the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, ICCR, and I would be forever grateful to this government body for providing me with such a wonderful opportunity. The Indian Council of Cultural Relations was founded in 1950 by Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, independent India's first education minister. Its objectives are to foster, strengthen cultural relations and mutual understanding between India and other countries. It should be noted that the overall social and academic activities of the international students in Kerala, myself included, were very much in line with the ICCR objectives. Most of the international students were from the countries like Yemen, Kenya, Iran, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Ethiopia, and Nigeria. They were 15 students from Yemen, and at that time, their country was engulfed by the brutal civil war. The students were traumatized, but ICCR had done its best to accommodate those students and give them a sense of relief. Yemen is just one of many examples, since we also had a student from South Sudan, which in that time had just become an independent state after a prolonged ethnic and religious war. The main thing is that all of us were provided an excellent platform to study and live together in India under the ICCR umbrella. We were celebrating all Indian festivals. We often gathered together and learned each other's cultures and traditions, sharing our individual perspectives and ideas. In this sense, we were representing our countries, acting as ambassadors, generating this soft power, building bridges among our nations. On the part of India, there are at least two main aspects here. One is countries' engagement with public diplomacy and soft power, and second is to provide a helping hand to international students who come from the conflict zones, which can be seen as a true act of humanity. And on a different note, Professor Mohan, what you just highlighted regarding students from Russia, Ukraine, organizing delegation. So this would be a wonderful initiative altogether to bring together students from Russia and Ukraine and set the platform for them to interact between themselves. Perhaps this has been done already, but we should be realistic about the outcomes of this initiative. The ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict has deeply rooted historical, political, and social causes. And we all understand that the outcome of this conflict is mainly in the hand of the leadership of these two countries. By bringing together young people from Ukraine and Russia, it would rather be beneficial for the so-called day after, to start shaping the future Russia-Ukraine relations now. And finally, it would be important to mention that I assure you that people-to-people relations between Russians and Ukrainians have remained friendly, largely, regardless of the politics, regardless of the ongoing conflict. This is what I have witnessed on our campus among us faculties. We have lots of faculties from Ukraine. I'm from Russia. We have another faculty from Russia. There are no barriers. There is no animosity between us. I assure you. We have remained friendly as we were. And this is an important thing to note. So it all comes down to politics. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tatiana. Akhil, if you can address your domain expertise, and then I will go around. There is one question from the audience, and I will give a final comment to everybody of 1 minute each so that we can finish at 9:15. Akhil, 2 minutes, Akhil.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I couldn't agree more with Dean Kathleen that we need to create a robust spectrum of study abroad programs for students, both from, for instance, from India and also from other countries to come and visit India on different durations in these study abroad programs. Like, for example, at OP Jindal Global University, we have a wide spectrum of semester exchange programs, semester abroad programs, dual degree programs, and short-term study abroad programs. And also we have India immersion programs in different themes for international students from our partner university to come and visit us for a week up to 3 weeks. And the themes of these programs are very critical. Like, we have a very, very attracting theme of emerging sustainability in emerging economies, which not only does a comparative study between sustainability requirements of both the countries, being a developing country and also students from developed world when they visit us. So, but it also enhances the better comprehension of visiting students about India. So similarly, we have a program in critical thinking in social sciences. So I very strongly believe that in experiential learning, that when students go and they visit a foreign country and exchange ideas and best practices with their peers, have that peer engagement, it really broadens their horizon and also helps them to channel navigate their thoughts for a better good. And
Thank
secondly,
you. Sorry, go ahead.
Last point, sir. Secondly, I also want to dwell upon creating an enabling ecosystem within universities and institutions for their students to help them channel their their aspirations for global higher education. We at JGU does it in a very systematic manner, wherein we have a very well established ecosystem, very well oiled machinery to guide and counsel our students, not only our students but also the students from our partner universities to come and study. We have a very soft landing sort of procedure for them, so that when they come, they feel at home and also start engaging with their peers from the word go. So thank you.
So let me pose a question from the audience. Please, you have only 1 minute each. Please do not exceed 1 minute, otherwise I will interrupt you. But the question is, measuring the impact of higher education and soft power for conflict resolution and harmony is challenging. But how do we say we have made an impact when conflicts have increased on campuses and outside? So I hope the question is clear. 1 minute each. Kathleen, you have the floor first. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
I feel there's not a problem with conflict. Conflict is inevitable. It is the way you handle it. Do you use this burgeoning conflict as a platform for discussion? Or do you say, forbidden, you cannot meet, you cannot do this, you cannot express your ideas? No, being able to express your ideas, the points of conflict, is very important, whether it's in the classroom and or outside in a larger forum. I'll just go back real quickly to what you said. Faculty and students need to have more training in cultural sensitivity. This will help guide the way we deal with conflictual situations.
Thank you, Kathleen. Anirban, exactly 1 minute, please.
No, exactly what Catherine has just mentioned. Conflicts will be there, but the way we are just, resolving or discussing about this is really, really very important. If you think about the evolving concept of, internationalization in higher education, it started from a different issues. Earlier, people or even the Western universities also focusing mostly for the revenue generation and all. But now, because of the changing geopolitical situation, COVID, everything affected this internationalization. And there is a constant stress between a short-term neoliberal approach to a long-term comprehensive approach, right? People are talking about it. So more emphasis on connecting internationalization with SDG goals and all those things are coming. And these are the impacts we are already having for this kind of issue.
Thank you, Anirban. Tatiana, exactly 1 minute, please.
Yes, conflicts are increasing, unfortunately, tragically, but it doesn't mean that we should stop striving for building harmony and peaceful coexistence. The emphasis should be on such aspects like preventive diplomacy, like I mentioned in my introductory speech, to inculcate skills and qualities like acceptance, tolerance, mutual understanding. So the focus should be on these aspects. And like I said, preventive diplomacy also is an important aspect within the domain of international relations. Thank you.
Thank you. Akhil? Please unmute yourself, Akhil.
Sir, I also, thank you, sir. Yeah, I also agree with creating an enabling ecosystem for exchange of ideas, discussions, and dialogue, to address all these conflicts. I mean, and second is also, it's very important and pertinent to have exposure to cultural sensitivity and also regional traditions while addressing all these issues. It's very important to generate those sensitivity towards different aspects of culture and traditions, and also issues, whether it's regional issues or global issues among the student body. So we need to have better training modules and better curriculum to address these global issues, and also modulate the dialogue in a way that it makes more sense for the common good.
Thank you. So far be it for me to conclude or make concluding remarks, but because that is absolutely impossible on a complicated subject like this. But two thoughts. I think one, I've not heard anybody say that international education or soft power or public diplomacy is useless. So we need to continue with those. I think we just don't see enough of an impact. So it's a question of making it more useful, if you like. I thought a number of concrete suggestions have been made about cultural sensitivity training, about really trying to understand the other person's point of view, about trying to see that students develop not just an international outlook in terms of clothes and food consumption, but also in their thinking. So I would leave it at that. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for a fascinating panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Starting.
Great.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the inaugural session of the 4th World University Summit organized by OP Jindal Global University. I extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and members of the audience who have joined us today. Our theme for this year's summit is Universities of the Future, a global partnership for social justice and sustainable development. I'm delighted to share that during this 3-day-long summit, comprising more than 25 thematic sessions, we are joined by representatives from 20 countries, more than 100 leading universities from across the world, and over 225 higher education thought leaders. Today, as we begin our inaugural session, I'm delighted to share that we are joined by Dr. Subhas Sarkar, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India, as our chief guest today. Welcome, sir. I am also so pleased to welcome Dr. Ashwin Fernandes, Executive Director, Quacquarelli Simmons, India, Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General Association of Indian Universities, Professor Dr. Vinder S. Chauhan, former Chairman, University Grants Commission, Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, Founding Vice Chancellor, OP Jindal Global University, and Professor Dabiru Sridhar Patnaik, Registrar, OP Jindal Global University. Welcome and thank you for joining us this morning. As we begin our inaugural session, I invite Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, Founding Vice Chancellor, OP Jindal Global University, to please present the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Surabhi. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you who have logged in from different parts of the world. I would like to welcome all of you to this 3-day World University Summit organized by the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building of OP Jindal Global University. This year, we have envisioned the summit to be a hybrid event commencing with 2 days of 25 virtual thematic sessions, concluding with the Higher Education Leaders Conclave physically at JGU's University campus at Sonipat on Wednesday, 21st February. I would like to begin by expressing my heartfelt and deep gratitude to the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Shri Subhas Sarkar. Dr. Sarkar has been a great champion for higher education. I deeply appreciate him gracing this occasion with his benign presence. It is the support and encouragement and inspiration of leaders like Dr. Sarkar that has been the driving force behind our mission to build the future of India and indeed the future of the world through education. I am deeply grateful to our guest of honor and I dare say friends of JGU, Dr. Ashwin Fernandes, Executive Director, QS Quacquarelli Simmons, Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, and Professor Dr. Vinder Chauhan, former Chairman, University Grants Commission, besides my colleague Registrar, Professor Sridhar Patnaik. Thank you for always believing in our vision to become a world-class university, creating truly transformative leaders. The World University Summit has been conceptualized by OP Jindal Global University with the vision to create a platform for universities worldwide to come together to help shape and transform the universities of the future. A tradition started during the pandemic in 2020, the summit has been held in the virtual mode for the convenience of international speakers. Our first virtual summit in 2020 congregated 80+ thought leaders from 55+ countries and colleges representing 15 countries and 55 universities. Our second summit in 2021 congregated over 150+ thought leaders from 100+ universities and colleges worldwide across 25 countries in the world. In light of India's presidency of the G20, the summit in 2023 on Universities of the Future, building institutional resilience, social responsibility, and community impact in G20 countries convened 160 plus thought leaders from 100 plus universities and colleges representing all member countries of the G20. This year, the fourth edition of the World University Summit aims to expand our platform to bring together university leaders from around the world to envisage the universities of the future for a global partnership for social justice and sustainable development. In the current climate of evolving social, political, technological, and economic landscapes, the entire world is faced with a pivotal challenge of reimagining the role of universities than ever before. Technological advancements, pedagogical and disciplinary innovations, academic research combined with globalization and deeper social engagement are now changing the very essence of and the functioning of higher education institutions. Institutional reform in this direction would inevitably require risk-taking, innovation, and learning from the past. The national education policy in India has provided a new impetus for this type of reform. Hence, it's important that universities across the world come together to find their collective consciousness and utilize the intellectual capital to pave way for global partnership, accentuating social justice and sustainable development. We need to reimagine the universities of the future to strengthen their vision and commitment towards institutional resilience, social responsibility, and community impact. Therefore, given the aim to create truly global perspectives, I am humbled to share with you that this summit will bring together over 225 academic and university leaders with representation from 20 countries and 6 continents to discuss the universities of the future and their role in building this resilience and social justice and sustainable development. We will be in the presence of institutional leaders from over 100 leading universities, including 85 vice-chancellors, provosts, rectors, registrars, presidents, vice presidents, deputy presidents, founding deans, and executive deans. Over 25 thematic sessions have been carefully crafted to ensure that we deliberate on the most important topics that are the need of this hour. To ensure a well-rounded perspective, we will also have leaders from global organizations, including from the Association of Commonwealth Universities, the Association of American Universities and Colleges, Cocker-Simmons, and the World Bank. On the third and final day, the summit will culminate with the Higher Education Leaders Conclave, physically organized in partnership with Dr. Preetham Singh Foundation, to be held on our campus. We'll be hosting some of the world's leading scholars in the field of higher education, including the one and only Professor Dr. Philip Alpack, Professor Emeritus, Center for International Higher Education, Boston College, United States, Professor Dr. Shailendra Raj Mehta, President and Director of MICA, Professor Dr. Bhushan Padwardhan, former Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission. The conclave will facilitate debates and discussions among 100 vice chancellors and higher education leaders from the Delhi NCR on the evolving role of universities in championing social justice and sustainable development. Since 2020, we have hosted over 120 presidents, vice chancellors, provosts, and rectors from leading universities from countries across 6 continents of the world. It has truly been a remarkable journey from conceptualizing the idea of a World University Summit in the midst of the pandemic to witnessing this incredible gathering of minds dedicated to shaping the future of education every year. Over the past 4 years, we have achieved an impressive feat from hosting over 80 thought leaders in 2022 to convening over 225 thought leaders in 2024. Let me quickly bring this moment to the Indian context. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, outlined the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047 on 11th December 2023 with a focus on empowering the youth of India. Remarkably, he chose the opportunity to outline this vision during a workshop that was hosted by the governors of all states of India in the presence of the government's education establishment, including the ministers, secretaries of education, and vice chancellors of universities and higher education institutions across the country. The Prime Minister was conscious of the fact that the Viksit Bharat 2047 can only be fulfilled if we focus on empowering our universities and higher education institutions. I believe that for our universities and higher education institutions to fulfill the vision of Viksit Bharat in 2047, while celebrating the 100th anniversary of our independence, we need to seek fundamental and radical change in the governance of Indian universities and higher education institutions. The first and foremost is that we need to recognize the importance of development, and development of its people is connected to development of its institutions. The top 20 countries which have been ranked in the United Nations Development Programme's Human Development Index are Switzerland, Iceland, Australia, Sweden, Germany, Finland, Belgium, Canada, Luxembourg, and Japan. The population of all these 10 countries put together is nearly 310 million. India's population is nearly 5 times more of the population of all these top 10 countries in the world. This will be our biggest challenge and also our greatest opportunity. The concept of development is evolutionary, as expressed in the declaration entitled Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And I quote, "Sustainable development recognizes that eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions, combating inequality within and among countries, preserving the planet, creating sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, and fostering social inclusion are linked to each other and are interdependent," unquote. It is clearly recognized both within India and at the international level that development in all its forms and manifestations is about people. So the Viksit Bharat at 2047 is about the development of the people of India. Since more than 70% of India or the youth of India, the Honorable Prime Minister has focused his and the government's attention towards the youth, focusing on their education and empowerment. The empowerment of youth will have to be undertaken by the universities and higher education institutions in India. It is in these institutions that the future of India is built due to the extraordinary demographic dividend, where we have 1 billion plus people who are less than 35 years of age and are seeking education and employment. At the dawn of Indian independence, our life expectancy was approximately 32. And today, after 76 years of independence, our life expectancy has reached 72. The United Nations estimated that by 2100, India's life expectancy will be 82. This essentially means that when most parts of the Western world and the Eastern world, including United States, China, and Japan, will become older, India will be younger and will be younger for a longer time. Young Indians will be shaping the future of India and indeed the future of the world. This requires tenacity, leadership, and transformation of India's youth, all of which will depend upon how our universities and higher education institutions will shape their mindset. Second, a developed nation needs world-class universities. Viksit Bharat at 2047 should recognize that the developed nations of the world have historically prioritized the growth and development of their universities and higher education institutions. The leading universities of the developed world have been beacons of excellence in teaching, research, and capacity building. They attract the finest minds to be faculty and students and have nurtured excellence for centuries. Indian history and civilization heritage had Nalanda, Takshila, Vikramshila, and other such institutions over 2000 years ago, which played a leadership role in educational excellence. I have consistently argued that no developed country in the world has achieved that status without a large number of world-class universities that have driven the educational imagination of these societies. Viksit Bharat at 2047 has a direct and substantial correlation to India's aspirations for nurturing world-class universities. The top 200 universities ranked by the QS World University Rankings in 2024 has predominance of higher education institutions present in developed societies. Over 160 universities among the top 200, that is 80% of the universities, are located in developed countries of the world. It needs to be noted that among the 10 developing countries whose universities are represented in these rankings, there are 8 from China, 5 from Malaysia, and only 2 from India. 2 major policy initiatives in the higher education sector promoted by the Government of India in the last decade has a direct and inextricable link to the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047. The first major policy initiative is the National Education Policy 2020. NEP 2020 has provided the foundation for Viksit Bharat 2047 and will significantly help us work towards achieving these goals and aspirations. However, we need to understand and strengthen our institutional mechanisms for implementing NEP 2020. Second is the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister when he articulated the idea of institutions of eminence. Prime Minister Moti in 2017, while speaking at the centenary celebrations of Patna University, India's 7th oldest university, essentially made a very important point and lamented that no Indian institution was ranked among the top leading universities in the world. He challenged the educational establishment of India when he asked, and I quote, "Isn't it a slur on us? Shouldn't the situation change in a country that has had unmatched legacy in the field of education with institutions like Nalanda, Vikramshila, and many more?" He asked. The Honorable Prime Minister further observed, quote, "We will provide assistance to 10 private universities and an equal number of government ones. All these universities have to do is to demonstrate their potential to become world-class," unquote, and he announced. Both these outstanding public policy initiatives, I believe, have the potential to help India nurture the establishment and development of world-class universities. As I conclude, the developed nations of the world have created a research ecosystem that helps them to address the big problems of our time. Research-driven economies and societies are better suited to address complex issues of our society. While new technologies are being created at a fast pace that most nations are not able to comprehend and keep pace with, the power of artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning, including generative AI, will fuel the future of education, employment, and development. Unfortunately, at this point of time, our universities are not adequately prepared to embrace this impending change. It is not just the technology that needs upgradation, but it is the entire regulatory architecture, including laws, rules, regulations, ethics, and compliance mechanisms associated with the role of technology that requires a total reimagination. Developed nations need enlightened and progressive regulations that govern higher education and universities. Indian universities and Indian higher education institutions need to be freed from the shackles of regulation for them to achieve their fullest potential. Viksit Bharat at 2047 needs empowerment of its universities and HEI so that they can become more innovative and truly Atmanirbhar. I propose the establishment of the Prime Minister's Advisory Council on Universities with a focus on fulfilling the vision and mission of Viksit Bharat at 2047. The members of the council could include the Vice Chancellors of leading public and private universities in the country. The council should directly be advising the Prime Minister on the role and responsibilities of universities as catalysts for change and impacting the future of India. Indian universities need to be reimagined with a focus on institutional excellence, research impact, holistic education that will empower the youth of India. I want to express my deep gratitude to all of you, the esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, our international partners, friends, and well-wishers from all around the world who have helped us reaching this very important milestone of the 4th edition of the World University Summit. Your dedication, support, and encouragement have been the driving force behind the summit success. I also take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to the students, faculty, and staff members of JGU whose invaluable contributions have laid the foundations for this success. Over the next 3 days, let us come together and find our creative and collective consciousness, reimagine the universities of the future, and strengthen our role as actors of social change. It's also a very special day for me personally as I complete 15 years as Vice Chancellor of Hopi Jindal Global University. And I also take this moment to thank all of you for your trust and your confidence in my leadership, but more importantly, to be able to be colleagues and fellow travelers in this journey of institutional reimagination of Indian universities. Thank you for being with us, and I truly look forward to having all of you with us across these 3 days. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your powerful words and for sharing such concrete goals. I now invite Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, Executive Director, QS Quacquarelli Simmons, India, to please share the special address. Over to you, Dr. Fernandez.
Thank you so very much. A very good morning to everybody joining. First and foremost, to Dr. Subhash Sarkar, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India, to our dear friend and host, Professor Dr. Raj Kumar, the founding Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University, to our guest of honors, Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, and Professor Dr. Vinder Chauhan, the former chairperson of University Grants Commission, and finally, Professor Sridhar Patnaik, the Registrar at OP Jindal Global University, and all of you who are joining us today. It's a wonderful morning, and I'm so happy to join not just for the 4th World University Summit, but also to celebrate the 15 years that we are celebrating today for Professor Raj Kumar. When I got the message from Professor Raj last evening. I was so overjoyed that this kind of coincides with the summit, and I wish Professor Raj all the very best to take the institution even further through the next many years and greater heights for the institution. The theme of this summit is very apt. It says, Universities of the Future, a global partnership for social justice and sustainable development. So in the current landscape of higher education, the traditional university model, we've always argued, has or will become extinct, and of course stands at the brink of a major transformation. So as we navigate the current complexities of how our world is changing, COVID has changed it to a greater extent, and we expect it to change in the next coming years. The future of universities demands that we reimagine its role, its structure, and also its basic methodology of what do we call a university. So first and foremost, let us tackle the two themes around which the summit has been designed. First is on social justice. And universities have the power to be great equalizers. And definitely to achieve this for social justice, we should ensure that universities have their doors open to all, regardless of socioeconomic status, race, gender, or even nationality. On sustainable development, the future of our planet demands urgent action, and universities are definitely uniquely positioned to lead this charge. Now, this involves not just teaching sustainability, but embedding it through research, campus operations, and community engagement. So, to become the university of the future, encompassing social justice and sustainable development, we need to understand and explore the basic principle of the output, that is the students and their ever-changing job roles and skills. So for that, let us try to understand the World Economic Forum's latest report on the future of jobs 2023, which says that 69 million jobs will be created in the next few years, which are of course driven by technology and the green transition. But these gains will be offset by 83 million jobs, which will be put at risk by economic pressures and automation. So that means, dear friends, that 1/4 of today's jobs will be redundant in the next 5 years. Yes, in the next 5 years. Now, recruitment managers, talent acquisition heads from various tech companies have definitely their fingers on the pulse of the evolving criteria for employability, but universities have to stay connected to the industries to embrace this opportunity. So in order to meet and become the university of the future, let me summarize the 6 most important and emerging trends and potential trajectories that universities need to embrace today to become a university of tomorrow. And we already see some of these trends being embedded into the National Education Policy 2020, which is the brainchild of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi. So the first most important change is embracing the dynamic learning ecosystem. A university of the future will transcend the confines of a physical campus, but will definitely not make it redundant. It will embrace digital platforms, immersive technologies to create a dynamic learning ecosystem. Now, online learning, blended and in-person experiences will continue and grow, but will offer greater flexibility, accessibility, catering to a diverse learner needs. We are already seeing the revolutionary Apple Vision Pro glasses making a revolution in many parts of the world today, how it's changing the VR experience. But in the next few years, that's going to take a notch up into VR, augmenting it with augmented reality, and along with artificial intelligence, which will enrich the educational experience, fostering engagement and interactivity. So first, in this case, is embracing this dynamic learning ecosystem. The second is implementing lifelong learning and micro-credentials at the university. So for a student, a typical career path currently is to attend a university, front-load formal learning, and use the same skills in the same industry, if not the same company, for the next 40 years. But that is set to change because of the shifts in technology, trade, labor markets, and other factors, which mean that a job for life concept is dwindling in favor of less traditional employment relationships. Now, the University of the Future must embrace the concept of lifelong learning, where education is a continuous process rather than a one-time endeavor. Universities in the future will offer bite-sized, flexible courses, also which are known as micro-credentials today, throughout the journey of the individual, allowing them to upskill or reskill through their careers. Now, this approach will address the ever-evolving demands of the job market and empower individuals to remain relevant in a rapidly changing world. The third most important area is integrating global connectivity. Now, we are seeing it to an extent currently. And what is global connectivity? For that, let's try to understand the UNESCO data, which is available by the UNESCO Institute of Statistics, where an estimated 120 million people will be in higher education by 2030, with 2.3 million of those studying abroad. So, as a result of this, universities and B schools both will begin to offer a wide range of degree programs that they traditionally offer, but allowing students to study at a time and pace that suits them. With study options going as far as blended learning, students will definitely have the option to pick and choose how many online courses, how many on-campus courses they could spend, and perhaps spend the first year studying on campus before transferring abroad for a semester at a partner university, and then finishing the degree online, hence embracing global connectivity. So the University of the Future will have this at the center of it and will cultivate the diverse and inclusive learning environment, transcending geographical borders. The fourth is co-locating with industries. The University of the Future will be a place where universities and industries are co-located and collaborate on projects that solve real-world problems. They'll become precincts of innovation and actively apply research for community impact. As industries and universities form deeper partnerships, of course, students will benefit from university-based accelerator programs, incubators, where ideas are stimulated and translated into commercial businesses much faster than what we are currently seeing. The fifth is integrating interdisciplinary collaboration. We are already seeing that with the NEP emphasizing this. The future universities will prioritize interdisciplinary collaboration as a catalyst for innovation and problem solving. So the current siloed disciplinary boundaries will blur, fostering synergies across fields and perspectives. Collaborative research initiatives tackling global challenges such as climate change and public health will define the ethos of universities as engines of societal progress. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the last most important is nurturing ethical leadership and social responsibility. So universities of the future will be holding a pivotal role in nurturing ethical leadership. And we can already see what has happened on the financial streets, what has happened everywhere in the world today with the leadership being questionable in certain areas. So universities will be at the core of nurturing both leadership and social responsibility among students and faculty. Emphasizing, of course, sustainability, social justice, ethical decision-making. Hence, these institutions will integrate these principles into the curriculum, research agendas, campus operations, and the overall theme of the university, fostering a culture of responsible stewardship. So as I end today, I would like to say that the future of universities is positioned at an intersection of innovation, inclusivity, impact, embracing digital transformation and fostering interdisciplinary collaboration and prioritizing lifelong learning. The University of the Future can fulfill their mandate as drivers of knowledge creation and social advancement in the 21st century and beyond. As we embark on this journey, let us envision universities not merely as universities of higher learning, but as vibrant hubs of creativity, compassion, and collective endeavor. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really happy to be with you all today and to make this crisp opening address. Thank you again to our dear friend Prof. Raj for thinking of me to make this statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fernandes, for sharing such a solid vision, which is instrumental to developing universities of the future. I now invite Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General Association of Indian Universities, to please share the special address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Surabhi. Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations to Raj for completing 15 glorious years as Vice Chancellor of Jindal Global University. As I always say, you are an institution builder, and you have built this institution from a very, very small organization to the almost a world-class university today. So congratulations to you. Our Honorable Minister of State, very loving Minister of State, Dr. Subhash Sarkarji, Dr. Virendra Chauhan, who has been the chairman of UGC, which has been my parent office, Dr. Ashwin Fernandes, the ED Executive Director for the QS ranking, a much sought after ranking. Others on the dais, the Vice Chancellors and the participants from the, say, 20 countries, which Raj informed, who have joined us today. A very good morning, afternoon, and good evening to all of you. I would like to thank Raj, not only for inviting me to give an address over here, but also for organizing this World Education Summit year after year. This is the 4th summit, and on a very, very pertinent topic. So today we are talking about the future of the universities and the role they play in fostering global partnerships for social justice and sustainable development. Very, very important topic indeed. And that is why at Association of Indian Universities around 2 years back, we devoted a full year on the theme that how the universities can contribute in the realization of sustainable development goals. So we have a very big full-fledged report, which with one chapter on each SDG, 17 chapters are there, that how universities can contribute, why India is still very low in the SDG ranking. It is around between 110 and 120, it lies for the last 3-4 years. So how can we improve our ranking? How can we realize the SDGs faster with the help of the universities? So in these next 10 minutes, I will delve into the challenges we face, the opportunities that lie ahead, and the imperative for universities to lead the way in addressing these issues through collaboration and innovation. So we all know that we are living in an era of unprecedented change. Now that unprecedented change includes many, many issues like climate change, rapid urbanization, technological disruptions, socioeconomic inequalities, and many, many more complex challenges are there which are confronting our world. So these issues are not only confined to the national borders, not only to India, they are global in nature and they require collective action to solve. In this context, universities have a critical role to play as hubs of knowledge creation, innovation, and collaboration. First, we'll come to climate change. So one of the key challenges we face is climate change. The scientific consensus is clear. We are facing a climate emergency that requires urgent and decisive action. Universities, with their wealth of expertise in the fields ranging from environmental science to policy analysis, are uniquely positioned to contribute to solutions. However, no single university or no single country can tackle climate change alone. We need to forge partnerships that transcend borders and disciplines, bringing together researchers, policymakers, businesses, civil societies, and then only we can develop and implement effective strategies for mitigation and adaptation. We need to create awareness among the students because we have 4 crore students in our higher education ecosystem. So we can create awareness among the students regarding climate change. We can request them or sort of promote that they can follow good practices to conserve energy, to protect environment. We can ensure that our universities, their own campuses, are zero carbon footprint campuses. They can be using effectively the solar energy, converting biomass into energy and so on. And then they can do a lot of research on sustainable development, on climate change. So like this, there are many, many ways in which the universities can contribute. Now, in addition to climate change, we also face pressing challenges in areas such as poverty, inequality, and access to education and healthcare. These challenges are, again, deeply interconnected, and addressing them requires a holistic approach that recognizes the complex web of social, economic, and environmental factors at play. Once again, universities have a crucial role to play in fostering interdisciplinary research and collaboration to tackle these issues from multiple angles. Also, universities must recognize the importance of engaging with the stakeholders beyond academia. I mean, they have to engage with many, many people apart from their own academia, means their own institutions, students, faculty, other universities. They also have to engage with the governments. They have to engage with the businesses. They have to engage with the civil society organizations. They have to engage with the local communities. And then they can have valuable insights and resources to contribute to the sustainable development agenda. By forging partnerships with these stakeholders, universities can ensure that their research and innovation are not only relevant, but also accessible and actionable. Furthermore, universities must embrace a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship to drive sustainable development. This includes supporting research and development of new technologies, promoting technology transfer, nurturing the next generation of social entrepreneurs and change makers. And the universities, they can be providing students with opportunities to apply their knowledge in real world settings and encourage them to think creatively and critically. This is a very, very important role which the university can play. So universities can cultivate a new generation of leaders, because all the young population is with the university. University, as Raj was also saying, that the demographic dividend is in our favor. We have the young population in the universities. Therefore, universities can create a new generation of leaders who are equipped to tackle the complex challenges of the 21st century. In addition to research and innovations, universities also have a vital role to play in education and capacity building. Capacity building of the teachers, capacity building of the students, capacity building of the community. By integrating sustainability principles into their curricula and promoting global citizenship and cross-cultural understanding, universities can empower students to become agents of change in their own communities and even beyond. Furthermore, universities can offer training and capacity building programs to equip professionals with the skills and knowledge needed to address sustainability challenges in their respectives. So when I was in the university, this BPS Women University, we had a center called Center for Society, University Interface and Research. And then in the curriculum, I mean, we used to have some add-on courses like community engagement, or there was a course on I forgot the name, microfinancing and all. So there we were saying that within the curriculum also, we can make such changes so that the universities can for example, say chemistry students, they do the salt analysis in the classroom. In addition to the salt analysis, they can do the soil analysis to tell the farmers what is deficient in their soil, what nutrient is missing. Can they do the water analysis to know which hand pump water is good for drinking and which is not? Can the geography students do the geomapping? Can the history students do the history of the villages around their community? So like this, if you include it in the curriculum, if you integrate sustainability in their curriculum, that can help a lot, and the community engagement can be very, very broad and very, very effective. So in conclusion, the future of universities lies in their ability to embrace global partnerships for sustainable development. By working together across borders and disciplines, universities can harness the power of collective action to drive positive change and build a more sustainable and equitable world for future generations. Let us all seize this opportunity to transform our universities into catalysts for global progress and prosperity. And I know that this can be done, but the universities have to take effective steps for that. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity, Ramesh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mittal, for such thorough insights into how we can align all 17 SDGs with our immediate roles and responsibilities as university stakeholders. I am now pleased to invite Professor Dr. Vinder S. Chauhan, former Chairman, University Grants Commission, to please present the keynote address. Over to you, Dr. Chauhan.
Dr. Sarkar, Raj, my fellow panelists, and all those who have joined this session. Raj, Ashwin, and Pankaj have said almost everything that one would like to say, and I don't really want to repeat any of those. I want to imagine myself as a university. If I'm a university and I'm now being asked to design something which will address very wide, complex matter of social injustice and sustainable development that is being talked about for the past 30 years, I would be a confused system. I would very quickly I've changed what I would want to say completely because I don't want to repeat what Raj has said. I would like to look at myself at what I was, what I am, and what I'm expected to be. What I was I successful? I'll go back to the last century and trace myself, let's say, in early 1900. I went through 2 wars, world wars. I went through amazing success in physics in the early part of the century. Amazing successes in chemistry all happened on my campuses. We produced synthetic rubber, polymers, changed life. In the next 20 years, we started learning what we are, how the life, so biology took over. The structure of DNA was solved in my campus. And huge amount of fundamentally important research, knowledge creation, dissemination, and accessing that knowledge was created by earlier avatar. I moved myself into 80s. Many things happened between 80s and 90s. And to cut a long story short, all of you, this may not be something which is acceptable to everybody, but this is what I feel as a university, that education was being sought by very large numbers suddenly. So GERs, which were in single digit, became in double digit, crossed 50, crossed 80, crossed 90 in certain countries. The demand on my campus was huge. And without anybody realizing, the accessing of what I had to offer beginning to become a commodity because there were too many people accessing what I had. What I had was very successful. What I needed to offer, and then 2-3 things happened at the same time, which are entirely irreversible. That was advent of information technology, internet, and then the rest followed. Cheap flights, what I could offer became truly globalized. I then, in turn, had to look at the same pool of students. I had to compete with my fellow structures for the faculty to be hired. I had to compete for funding internationally. This, unfortunately, coalesced with my earlier avatar, the state funded all what I did. I educated people, not necessarily skilled people. I educated people on my campuses and let them go to the society, and they serve the society. In fact, if you look at some of the older versions of university, their motto would say, come here, be educated, and then go and serve the society. That was the underscore of a university. Today, when I hear someone like Ashwin or even Raj, you would hear job creation, industry alignment, as if university has taken up on itself to find job for everybody that comes to me. And this tension then comes down into the next century, and then universities suddenly are charged with providing research, innovation, skilling people, finding jobs, dealing with the industry. So I think my old avatar has completely changed, where the knowledge was created for the sake of knowledge. disseminated with people who, and then educated people to go and serve the society. It becomes very important now for the topic that Raj has chosen, or Jindal University has chosen, social injustice. India, I think I'll take 2 minutes to talk about India later on, but let me just continue the future of university itself. What is the present of university? Present of the university is that education, like it or not, is a commodity. It is a brand. It is being branded on daily basis. That's how you begin to bring the grading of university, A university being better than B, discourages university to collaborate freely because I need my scores to go up. This is not willfully done. It is simply has happened. Although university I have always remained strong. I'll just take one example, what can be done, what has been done, and what will be done. In the COVID time, if you look around, the first response to deal with COVID came from nowhere else. It came from the universities. The vaccine that got created in one university in Oxford is the one which immunized 60% of the world. So university has in itself to deal with the problem of societies when the trouble comes. But am I being allowed to do what I want? Or have I, without knowingly, got into a space where I have to compete with many of my kind? In India, I think India has been extremely successful. You can say, what about our Indian system, the second largest system? I have taught for 50 years. I'm absolutely breathless about what India has been able to achieve. I'm not talking about, top 200 university and IOEs and so on. I'm simply talking about from 120,000 students in higher education to 40 million people in higher education. It's a heady mix of a high entropy system. I personally am not too worried about what rankings we have, rankings we don't have. The policies of government of India, successive governments, including definitely the present government, is about accessing this commodity that I have. And I choose to call it commodity. Many, many places, this access is simply not there. And I'm talking about 2024, when 7 out of 10 people actually still do not access higher education. So Raj was absolutely right. The future of Indian university, the expansion of Indian university, technologically, otherwise, will be just, I find it hard to imagine if we get to a GER of, let's say, 70, which we should, and the present government is absolutely keen to do so. I imagine there's a huge system. What I can't understand is to bringing social injustice when we talk about job creation, having cells to find jobs, industry. Social injustice, an idea of social injustice will come from what you inculcate, not necessarily what you skill. What you educate your very large number of students. Let's say our GR goes to 50%. We are looking at a very large number of young people who will come to our campuses. Can we educate them? Both sustainable development and social injustice is part of good quality education, not necessarily ability to find a good job. Can we create within our campuses a sense of empathy, sense of helping everybody else, going out, being privileged to have had higher education? Do you have a sense of responsibility? Can you help your neighbor? Can you help your village? I think unless you did that, there is no magic, something you can drop and university can address social injustice. The way we are geared right now, I mean, anywhere in the world, if you look at, barring the places where the wars are being fought, anywhere you look at, you'll find inequality is on the increase. It is not on the decrease. No economic system has provided answer to them. Does university have strength to do so? I think university have talent to do so. I think university can create awareness, can do research, can do innovation. But how do you actualize it? Take, for example, something which you put as sustainable development. If you talk sustainable development seriously, you'll come to very quickly through the funnel that we should have energy systems which are renewable, because any development, as I understand, I personally thought sustainable development is an oxymoron. But let's say it is not. And we can depend on technology as much as you want to depend on. But on our campuses, the awareness that sustainable development can only happen when personal behavior changes. And if a large number of people are going to come to our campus and you can inculcate sense of empathy, sense of fairness, sense of togetherness, and personal behaviors. And I've been watching this space for a very long time. Even in COPA 27, we are still arguing with all the power of all the university in the world, having produced data, produced information, we are still arguing whether fossil fuel create problem for the environment or not. I thought we had dusted that long time back. If ozone layers have to be repaired, a university coming together can't do that. We can produce knowledge. So I'll go back to my original point, what I was, what I am, what I want to be. I should be allowed to create knowledge for the knowledge's sake. I should be allowed to share knowledge with everybody. I should allow to debate, disagree. From those patterns will come what will filter down will be something that will be acceptable to all. Above all, I think we need to get back to define university as a places of education. Our kids will be with us for 4 years. Faculties have to make sure that this is what early university did. They got people come from all walks of life, put them together. Some became lawyers, some became doctors, some became civil servants, some became school teachers or whatever. I think we need to rejig that. Can future university collaborate? Can they come together? I hope so. I hope they won't worry about individual rankings. I hope they will share information very, very freely. I gave you an example. All the testing done initially for COVID was done in the universities because the problem came so suddenly. Universities have answers for them, will have answers. So I'm going to just stop saying that future of something as complex as social injustice and climate change affecting this will really, to my mind, at my age, I think it really can come from educating people and their personal behaviors. If we can drive a small car, we may not need to drive an SUV. If I can work at 24 degrees, then I don't have to have air conditioner at 18 degrees. This is what needs to be put into young people's head. And I think it's not very difficult. I think universities can come together. University can publish together, university can share together, a technological advance. If we believe that science will solve all problems, and then we can sit back, I think that will be hurtful. That will not be the right. No technology that I know has come without a baggage. All technology, whether it's AI or mRNA or cutting a DNA, it comes with a baggage. But the changing in social behavior, addressing the problem, removing, helping, will come from the university. These ideas have to be generated in the university and shared with everyone. So I'm going to just stop here by saying that universities will continue to have very important role to play, but they have to be allowed to play that role. They have to be funded enormously much more if you want innovation. If you want people to be educated, I think states have to fund the university like they used to do when I was in my previous avatar. all universities are funded by state. And now as the private universities come up, there are some very fine examples. One of them is right now JGU. They'll have to inbuild within them this private university structure sees to address the question of social injustice. Access, freely access. My last comment I want to make, I'm currently working with some of the very poor schools in Delhi. It's a very personal, not knowledge is what I gather. I am working in some of the schools where when I look at, let's say, 100 kids at random, not more than 1 or 2 actually make it to the university. I'm talking about 2024. Future university will make sure that these children have access to it. I think university have to come together. All future university must come together and address it collectively. And very finally, educating our students is more important than finding jobs for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chauhan, for your most thought-provoking words. I am delighted to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India. Dr. Sarkar, I request you to please address the audience. Thank you.
Suprabhatam. Good morning. G'day. Guten Morgen. Bonjour. Shuv Bakhair. Buongiorno. Ohio. And Kalai Vanakkam. Warm greetings to all. Professor Dr. C. Raj Kumar, founding Vice Chancellor of O.P. Jindal Global University from India. Dr. Asheen Fernandez, Executive Director, QS Quarterly Cements. Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who is the Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities. Professor Dr. Vinder S. Chauhan, former Chairman, University Grants Commission. Professor W. Sridhar Patnaik, Registered O.P. Jindal Global University, India. All the Vice Chancellors from different countries participating in this summit. Distinguished professors, academics, ladies and gentlemen, as well as my dear students. I'm glad to be here to inaugurate the 3-day virtual 4th World University Summit organized by O.P. Jindal Global University. The theme of the summit is Universities of the Future, a global partnership for social justice and sustainable development. This two topic is very important. There is one is the social justice, another is sustainable development. And this is relevant at the time as right now the world is undergoing a major transformation. I would like to say that the great legacy of our rich traditions and culture encompasses the concepts, principles, and theories to guide people in having a meaningful and satisfying life. All levels of education have their special importance and place. Education is an essential tool for the bright future of the world. I would like to share a quote by our Pujya Swami Vivekananda ji. We must have life building, man-making, and character assimilation of ideas. Dear friends, universities have an important role to play in the creation of the intellectual capital of a country. We have a long history of teaching and learning, and some of the milestones institutions of learning in our ancient India, where Takshashila, Nalanda, Vallavi, Sharadapit, Pushpagiri, Bihara, Udantapuri, Vikramashila, Shomapura, Mahavihara, Vikrampura Vihara, Jagaddala Mahavihara, and many more. These institutions practiced sciences, mathematics, Ayurveda, literature, economics, engineering, astronomy, and also human values, which compiles this social justice and sustainable development. I would like to add that this ancient tradition grew over millennia with the contribution of gurus and acharyas who helped students to evolve by inculcating human values, knowledge, and skills. I would like to talk about Vallavi Vidyapith. It was founded by the Maitraka dynasty of Saurashtra in 600 AD. The Maitraka dynasty ruled Saurashtra from 475 to 776 AD with their capital in Vallavi, now that is Bhavnagar in Gujarat. During its golden days, it was considered to be parallel to Nalanda University. Graduates of Vallavi Vidyapith were employed by the king to assist the government. It was like the campus placement of those times, just like UPSC. My dear friends, in the last few years, India has firmly established itself on the global radar, with countries across the world aiming for a strong and sustained presence here. The fundamentals of the economy, Indian economy, are strong and stable, and we are well on the path of Vikshit Bharat. The National Education Policy 2020 marks a significant milestone in this regard. The policy envisions a transformation of India's educational landscape with an emphasis on holistic development, multidisciplinary learning, and the integration of technology. It encourages critical thinking, creativity, and the cultivation of essential life skills in our students. Dear friends, India's higher education landscape is a vibrant tapestry that reflects the diversity and richness of our nation. Boasting over approximately 55,000 higher education institutions, catering to 40 million students, supported by 15 lakh teachers, India's higher education sector stands among the largest globally. The recent transformative reforms introduced through the National Education Policy 2020 aim to achieve a 50% gross enrollment ratio in higher education and elevate Indian universities into the top 100 in global ranking. The landscape of Indian higher education has undergone a profound transformation in recent decades, providing universal access to quality education is the key to India's continued ascent and leadership on the global stage in terms of economic growth, social justice, and equality. Scientific advancement also, national integration, and definitely cultural preservation. I am hopeful that India will have the highest population of young people in the world over the next decade, and our ability to provide high quality educational opportunities to them will determine the future of our country. I would like to add that Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji said, universities play a crucial role in giving direction to any nation. I would like to share that the current edition of the World University Summit has been conceptualized to create a platform for universities of countries to come together, to help. Help for what? To shape the universities of the future. This summit needs to reimagine the universities of the future in a way Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Continue, sir.
Possibly some part.
Just the last line, sir. The last line is, we missed the last line.
There is a commitment towards institutional resilience have been completed.
No,
Again,
sir. That's the line you can repeat, sir.
Yes, this summit needs to reimagine the universities of the future in a way that is, they can strengthen their commitment towards the institutional resilience, social responsibility, and also community impact. I would like to add that the global education development agenda reflected in the goal 4, that is SDG 4 of the Sustainable Development Goals adopted by India along with other countries in 2015. 6, to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. Such a goal will require the entire education system to be reconfigured to support and foster learning so that all of the critical targets and goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development can be achieved. This is where meetings such as World University Summits that you are organizing can be extremely useful in providing valuable inputs to policymakers. This is very important. Valuable inputs to policymakers and practitioners alike. Yes, I have been informed that around 100 universities and 200 speakers and more vice chancellors, professors, and academics, and all of them are participating in 25 thematic sessions over the next 3 days. This summit fosters an ethos of active engagement and collaboration from a diverse array of stakeholders, while serving as a beacon of innovation and change, catalyzing a paradigm shift in the way we envision and approach higher education. I sincerely hope this summit will produce substantive outcome during the forthcoming deliberation over the next 3 days. This year's theme will center around embracing digital innovation, promoting lifelong learning, ensuring inclusivity, encouraging entrepreneurship, facilitating interdisciplinary education, and enhancing the internationalization of higher education. The purpose of all education is Sarva Mukti, and that is liberation for all. It is this vision of Sarva Mukti that inspires our work, and we hope this program lays the foundation to generate useful outcome that can guide future generations. I'm sure that by following the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, will witness a transformation in the field of education by reviving the ancient knowledge system. Dear all, as our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji said, in Amrit Kal, our resolutions will be fulfilled by the unity of the whole country. Yes, I wish you all a very productive discussion over the next 3 days. And I would not make me stop by appreciating our Professor Virendra Chauhan's word. This is very important. If you think what he has told regarding social justice and sustainable development, I would like to add one thing as a take-home message or a subject which can be discussed, that is, to have these things in a proper way. Can I make a trial system which will include student, teacher, and also the parents? And how can we involve the parents? If we think the philosophy of our country, the different systems, that is the different customs which will be usually performed in our country. There's the relation between the seniors and juniors. At the same time, in the morning, what we do, we put some grains over the roof. We put water in a container over the roof. These very small things should be known to the whole world also. And identifying sustainable practices across the higher education ecosystem and ensuring that important stakeholders are satisfied with their experience is the key. At the end, I would like to congratulate all the organizers of the summit for this grand success in advance. Thank you all. Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarkar, for your important insights and vision. I now invite Professor Dabiru Sridhar Patnaik, Registrar, OP Jindal Global University, to please share the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Surabhi. Good morning, everyone. It's indeed my proud privilege to be here with each one of you and to propose a vote of thanks on this very special occasion of the 4th World University Summit 2024, organized by the OP Jindal Global University. We are honored to have with us this morning Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Minister of State for Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India, as our chief guest. Sir, we are indeed delighted to listen to your inspirational inaugural address, wherein you have emphasized upon the significant role higher education institutions could play in molding leaders of the future and thus contributing to nation building. Your presence is a clear affirmation of your commitment to the progressive need for higher education reforms in consonance with the NEP 2020, otherwise the National Education Policy 2020. In fact, your inspirational address has set the agenda for the deliberations over the course of the next 3 days. We sincerely thank you once again, sir, for your continuous guidance and support to the OP Jindal Global University and for taking time out to be here with us. We are also grateful to Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, Executive Director of the QS India, and Professor Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, for their insightful special address. Our sincere appreciation to them, not only for the invaluable perspectives on the significance of reimagining the role of universities, but also for laying emphasis on the need for global collaborations in higher education and the pivotal role that universities could play in shaping a more just and a sustainable world. We express our deepest gratitude to Professor Virendra Chauhan, former chairman of the University Grants Commission, for his keynote address and for offering insights into the evolving landscape of higher education and the need for collective action towards social justice and sustainable development. We are grateful to all three of them for your leadership in higher education and also for your constant support, guidance, and encouragement to the OP Jindal Global University over the years. I also take this moment to thank all our distinguished participants, our national and international knowledge partners for their belief in our vision as we embark on 3 days of intensive discussions and deliberations aimed at charting a course towards a more equitable, just, and sustainable future through the transformative power of higher education. I also take this moment to sincerely thank the leadership of the Vice Chancellor, the team at the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Development, and the team JGU, including all the faculty, staff, and students for their contribution to the success of the 4th edition of the World University Summit. Thank you once again, and we look forward to fruitful deliberations ahead. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Please
you, Dr.
take care.
Mittal. Thank you, Ashwin.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
joining.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please take care. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the OP Jindal Global University, I would like to welcome you to the third session of the World University Summit 2024 on Universities of the Future, a global partnership for social justice and sustainable development. The theme for this session is Responsible Research, Harnessing Knowledge Resources for Creating Tangible Social Impact. I would like to welcome and introduce the distinguished panelists who have joined us today for this session. We have here with us Professor Jan Martin, who's Vice Chancellor and President at the Deakin University, Professor Tony Travaglioni, who's Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Wollongong, Professor Zlatko Skribis, who's Vice Chancellor and President at the Australian Catholic University, Professor Kripa Shankar, who's Adjunct Professor at Indian Institute of Technology, India, and I, Arpita Gupta, who's Dean of Research at the OP Jindal Global University, will be moderating this session. The format of the discussion is as follows. First, we'll briefly introduce the session theme and then invite the panelists to share their thoughts on the theme and related issues in a Q&A format, followed by the audience questions. Research has great potential to create a positive social impact by generating new knowledge and innovative solutions to societal challenges. It is important that research activities align with ethical and legal standards and that they do not cause harm to individuals or communities. This entire process involves commitment to transparency, integrity, and accountability throughout the research process, from the design of the study to the dissemination of findings. Responsible practices can also help to build trust among all the stakeholders. This panel discussion will deliberate on this public good aspect of research. Now, I invite our panelists to share their thoughts on the session theme. Professor Martin.
Thank you very much indeed for the introduction, and it's great to be with you. This is a large and complex area, so I'm really just going to have a few sort of bullet point sentences to start with. I think for a university looking at this, the first point I would make is you need to be building the research ecosystem across the university so that you are not only focusing on solving solutions, but that you have sufficient discovery-based research to feed the pipeline of new ideas so that you're generating not just the solutions for now, but the solutions for the next decade. The second point I would make out is social impact covers a very, very wide range of areas, and I think we should embrace that. It can be local change. Your research makes a big difference locally on how a community group manages a local resource. It can be policy change, either at the area of local or state government. I would argue commercial outcomes, starting new companies, building local wealth is absolutely probably one of the most determinants of a high quality social impact. And then clearly there's applied change. Bringing your research into a teacher's classroom, bringing your research into the practice of a nurse on a hospital ward or an engineer in a company. It's not something that's easily measured, but it's actually something we should really, really value. In doing this, I think one of the key things you need to do is to have ways of both asking and answering the right questions. And that starts with really strong community engagement. Often you can characterize the university as being full of solutions in search of ideas and the outside world full of ideas and questions in search of solutions. And part of our job as a university is to act as the marriage broker so that we can actually begin to do that. And I think that is one of the most important pieces in harnessing that, and certainly in my career where I've had the most success in doing this. I think couple more points to make. Firstly, this isn't just about implementing evidence. It cannot simply be an evidence-based solution to changing the outside world, because the outside world doesn't work like that. We have to make sure that our research and our researchers know all of the tools and their place in changing the outside world. And often in policy, there is frustration because the researcher will sit there and say, well, this is really obvious. The evidence says. It is not always really obvious. And in parliamentary democracies, our researchers play a role in enhancing society, but so do the elected parliamentarians. And we have to recognize that that doesn't always line up with evidence-based. It might be evidence-informed, but ensuring that our researchers know how to engage and engage effectively with the machinery of change is also an important part of doing this responsibly. And finally, two other things. One, this is always multidisciplinary. So building a framework that brings together multidisciplinary teams. Most technology now, most of the big technology questions, the impediment is not the technology. The impediment is the local environment, the legal framework, the ability of the public to accept change/progress. And finally, you touched on it in your opening, ensuring that your university has the right ethical and infrastructure framework to support the decision-making, to support the engagement. So the guardrails are there for doing this well and doing this responsibly. I could talk for a lot longer, but I think the benefit of this is always in the conversation, so I'll stop at that point.
Thank you, Professor Martin. Professor Travaglioni, your thoughts on the theme?
Yes, thank you. And Professor Martin has covered the ground quite extensively, but perhaps one area that I didn't hear him cover, and my apologies, Professor Martin, if you have covered this and I just didn't pick it up, but that is the collaboration area. So if I can give you an example of what the University of Wollongong is doing, where it really emphasizes the high levels of collaboration that you require to really be successful in responsible research, then let me give you the example of the Antarctica Treaty. So you'll be familiar, perhaps, that this is a part of the world that a number of nations have really agreed to on how Antarctica will be managed, if that's the right word, by the world and particularly some significant nations. So that's set very much in agreement in terms of collaboration between nations. And we've seen some really significant advancements into Antarctica by countries like China, major investments in building for the future of Antarctica. But in terms of that understanding, that collaboration beyond individual countries working with other countries, there's also the collaboration which is required between one university and another university. Now, they can be obviously national universities or universities operating across borders. So if I give you the example of national universities, so how does the University of Wollongong collaborate across Australia to make success of everything in Antarctica? Typically, the funding for such collaboration occurs through what we call Australian Research Council grants. These are very prestigious grants, level 1 grants that occur. Typically, you get them. The big dollars come from universities working collaboratively with one another. So if you have a look at the ARC project that I'm particularly going to reference during this particular session, it's securing Antarctica's environmental future. If Antarctica does not go well, the rest of the world will not go well because rising sea levels, etc. So to make that work, a whole range of universities are a part of that collaboration. And then again, taking on Professor Martin's comment about cross-disciplinary research, we have engineers involved in this, we have AI experts, we have the tech people, we have maths and stats, we have the environmental science, and then we have law and policy. Because again, as Professor Martin has said, sometimes the technology can be actually pretty easy. It's actually getting the law and the policy and the communities, particularly national communities and international communities, to buy into the particular research. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I would also like to point out the collaborative research project that is ongoing between OP Jindal Global University and Wollongong. This is in the area of microplastics in Indonesia and ocean, and this is DFAT funded funding. So we have actually had multiple collaborative research projects with Wollongong and other universities in Australia. So thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Professor Skripis, your comments.
Yeah, thank you so very much. And look, it's wonderful to be able to build on comments from the two previous colleagues. And look, one of the things that I wanted to highlight is there are probably two kind of themes that emerge out of the title of this session that I would like to reflect upon very briefly. The first one is responsible research, and the second one is tangible social impact. I think it's important for us to say that universities, whether they are privately or publicly funded, have certain responsibility that goes beyond just simply conducting research. So we have a series of social responsibilities. We have a responsibility to serve the greater good, common good, whichever way you describe it. And for me, research in universities is inextricably linked to something bigger, something that transcends us all. Now, in terms of tangible social impact, what I would say by extension of my previous comments, I would say that if universities and research they conduct is really part of something bigger, then research must be impactful, and it must be impactful in a way that we can understand that impact and also measure it. So we have a really important responsibility to contribute to an overall improvement of the betterment of humanity. I mean, I know this sounds big, but I think I'm simply trying to point at the purpose of a modern, engaged, collaborative university that's emerging in this century. So universities have responsibility not just to make things bigger and better or smaller and faster. They also have responsibility to actually improve the understanding of the impact of research that we are conducting, understanding of one another, and understanding of our shared points of departure and points of arrival. Now, it's perhaps not surprising that I'm saying all these things. Our university has a very distinct and clear mission. That is the pursuit of knowledge, the dignity of the human person, and the common good. Now, what we are trying to do really is support flourishing lives, thriving communities, and ethical futures. Now, I can unpack that later, but I would probably say that our unique mission is probably reflected in both Deakin University and Wollongong University's mission. It's part of a contemporary fabric of a modern university, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Scribis. Now we can move on to the moderated Q&A part of the session. Our first question for the panel is, what are some initiatives or programs that your university has implemented to support researchers in conducting responsible research and translating their findings into evidence-based policies and programs? Professor Martin.
I may only touch on a bit of this. I think there's a lot of training support that we now give incoming researchers so that they are supported in the ethical and legal frameworks in which we have to carry out our research. The guardrails are there. There's a lot of sort of very practical day-to-day activities that take place year in, year out, new PhD students coming in, being inducted. So I think every university needs to look at that piece of the responsible research piece. There's a very boring but really important piece around this, around policy and making sure that the framework for data holding, all the other things that we have to do is absolutely right. Let's park the boring stuff. The much more interesting thing is then how do we start to encourage people to work together in this area? And I'm going to pull out one example, which is our Applied Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. Their goal is very much around the ethical and responsible use of AI. They are great AI scientists and engineers, but at the same time, they absolutely understand the power and responsibility that they have thinking about the next generation of application and everything else. And they are now engaging with the law faculty, with the health faculty, with engineering, with some of our government people in the School of Business around how do we do this? Because AI is one of those technologies that almost knows no boundaries, big potential, big hazard. And I think that is one of the great examples where if we do this well, we can play a really good role in the responsible adoption and dissemination of really great research.
Thank you, Professor Martin. Professor Travaglioni, your thoughts?
Yes, Professor Martin touched on one of the key outcomes of responsible research in his opening address, and that was the building of companies, in a sense, a commercialisation of research. So this is something that a number of Australian universities are really good at. They're particularly good at in terms of if they have almost a goal to transform their local communities. And I'm sure this will resonate with people in India. As a local economy changes, it might have been very reliant on some form of mining in the past, or some form of agriculture, some form of manufacturing. And as that economy changes, and we've seen those changes throughout many cities in the world, there's a need to really conduct research in a way where the innovations of that research are actually going to generate new companies, new technology, and critically important, new employment. So the University of Wollongong, for example, has a proud record to have an iAccelerate unit, which over a very small number of years has been responsible for over 300 companies being created, which then obviously have grown into significant organisations and have created significant employment. So I think that's just really one of the key outcomes. We've always got to look at those outcomes and say, you know, well, where does it all lead to? And as I said, you know, that's one of the key KPIs that you could look at and say, yes, that's got to be an expectation.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Scribes, your thoughts on the question?
Look, I was really pleased to hear that artificial intelligence was mentioned at the outset, because I think it provides such a great example of the complexity that we are facing in a modern university environment, but also in a modern society. Now, I would like to probably move into slightly different direction, and I know that the notion of community engagement was raised earlier. And I just wanted to say that we, at my university, we have the so-called Stakeholder Engaged Scholarship Unit. I know it's not the most attractive title, but the acronym is much better. Now, the reason why I wanted to highlight this is because this unit, the purpose of this unit is to facilitate community partner-initiated research projects that address community needs and desires. And I think what is beautiful and wonderful about this unit is that it really works very closely with community partners to both identify the problem as well as to roll out the solution. Now, I would like to continue to return to this unit, because I think in many ways it does a lot of the things that universities are aspiring to change or influence in a society. So the areas where some of this really excellent work has been done is around employment and support of unemployed policy, in social services, for instance, in modern slavery and building awareness around that. So these are the kinds of areas that have been touched upon through the work of this community, this unit. So it's just another, I suppose, angle or perspective on the issue that you have raised.
That's very interesting, Professor Scribes. We are trying the same at our university also, to ensure that we have sufficient community outreach locally as well as within other parts of the country. Thank you. So the next question for discussion of the panel is, how does your university engage with stakeholders, including community members, policymakers, and practitioners, to ensure that research questions are relevant and that findings are effectively disseminated and utilized? Professor Martin.
I think it is fair to say that probably no university ever gets this quite perfect, because the network of stakeholders which even a moderately large university engages with is absolutely enormous. But I think we all try and find ways of opening the door to the university so that we're hearing what's going on outside. So we do it through industry advisory boards, and most of our major academic areas have industry advisory boards where those involved academically in the area bring in key industry partners. And by industry, I don't just mean factory type industry. It could be the education industry, the health industry, whatever. So they're bringing that voice into the university. Our professional education programs are going out and talking to practitioners on a very regular basis, education, health, and many other areas. And indeed, in both directions, there's a lot of joint employees that actually help encourage and gain the opportunity. And I could talk more, but I think the final example I will do is building what we call the Future Economy Precinct on our Warm Ponds campus, where we have industry and university co-locating, so that it's not the formal hearing, it's not structured, but you're sharing a cafe, you're sharing research equipment, you have the chance for ad hoc conversations and bumping into people that you wouldn't bump into normally. And that, I think, is actually one of the most powerful bits of finding the way through.
All right. So is it like a lab that we have?
No, it's not like a lab. It's basically a precinct. So it's a mixture of large and small scale industrial areas. We've got 23 bays of medium-sized space for startup companies. We've got space where people share, and those companies work and can use some of the more expensive research kit on the campus that they wouldn't have access to otherwise. So it's more the ecosystem rather than the building.
Right. So it's more like a startup incubation center, not even a center, more than that.
Yeah, it's a whole raft of spaces, but a range of activities all taking place in one area, so that the chance conversations are happening.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor Martin. Professor Travaglioni, your thoughts?
Yes. Well, Wollongong is in an unusual situation because as a university, we service fundamentally the community in Australia and our stakeholders from Sydney all the way down to what we call the South Coast of New South Wales. And there's hundreds and hundreds of kilometres over that vast geographical distance, mostly communities that, as I say, are based on the coast. But in addition to whatever those stakeholders require, and they're quite different, you might have agricultural communities in Bega, health issues in cities close to Sydney like Liverpool. We do have a Sydney campus. It's been a very successful Sydney campus over many, many years. But in addition to that, our stakeholders are very much internationally linked through our campuses. So we're very unique that we have a history of over 30 years of operating campuses internationally. So we started with a campus in UAE, in Dubai, 30-something years ago. We've used that successful model to move into a significant engagement in China through our Hong Kong campus. We have Southeast Asia stakeholders, and we get a lot of that knowledge and intelligence through our Malaysian campus. And then we soon will have our Indian campus in Gift City opening up. And with that, we'll obviously understand the South Asian perspective a lot better than we currently do. Certainly our researchers are widely dispersed through India. You gave the example earlier on of how the University of Wollongong is working with your university, and you in particular as a researcher are working with University of Wollongong researchers. But we would certainly hope to leverage that significantly with the opening of our campus in gift city in July, and our first intake of students in late July, early August.
Thank you, Professor Travaglioni. Professor Scribes, your thoughts on the question?
What's really interesting is that the question is about how do we make sure that our research questions, our research more broadly, is relevant. So what is interesting is that none of us have gone into that, we need to publish in the best journals kind of answer. That's not because that is not important, can I just say. I wouldn't be the Vice Chancellor if I felt that way. But the reality is that we need to do more than just that. So I would make a couple of comments that are, I think, quite relevant. The first one is that our funding bodies actually force us to consider research relevance when we are applying for funding. And that's part of the assessment they make when they are actually awarding funding. So I think we are getting a little bit of help from our funding friends on that front. I would also say that what we are doing internally is making sure that we match the right profile of our research groups with the right kind of partner organizations. So although this is not, I suppose, a perfect matchmaking, it really is an attempt to ensure that all the right parameters are being met to optimize the impact and relevance of the research. Finally, I would like to go back to the notion of precincts, because I think universities are getting much better at building those precincts and ensuring that there is that simplified interface between the industry or end users and our academics. Now, what we are trying to do in Victoria, in Melbourne, is we are developing a health precinct. We've just built, and we are just about to launch, the only metabolic chamber in the Southern Hemisphere. So any metabolic disease, any researcher working in that area will be welcome in that space. But we are also rubbing shoulders with St. Vincent's Hospital, which is a fairly research-focused Catholic hospital. We are working with orthopedic surgeons just down the road. And so what we are doing is we are putting these parts of the puzzle together in order to do exactly what your question implies, and that is to optimize the capacity of research to be fruitful and impactful.
Thank you, Professor Scribes. Our next question for the panel is, how does your university support interdisciplinary collaboration and cross-sector partnerships to address complex societal challenges and promote responsible research practices? Professor Martin.
I think there is a large element for us at the moment that if we are not building an environment that culturally encourages people to work in this space, we will not succeed. Most of the work that we do sits at the boundaries between disciplines, or means that we have to have more than one discipline coming in. And as Zlatko said earlier, actually, it's probably the hardest thing to do now in the funding world is to get funding for single researcher research, because there is this recognition that the big problems require ever-increasing teams of expertise to come there. So I think the first thing we do is the cultural piece, that this is really important to us. We talk about, in our strategic plan, not talking about, oh, we want a research program in physics. It's very much around how do we take technology and make it both ethical and sustainable, which inevitably, by definition, asking a question drives you into a multidisciplinary space. So I would argue that the main thing is actually that sense of support culturally, but also I think there is another piece that is probably getting easier, which is to make sure that people see they can build an academic career in a multidisciplinary sense. You wind the clock back 20 years ago, that was really quite hard in quite a large number of disciplines. It is now getting easier, but I think it is important we continue to champion that in the way we think about academic promotion, academic recruitment, so that we actually encourage people to do this. Because sometimes the simple academic measure of the high-ranked journal will push you in a way that doesn't encourage. Again, not saying it's not important, but it's not the only thing.
I completely agree with you. This is a very important point that all of us need to keep in mind when we are making policies. Thank you, Professor Martin. Professor Travaglione, your thoughts?
Yes, obviously staying with the interdisciplinary theme, the question, certainly any significant research seems these days to involve multidisciplinary teams, and I'm sure most universities have schemes that encourage this. Certainly Wollongong, we have a scheme called the Global Challenges Scheme. So fundamentally, we look at big issues that we need these multidisciplinary teams to come in on. So one that's quite significant at the moment is developing the circular economy and aligning suitable supply chains for the agri-food systems. So again, there's the technology component of that, but then there's clearly the changing of the hearts and minds of people. And I saw this in play most significantly in Singapore, which, it's a population of 5.7 million people, but it has 2 of the top 10 universities in the world. Quite an amazing achievement. So they're not short of understanding technology. But interesting enough, when it comes to changing behavior, that's a different situation. So if you have a look at the circular economy, and I've spent the last couple of years in Singapore, so that's why I'd like to talk about this example, because it was quite different from my experiences in Australia. In Australia, the ability to change people's hearts and minds have been done by extensive media campaigns in terms of the circular economy. So this idea of waste and recycling is at the forefront of many, many Australian minds. I was a little bit taken back, I suppose, in Singapore, such a sophisticated country technologically, but the hearts and minds were not really there when it came to the circular economy. So, plastic bags, for example, are everywhere in Singapore. You get a cup of coffee. When you go to get a cup of coffee in Australia, you bring your own mug, and it's a recyclable mug. You use it again and again and again and again. When you get a cup of coffee in Singapore, no one brings a recyclable mug. They get something and they use it and dispose it after one use. But then it gets a lot worse than that, because when they carry the coffee back to their offices, they don't carry it in their hand. They carry it in a plastic bag, which also gets thrown away. So to me, that was like, forget the technology. Everyone can do the technology associated with the circular economy. How do you win the hearts and minds? And that's where the multidisciplinary teams really come in, because you need those people, the psychologists, the marketing people, the policy people. You need them all to effectively really have an effective circular economy in play. Thank you.
Thank you. Very pertinent point. Circular economy is one of the topmost areas of research in our university. And we are right now focusing from the perspective of the business school, marketing, etc. But it's really, it's a very helpful point that you raised on bringing in other disciplines as well. Thank you. Professor Scribis, your thoughts?
Look, Ian mentioned the culture piece, and I think this is probably the most important word one could use when talking about interdisciplinary research. Your question just encouraged me to look up into our vision document. We just launched a new vision earlier today, and interdisciplinarity and commitment to interdisciplinarity is baked into our strategy, into our vision for the next 10 years. And I think the reason it is so is because we do need to be upfront and very vocal about the need for the interdisciplinarity. Most of the challenges that we are confronting require interdisciplinary engagement, but I think it is much easier to recognize that than to actually do it. And so we need to do a lot of culture work, I think, in order to advance on that front. All of us can give you really great examples of where interdisciplinarity works really well. I'll just flag an area that we've been engaged with a big industry player, Microsoft, for a while, and it's likely to result in commercial outcome. And that's really the area of healthy aging and developing digital tools to save time, to release time for carers, because we know that they spend 2 to 3 hours a day just writing notes and reporting. So we are basically trying to find a way of short-circuiting that. And this is why we needed industry partners. We need our health professionals. We need people who are experts in aged care. And of course, we need specialists in IT as well as law, because law is a big component, what you can legally do and what your privacy legislation allows you. So I think that's another great example. But enough of that. I just wanted to flag how that looks like on the ground.
Excellent point. In our university also recently we have established an Office of Interdisciplinary Studies because as you've correctly pointed out, most of the funders, and not just funders, but the problems that we are facing globally can be addressed only from an interdisciplinary perspective, especially with respect to the SDGs. So the next question for the discussion of the panel is, how do you disseminate your research findings effectively to relevant stakeholders, including non-experts, and what strategies do you use to ensure that your findings are accessible and understandable? Professor Martin.
I saw this on the list of questions, and this is actually one of the ones that is hardest to answer because it really is utterly dependent upon the area that you are working in as to the strategy you adopt. I think the strategy that you don't adopt is saying we've published it academically, we've done our job. But I think if you are working in education research, the only way to really disseminate it is through your partner school network so that you are getting in there or working with your Ministry of Education, Department of Education. Same is true for health. The same is true for many areas. For those where it is more commercial, I think we found it both a mixture of our industry advisory boards and just having a very open door to welcome people onto the campus to have the conversations. And not so much from something I've done recently, but something I did in a past life in the bioengineering area, was actually set up a program that forces engineers and clinicians to come together so that you actually are having the conversations in the room. And it comes back to the solution in search of a problem and the problem in search of a solution. And I think those conversations, so there is no one answer to this. Have we got it perfect? No, far from it. And I think it's just one where you just have to keep on working and thinking, how do we do this? But also, how do we value it within the organization? Because our researchers are time poor often. Their discipline will push them into a set of metrics that look towards more academic impact, not social impact. We need to make sure that we are supporting them in doing this bit of the work as well.
Thank you, Professor Martin. Professor Travaglioni.
Yes, certainly in addition to what Professor Martin has just communicated, I would add one critical component, and that is show people the money, as they say in the movies. But of course, showing people the money when it comes to the University of Wollongong means walk them through what you actually do as a university. And the best example of this is our displays that we have in terms of our 7-star environmentally sustainable buildings. So we have a research centre at the University of Wollongong, the Smart Buildings Research Centre, and it has been the most significant reason why the Australian National Construction Code in 2023 moved to a 7-star rating for buildings, 7-star. It wasn't that long ago when we talked about 5. So what the University of Wollongong can show its stakeholders, and I can tell you, its stakeholders come from all around the world to see this. They come to see these buildings because not only are they new buildings, but they're refurbished old buildings that can be turned into 7-star. And that's quite an achievement. But you've got to see it. You've got to experience it. Where in extreme climatic conditions, where Australia can get very hot, not quite as hot as some parts of India, but, you know, it sort of gets up to that 40s, and you don't need air conditioning. You can sit comfortably. You don't need air conditioning. It also can be quite cool in winter. You don't need heating. So for 365 days, we can show people, you can come into certain buildings where you can be very comfortable. There's no air conditioning on the hot days. There's no heating in the cold days. And people walk away and they go, wow, that's amazing. More so than if you were to give them a journal article. The impact that has is very, very significant. And they take that away and they bring it back to their universities internationally. They bring it back to their companies. So that's a really good example where you can actually physically show people what you're doing.
Thank you. That's an excellent example, a very inspiring example too. Thank you. Professor Scribus, your thoughts on dissemination?
For me, this is not a difficult question. For me, this is a question that doesn't have a simple and single answer. And I would probably say, just reflecting on some of the comments that have been made, I do think that if you are undertaking research in partnership with others, then your posture, the way in which you think about the outcome as well as dissemination, gets adapted to that collaborative spirit. So I think providing you remain, I'll use the overused term authentic and true to that kind of collaborative spirit, then the manner in which you communicate outcomes, that is going to kind of emerge through that partnership. So I think it's really important for us to be open about how that looks like, because what may work for one discipline or one problem is certainly not going to work for another discipline or another problem. So being open-ended and confident that your understanding of the nature of the problem, the spirit of collaboration, is probably going to take you to the right kind of solution when it comes to communication of outcomes. I'm not sure, you know, one of the things that we utilize in this context is really, you know, we are thinking about how to use working groups, how to use steering groups, how to use dissemination fora in order to kind of hit the sweet spot. And what that sweet spot is needs to be deliberated upon.
Thank you, Professor Scribus. I would want to add another strategy to this, media dissemination perhaps. So academic work, which is dense for people in general to read, perhaps through op-eds, etc., academics can contribute to wider dissemination of the knowledge that they are creating. Now, we have around 7 minutes left before we conclude the session, so I think we can move into the audience Q&A session. We have received a couple of questions, and perhaps anyone or everyone in the group can answer. The first question is, you raised a very important question with respect to the university faculty and impactful and multidisciplinary research. If a faculty member or in a particular university is not ready with that kind of background, then what solutions do you propose? So I think this question is meant for Professor Martin.
It is a very valid question, particularly
So
if
this
you're...
actually follows.
Sorry. I think it's a very interesting question, particularly if you're talking about researchers who are coming from disciplines that have traditionally been more single researchers, so the law world, the ethics world, some of those areas. I think partly it is the cultural signal that this is something we value. It is recognition as we think about what they've done for the university or with the university over a year, that we acknowledge and celebrate that multidisciplinary piece. But it's also getting the right research team leaders who are there to build confidence and capability, people who it's not all about them, it is actually about building team strength. And that's one of the hardest things to do, because the people who do that well are incredibly sought after and really challenging. So there's many things you can do, but it really is building that confidence and linking people into those teams, but also the culture piece. I know it's easy to say, but it is so important that people feel that the university recognizes and celebrates people going out of their discipline area to bring expertise into another area, particularly where that doesn't necessarily bring the same kind of academic impact reward that it would have done if you just stayed in your own discipline.
Thank you, Professor Martin. Professor Scribis, any thoughts on this question?
I'll just say one thing, and that is the point that Ian made about building confidence. Now, of course, we would all prefer for each researcher to come as a full package and be keen to both work independently and work in teams and collaboratively. It doesn't happen that way. So I think it's really important for university leadership to ensure that appropriate processes are put in place to support the development of that culture. You cannot just wake up one day and find your academics completely compliant with your desires, of course. So I think it really requires us to work in tandem with researchers and research leadership, and in a supportive fashion in order to achieve that. For each of the universities that I'm aware of, whether they are really high-intensive research universities or less so, we all struggle on that front. It's just the difference is simply in terms of how we struggle and what we do about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Scribis. Professor Travaglioni, your thoughts on the question?
Yes, look, I come from what's traditionally been a very individualistic sort of discipline, and that is business. Business academics traditionally could get a lot of their data from big data sets, particularly economists, and they could, go into the latest Bureau of Statistics data. They could pull out the numbers, they can crunch the numbers, and they can write a beautiful article. And it would have significant impact. There would be no question about that. But I've seen the transition of this more individualistic research into more team-based. And I've seen that not only amongst business academics themselves, but clearly leveraging into other disciplines. So, more recently, I've been associated with my previous university with the largest grant a business school ever received in the history of Australian business schools. And of course, compared with the STEM areas, it's tiny. It's only $18 million. You can only build half a lab for that. But in the business area, it's big, it's huge. But it came about because we were able to convince a bank in Australia that as a business school, we could call on all the expertise of business academics, economists, finance, accountants, marketing, supply chain, labor economists, and we could give this bank something that they've never been able to have, to argue the positioning of the particular state nationally. So the particular state always felt a little bit ignored on a national scheme, although it produces 50% of the exports of Australia. It's a little bit like the Gujarat region, might only be 6% of the geographic area, but it produces something like 30% of your exports. West Australia was something similar. So being able to pull this multidisciplinary expertise together resulted in the bank writing out a cheque initially of $10 million and then another $8 million. We could not have done that without pulling together that multidisciplinary expertise. And so it was really building the team, the narrative, and asking everyone to not what they could do for themselves, but what they could do for the university. And that got us through. And it was a competitive process. We were competing against, what we'd call a group of 8 university, an elite sort of university. And that the university I was in at that point in time certainly wasn't in that category, but we beat them. And we beat them because we put together a truly multidisciplinary team that was committed to looking at every angle of every problem.
Thank you. What an excellent example to conclude the session with. So since we have reached the end of the session, I would like to conclude it by thanking our distinguished panelists for joining us today and sharing their valuable insights on responsible research and social impact, a topic that is of utmost relevance, not just for academia, but also for the society in general. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Martin. Thank you, Professor Scribbles. Thank you, Professor Travaglioni. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
A very warm welcome to all of you who join us today for this exciting session on the role of technology in strengthening the universities of the future. I'm being joined by esteemed panelists, a power-packed panel really. I would like to welcome Professor Shaumak Ray Chaudhary, who is the Vice Chancellor of Ashoka University. Professor Ray Chaudhary has undergraduate degrees from Presidency College, University of Calcutta, and University of Oxford. Dr. Ray Chaudhary is also a Fellow of the National Academy of Sciences. His research involves a wide range of topics in cosmology and astrophysics from the ground and from space. I would like to welcome Professor Liz Johnson, who leads the Deakin's ambitious education and employability strategy, including the drive to premium digital learning and student experience. In 2022, Deakin University conferred on Professor Johnson the title of Alfred Deakin Professor, recognizing her outstanding and sustained contribution to furthering Deakin's aims. I'm being joined by my fellow colleague from GGPU, Professor Manveen Singh, who's an associate professor and associate dean at Jindal Global Law School. Professor Singh is also the director of Center for Postgraduate Legal Studies and the deputy director of the Jindal Initiative on Research in IP and Competition, Jericho. Dr. Singh has received research grants from organizations such as Qualcomm and the Kako Foundation in USA. Last but definitely not the least, I would like to welcome Professor Aaron Thien, who is the Deputy President, Academic Affairs and Provost of the National University of Singapore. He was previously the founding Dean of NUS College of Design and Engineering and also the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, where he is a professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. He has published over 400 technical papers and holds more than 50 US patents. I'm so delighted to have all of you as part of this exciting session on the role of technology in strengthening the universities of the future. We're of course well aware that technology is increasingly becoming mainstream and is leading to major disruptions in multiple sectors, of course, including academia. Higher education institutions can leverage available technology for optimizing operations, for reducing costs, and increasing value for all stakeholders. I think technology has also made it easier for academic institutions to not only collaborate internally within their organization, but also with other institutions inside or even outside their national boundaries, using so many tools, Microsoft Teams and Zoom and Google Talk and online shared drives, helping people work in real time with minimal costs. We have seen that tech-driven HR strategies increasingly enable geographically agnostic recruitment, I think fostering a global pool of talent for the delivery of online and hybrid courses. The integration of artificial intelligence and machine learning models, such as Microsoft 365 Copilot, I think in Microsoft Office and Excel, empowers universities to collect, to store, to analyze an extensive amount of information for data-driven decision-making to optimize operations. In fact, if you talk about the recently released Copilot in MS Office and Excel, it helps analyze, explore your data. So I think the leadership, the top administrators of the universities can ask queries in natural language and not just formulas, therefore dramatically increasing its usefulness for university administrators who may not be very adept at handling and analyzing data. I think higher education institutions that take the lead, in integrating advanced technology into their day-to-day operations will certainly have a competitive advantage in the long term. With this context, I would request our esteemed panelists for their take on the role of technology in strengthening the university of the future. So I would like to first welcome Professor Shaumak Ray Chaudhary for his initial comments.
Thanks very much. Thank you. I think the role of universities is now being redefined continually in the Indian ecosystem. The universities were conceived as places of higher education, tertiary education, specialized pedagogical learning, and acquisition of skills. But then over the last century, universities globally have become the place for cutting edge research. Normally, these are places of research incubation. Some of these ideas blossom into entities which industry will pick up or will go global. But so as the universities become incubation centers for big ideas, research takes root in universities. Now, this is an era in which technology plays such an important part in our daily lives, as well as every aspect of global life. And so the future of research and education in universities has to be then drastically reshaped using these emerging technologies over a very, very short period. Technology comes in at the basic level of our interacting with the rest of society. And the universities in their new role also have a very, very important role in society, interacting with governments, interacting with society, interacting with fundraisers, fundraising, philanthropists, and things like that. And so a lot of the technological innovation that comes in will have to come in along with this. Now, in its daily role, a university, in its education, for example, where technology is going to change or is changing our daily experience is bringing classrooms together, where we are connecting classrooms across the country, across the world, in teaching pedagogy. And we see daily examples of how global issues are being discussed across the globe, across the world. Now, this is very, very important, of course, across cultures, in the social sciences, in humanities, in the liberal arts. This revolutionizes interactions between cultures. But you can see that in sciences as well, because sciences are emerging as a place where global collaborations are very, very important. And so connecting students with global research initiatives is very important. But in the daily classroom, technology is changing things in terms of going across time zones and going across cultures to give students in the classroom experience from across the globe. I mean, I give an example of my own teaching. I'm an astronomer, and in my classroom, I use telescopes across the world, 12 hours away, where there is night. And the students in my classroom sitting in daytime can observe the sky through an American telescope, but experience it during daytime in India. So, I mean, this kind of connections are now possible, and this has been possible for a decade now. But this technology is evolving very fast. In research, similarly, technologies, of course, are bringing researchers together. Very important thing is this just enables interdisciplinary research in a very organic way. You no longer have to serendipitously meet other academics from other departments at the cafe or over pizza. You can actually interact with people from all kinds of disciplines. They come together and build big research collaborations, either in a manner where you intend this to happen, or in a manner where you come across various ideas being discussed at meetings or conferences, without being there in person. But more importantly, technology is reshaping our interaction in the field, in the social sciences, and in the physical sciences in particular, because our research tools on the ground now can involve drones in agriculture, or can involve GPS for geography and geology, can involve a lot of technological daily tools in communication while the researcher goes out in the field. So connecting students, large groups of researchers is very, very important. And then another important dimension in research has now, in many fields, is citizen science and crowdsourcing of information. This can happen through the technological tools that are available to us. And of course, we will, in the course of this hour, talk about how AI and machine learning is shaping our research. However, there are huge challenges in there, because as the technology landscape moves very fast, it is very important that we keep up with it, and at all levels. And that's the most important thing. I think, in certain universities, in certain classrooms, technology can be adopted by certain people, but to make it universal, to make education available to a very large diversity of people, as well as these tools available to researchers at all levels, is a big challenge. And that is going to be one of the things that we have to first concentrate on, so that we can make the best use of technology in this emerging new world. I'll stop there and see what others have to say, and we'll come back to these things.
Thank you very much, Professor Ray Chaudhary, for your comments. Now I would like to move to Australia and ask Professor Johnson for her views, initial comments on this particular topic.
Thank you very much. And can I start by saying what a delight it is to be here? Of course, I echo many of Professor Ray Chaudhary's comments, because they are true globally. They are true for all of us. And I particularly echo his sentiments about the ubiquity of technology. If you think about what is the most ubiquitous piece of technology in the world, it would be a mobile phone. It's pretty difficult to go somewhere in the world where there's nobody with a mobile phone, and the reach of mobile phones has been extensive. I was just looking today at what kind of depth of uptake it has, and it varies from 70 to 90% depending on who you're talking to. At that kind of level, sophisticated technology is in everybody's pocket, which, as Professor Ray Chaudhary says, means that universities must be digitally savvy, they must be digitally prepared, and they must incorporate digital technologies into all of their activities. So I come from a learning and teaching background. The university that I work for, Deakin University, is in the bottom south-east corner of Australia, and Australia is a place with very big distances between centres. For us, digital technologies are critically important. They're also challenging in that Australia, of all places, does not have universal coverage of its land mass by digital technology, surprisingly. And so we face those challenges around digital divide as is faced elsewhere in the world. Deakin, however, is an interesting case in point. My university was established with twin missions for both on-campus and remote teaching. Remote teaching started for us by postage, but it very quickly moved to the internet as that appeared. We were early adopters in the 1980s and continued that with a series of digital transformations. The most recent one, a major transformational project that started in 2014. We are a multi-campus university, which means that we work across campuses up to 100 kilometres apart all the time. Most meetings that I'm in, there is somebody doing exactly what we are doing today, which is joining the meeting online. And so we expect to operate in that way. And that mimics what's happening out in the community. That mimics real life. And as Professor Ray Chaudhary said, and I'm sure others will echo, this is the way industry operates. Our graduates are going to go out into industry, and they must be prepared for a digital world. So to state the obvious, universities must be future-facing, and they must be digital to be future-facing. In fact, it's very difficult to imagine how they could operate otherwise. All universities in the world are digital already to varying degrees. Most all universities and education providers in the world will use some kind of digital technology to manage their enrolments, manage their students and their staff. Most of those providers will actually provide resources to students digitally. Our own library here, although I must say I love entering a room full of books. In fact, something upwards of 98% of its borrowings are digital. They're not about attending campus to pick up a book anymore. And that's because information is digital. When we want to know something, our first port of call is a browser online, either on our phone or on our computer. So our graduates need digital fluency to flourish in the world. And by digital fluency, I mean enough familiarity, awareness, and comfort and confidence working with digital tools that they can move seamlessly from one platform to another. It's not platform specific. It's an idea of how you operate in a contemporary world. And we expect our graduates to do that. Now, another aspect of Deakin that's quite interesting is that we have a lot of students who are returning to study. So we have a fairly large cohort of school leavers, as many universities do. We also have a large cohort of students who are returning to study. They're looking to upgrade their professional qualifications, to extend them, or to change fields. And all those students also need to polish up their digital skills so that when they move back into a graduate employment market, they have contemporary skills to take with them. So lifelong learning, which is a focus for Deakin, is also a very important facet of being digitally literate and digitally fluent. Of course, as Professor Ray Chowdhury points out, research is also digital. It's been online for a long time in terms of its publication methodologies. And as you pointed out, Professor, it's now online in terms of gathering and sharing data. I note that the World Wide Web was actually born at the CERN Large Particle Accelerator in Geneva. It is a product of digital technology, a product of research, and they feed back into it. And I'm sure we will get to generative AI in this conversation very soon. I think the question about change and keeping up with digital transformation is the challenge that's ahead of us, particularly as digital transformations accelerate and change pace. And we only need to look at the advent of widespread generative AI availability to see just how fast and at what scale that can happen. So that is our challenge, but then we are institutions of ideas and learning, and I'm sure that we can rise to the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Johnson, for those insights. Coming back to India now, and I would like to go to my colleague in JGU, Professor Manveen Singh, for his initial comments on the topic.
Thank you so much, Professor Mayank. Firstly, it's an absolute privilege to be a part of such an esteemed panel. And I mean, this is honestly a topic which is very dear to me, simply because I'm not only, or I consider myself not only a student of law, but technology law, to be honest, because my area of research is and teaching is primarily intellectual property law. And over the last few years, what we've seen is that, we are not governing technology around us, or we are not really governing the devices that we are surrounded by. It's rather the other way around. We pretty much have technology governing us from the morning till the night, because we start our daily routine by picking up our mobile phones and looking at missed calls, messages, email notifications, so on and so forth. And we end our day pretty much by again scrolling through our phone screens and looking at what has happened during the day and what is likely to happen over the next few days, and what are the current developments, which therefore obviously also means that technology is kind of making it very easy for dissemination of information and knowledge, and that's something that probably was fast-tracked during the COVID era, because in the lead up to COVID, towards the end of 2019 and beginning 2020, we were pretty much proceeding towards a more technologically advanced environment. But those 1.5 to 2 years literally fast-tracked everything, that we were kind of pushed into this ecosystem where technology occupied a pretty much an integral position in how we were supposed to go about our daily routines. That of course included education at the forefront, because we just couldn't allow institutions to come to a standstill. More importantly, higher education institutions to come to a standstill, because it really concerns the future of our younger generations and their ability to complete their degrees on time and to navigate their way through the pandemic. But technology actually played a massive role, and one of the reasons why I would say that is because it kind of brought that inner resilience out of everybody, and made us realize that, well, we could achieve literally anything And it's not really a question of, oh, how technologically savvy you are or how much you are willing to make yourself technologically savvy. It was more of a compulsion to keep pace with what was going on around us, which therefore meant that institutions around the world had to quickly navigate their way through the pandemic by the adoption of audiovisual platforms such as Microsoft Teams, Zoom, Google Meet, WebEx, so on and so forth. And there was very little time actually for this transition because you had to kind of squeeze in all the training and informative sessions scheduled for all the stakeholders involved, whether it is the university administration, whether it is the faculty members, whether it is the students or the parents for that matter, for them all to be aware of the fact as to how the daily routine was supposed to be carried out in terms of the functioning of the university systems, and also more importantly, how education was supposed to not be disrupted, yet at the same time the learning not be compromised. Because one of the foremost aspects of the use of technology is that the moment we shift to a virtual sort of a room or a virtual setting or a virtual setup, what really tends to get affected is our ability to judge or read the body language of people around us. I mean, when we step into a physical classroom, what we very easily are able to figure out is the fact that about 60% of the students are attentive, and that about 20% are kind of half there, half not there, and then the remaining ones probably are somewhere else, and it allows us to actually, over the course of those 2.5 hours, ensure that come the end of the lecture, we have pretty much everybody with us by kind of having a one-to-one interaction with them. In a virtual setup, it's not that easy, of course, there are downsides to that, but I would say, it's been a massive positive simply because of the fact that, you probably are able to share much more than sometimes you can in a physical setup because there are so many resources at your disposal, so many softwares at your disposal, and the content sharing features that are embedded very much within all these audiovisual platforms. Therefore, what can really happen is you could use the whiteboard actually while teaching. So not only are the students seeing you, not only are they seeing the slides that you're sharing, but also at the same time, what they are able to see is there's something that you are explaining probably through a flow chart or some sort of a graph being drawn in real time. And they're being able to look at that all at once, which of course is possible in a classroom as well. But what tends to happen is that, given how our future generations are, or how the so-called alpha generation or the generation Z is, they are very much into technology, and something that pulls them towards technology is the fact that they've grown up with that pretty much, in terms of their years growing up, or the teenage years overlapping with this monumental growth and advancement that technology has seen. I mean, look at the pace at which standards are developing in today's date. Not that long ago, we were probably, struggling to get 3G onto our phones. And the transition from edge to 2G to 3G was something that was probably, quite stretched. And what we've seen in the last couple of standards is from 3G to 4G and 4G to 5G, it's been a pretty kind of short interval, which therefore also goes on to show that the pace at which technological advancement is taking place, we have our tasks cut out pretty much, because as education institutions, not only are we supposed to implement these state-of-the-art technologies and kind of ensure that students are able to at the same time learn how to operate these technologies, while also being very well aware of the fact that these technologies are the future, and that of course requires on the part of institutions, which I personally feel is very important, is to have a certain set of courses in the form of elective courses, maybe, that are on the interface of maybe law and technology, or primarily technology law, or business and technology, where they're taught things like data analytics, artificial intelligence, and machine learning and Internet of Things, because that is very much the future. I mean, imagine a refrigerator telling you what veggies you are running short on. That's technology in today's state, and that's a reality that has pretty much become a reality. And of course, we've seen a lot of debate about generative AI and the regulatory aspects of how to ensure that this technological advancement also has a certain safety net attached to it, so that we don't end up kind of leaving ourselves in an age of, or leading ourselves rather to the age of transformers, right? We still are humans. We will continue to be humans, and machines are there to, of course, support us and to ensure that we have a smooth sail. But I mean, I'll talk more on that shortly, and I'm sure we'll talk on the specific aspects of technology as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Singh, for your initial thoughts on the topic. Let me now quickly go over to Singapore, to Professor Aaron, for his initial comments on this area.
Professor, thank you, the organizers of this summit, for inviting me to talk about this. I think most of my points I wanted to make already been made, actually. So I'm just going to echo a few things. I feel that, the role of technology in terms of university, I think technology is kind of inevitable. We're going to be impacted by this. I think for that 1,000 years of history for universities in general, I think, universities are always places for learning, are always impacted by technology of its time. I think the challenge is, as already said, is how do we keep up with technology? Because today we see this acceleration of technology evolving quickly, and our students probably learn to use technology faster than us. So that's already an asymmetry in the problem, right? For a university to be able to keep up with the technology and even keep ahead, because we are responsible for training the next generation of people who will be using and be creating these technologies. How do we do that? I think that's a major challenge, especially when you see that the fact that the university has responsibility on what content we teach our students, the validation of those content. And so we cannot, in logic, be jumping from one technology to another untested. So this is one of the biggest challenge we have, which is how do you have a stable pedagogy, stable curriculum that ensures quality of teaching and learning, at the same time be able to be at the forefront of something that's at the horizon of technology, right? So that's one challenge. Now, the other very ironic thing about technology is, we are, as the previous speakers have been has said, we are whether we like it or not, we are awash with technology, right? And I think the question becomes, what is the value proposition of a physical university if everything is digital, right? And what is the value we are delivering as a physical brick and mortar institution? And so that is another thing that we need to answer. I think, is the human experience in terms of physical environment, the social aspect becoming more important with technology evolving and becoming more dominant in our society? So these are the two things that I felt are important to talk about in this topic, as in terms of strengthening universities in the face of technology. Right, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Aaron. I think we've had fantastic insights on this topic. In fact, it's a very important question that in this day and age when tech is becoming so mainstream, I think especially for brick and mortar institutions like ourselves with significant capital expenditure, on different aspects of physical university, on faculty, on infrastructure, on various facilities, I think it's very important for us to make sure that we are on top of technology and trying to give them the best value to our students, to our the parents of the students, to all our faculty, staff, and all the stakeholders. So I would like to now go to Professor Johnson and take her views as to what tech innovations are happening at Deakin, and what has been the impact of these innovations in the area of technology. And then I would like to come over to India and ask Professor Ray Choudhury the same question. Professor Johnson, over to you.
Thank you. digital technologies come in waves and we adopt at varying paces depending on what we're trying to achieve. So as I said earlier, learning management systems or virtual learning environments, whatever you want to call them, have been around for some time. And I think the most recent wave of those was this idea of the digital learning ecosystem, where you have a central system of record decorated with apps, if you like, but platforms which will deliver specific benefits in particular ways. And I think that's a really important concept that we take forward, thinking back on Professor Thien's point about how we change for the future, to think about what sits at the centre and then what is variable around it. One of the things that we've really looked hard at is, when is it right to use technology and when is it right to use the digital campus, to come back to that topic again? And the answer is really, what are you trying to achieve? If you're trying to teach your students data analysis, you would be crazy to do anything other than do it digitally, because actually all data analysis is digital. If you are trying to teach them to work in a group and communicate with each other, you might use both, a virtual group and a localized group. If you're taking them out on a field trip and you actually want them to see an ecosystem, then it's probably better to do it physically, because the simulation is not going to be as rich as the real thing. So it comes down to, what are you trying to achieve? So when we look at our technological advances, we look at them in terms of what are we trying to achieve, and underpinning that have a series of base platforms. Now, the challenge that we have at the moment, we've just been going through a wave of what my professionally technological friends call intelligent automation. So what processes can we take and turn them into automated processes so that we're reducing administrative load inside the university? Deakin is a very big university. We've got 60,000 students. We've got 5,000 staff. And so the administrative load and the organisational load that comes with that is quite high. And so one of our targets with technological innovation is to reduce that load. At the same time, we have to make space for the innovation. And we can talk endlessly about what kind of capabilities we need to have to support research innovation with technology. But I think the big ideas here is to think about why you want change. And do you want to change the central piece, or do you want to change the functions that sit around it? And then also to think about many layers within the university: learning and teaching, research, business enterprises, data management.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Professor Johnson. Let me, get an Indian perspective. So the same question I would like to ask Professor Ray Chaudhary from Ashoka University.
Thanks, Dr. Mac. I mean, I think very much in the same vein, we are seeing this change happen in the Indian ecosystem. I mean, certainly at Ashoka, which is a liberal arts university where interdisciplinarity is a very important thing. And so the connections between the social sciences and humanities and the sciences are a priority. And this is very much now being enabled by a lot of technological tools. If you remember, in the social sciences, the data analysis, in the good old days, was through SPSS, which was a very clunky package that you would use on these early platforms. And now somebody who does humanities and social sciences data research has access to so many amazing data visualization and analysis tools, not just simple regression using this clunky stuff. But I mean, we talked about data gathering. Data gathering is being enabled on a global scale now, and researchers are being connected with within the country as well as with the international communities. This actually started long before the pandemic, and the pandemic, what it did was it focused within those 2 years. Where we were confined and had to work from our own spaces, just accelerated the pace of interaction during with the global community in particular. Now, what has also happened is that it has brought technology in the classroom in a big way within a very short period of time, and so we are looking at experiential learning, sitting in classrooms where you can bring in resources from the surroundings, from the larger ecosystem within the classroom. This is happening at all levels in India, not just at a university like Ashoka University, which is a private university with 3,000 students doing liberal arts, research and training, but at colleges, at tier 2, tier 3 cities, as well as universities run by the state and by the government. The nature of the classroom is changing. One of the major challenges we've had at universities, how to connect the different levels of learning. How do school students transition to university? This connection has always been a problem because you know what they learn, what students learn in schools, and the diversity of schools in various states in India, for example, and in the various levels, various boards. And at university, you have to synthesize them together and make sure that they are on par before they acquire the tools that are standardized at the university level. This is being facilitated in a huge way through these online learning mediums. And at Ashoka, for example, we have the programs for school students, which are very, very extensive, where we reach out to students as early as 4 years before university level, and to make sure that we understand their requirements, what they're learning, and also giving out information about what you would get at the university level, and so students can get prepared for university. And this is happening, I'm not just at a university, but at a global level. Students have this access to university teaching and research and their levels, and they can experience university classrooms well before they come into university, so that they get prepared for it. So this I think is very, very important for this connectivity. It also shows how we can increase accessibility in teaching. In India, for example, there's such a diversity of backgrounds from which students come, and by going online and connecting with online learning, one can reach, because as Professor Johnson said, everybody has a mobile phone, and so through their mobile phones, very simple ways of connecting a classroom situated at a university with the global, by global I mean within the country, anywhere, the corners of the country, we can reach people who can experience what is being taught, and thus the university now has this responsibility of making sure this is done in a responsible manner and an inclusive manner. And it has changed actually the entire the landscape of accessibility. People who were traditionally unable to go to university or unable to access certain kinds of universities can access such things now. The other thing we also are seeing now is in university governance and administration. You can actually have data-driven decision-making at all levels. Analytical tools are giving us access to student data, their background data, their attendance records, their mental health data. All that kind of thing can be integrated to make sure that we can deliver a better experience for students, as well as have a well-oiled system of administration in which we can deliver things. So from the university's running point of view, things are changing quite a lot with technology. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor H. Chaudhary. In fact, you raised an important point, because we have discussed teaching and we have discussed research, but administration also is one of the very important aspects of and certainly technology is making a lot of impact there. So let me go to National University of Singapore, Professor Aaron, and try to get his views on how is technology helping streamline the governance and the administrative process of an institution. So perspectives from Singapore.
Okay, so I guess the question is how technology has helped us streamline processes. I think obviously, it's very similar to many universities around the world. I think sort of COVID awakened us to sort of how quickly technology can be implemented, right? Actually, it's a testament to actually the human motivation more than anything, because prior to COVID, we never thought that people can actually introduce technology in such a transformative way in such a short time. Given the right incentive, we can do it. And I think at NUS, I think we did the same. Obviously, it started off with effectively collecting data on our students and our staff in general, in terms of their presence on the university, managing the so-called the interactions during the COVID period. But now those systems are evolved, and they have now collected information more on the learning, teaching, occupation of the lecture rooms and stuff like that. So from a resource utilization point of view, I think we have improved tremendously with the use of technology. I think on top of that, I think in terms of the physical aspects of running the university, in terms of the energy and its monitoring temperatures, energy use across campus. So a lot of these things and the bolts and nuts of operating a university, it's all there. The technology is now aiding in a lot of that, and soon I think we will have effectively the help of AI to help us make decisions on a lot of the operations of the university itself. And obviously with a lot more digitalization, even on the teaching and learning side, we're now rolling out more programs with that incorporates the use of technology and AI into material preparation, dissemination. And the most obvious thing is that when you go to digitalize content and online content, is really you can enhance reach and access for those material. Students enjoy them, and we can even access even greater population of students, not only in NUS but outside. So those are the areas that technology is helping. On the flip side, I'd like to pivot also to on the question that in terms of our students' experience, we also balance it with a lot more human-centric components, and that's important because if you have all this technology on one hand and you're missing all this part about community service, experiencing the social aspect, leadership training, you lose a big part of a student experience on campus. So those are the areas that we kind of balance in. And the way we have done it is that we have sort of revamped our common curriculum across the university. We are trying to incorporate all these basic learning into the general education requirement for our students.
Thank you very much, Professor Aaron. Professor Manveen, let me come over to you and ask you about the role of technology in the area of collaborative research work. Now, given your background, what changes do you see happening there? How easy it is now to do impactful research across national borders with with people across different geographies and different institutions?
Thank you so much for that question, Dr. Mike. Let me begin by actually, talking about a tangential aspect of collaborative research. That is kind of this virtual engagement that has been made possible through the increasing growth of technology. From a classroom perspective, what we've observed is that, of course, taking a cue from what happened during the COVID period and what continues to happen even now, it's not like what happened during COVID kind of ended with COVID. Universities around the world took a cue, and academics around the world took a cue. From what was possible during that period of about 2 years, and what is possible, or what is sustainable rather, even in the post-COVID era. And that is, guest lectures being delivered by experts around the world or foreign academics. Especially from an Indian perspective, let me quote the example of Jindal. What we've been doing so far is we've had so many guests over from around the world, from our partner institutions and our visitors from different academic institutions around the world. And we've always ensured that there's something to give to the students and something that all of these learned academics have to offer to the students. Therefore, you end up organizing guest lectures where the person is very much present in person. However, what has been made pretty accessible through the use of technology is the fact that someone sitting in Stockholm in Sweden can in real time deliver a lecture to the students in my elective And that is to do with what exactly is happening in the European Union at this very moment, and something that is about to radically change how how patented technologies are perceived of, let's say, for example, in Europe, and what exactly is the future of technology. Now, if I were to compare this with a scenario where the person has to come down, or I have to rather wait for the person to someday come down and then organize the lecture, by then probably a lot of things would have changed. But how technology has made it possible is, and I link it with research now. Now, due to this continuous engagement with academics or between academics, across borders, collaborative research has seen an upturn in its fortunes, and what we've seen is more and more cross institution collaborations are taking place in the area or in the domain of research, which has also kind of fostered a very healthy sort of an ecosystem, whereby sharing of resources, sharing of information, data, and of course, whatever is going on in the respective jurisdictions is to be kind of included as a part of that research. Now, if there is empirical research to be carried out in India and in a European country, there is no need for the two people to actually meet in person. They could be in their respective jurisdictions through the use of technology, software tools, and of course, all the latest developments in the area of data analytics. They can actually analyze whatever data they've been able to get their hands onto without much scope of an error. Because we know that with the increase in technology, the possibility or the likelihood of error is kind of reducing by the day. Of course, there are challenges, of course, that are attached to it. But having said that, it has in a great amount benefited academics around the world. More than academics, let me say, students are also benefiting, because what I have also seen over the last, personally speaking, about 3-4 years is that more and more students are collaborating with academics, with faculty members, and this faculty-student collaboration in terms of research is probably the biggest positive to come out of higher education institutions, because you get a mentor for a student who's really interested in writing and research and publications, and they also get a sense of direction in their lives, and gives them much more clarity on what they wish to do, in what area they wish to pursue a career in, what line of law, what field they are most interested in. And video conferencing, online meetings, sharing of data, using tools embedded very much in these learning management systems is something that has kind of given rise to an ecosystem where we could easily say that we are very much staring at the future of research, because it's always important to have a global perspective on any issue, for that matter, unless and until it is specific to a particular jurisdiction. And probably the best way or the most practical way of bringing in global perspectives is to ensure there is collaboration between global academics or academics sitting in different parts of the world in different jurisdictions. And that is something that technology has easily been able to foster. I would just conclude by saying that gone are the days when the main term used to be KYC, which is know your customer. The new term is KYD. KYC has been replaced by KYD. KYD stands for know your data. So when we talk about data, probably the most important thing in furtherance of that data analysis is to ensure that you are able to analyze it quickly without much of an error and use it to the best of your abilities. And that is something that technology is really, really helping in the area of research. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those insights. Now, of course, we've talked about, different kind of technologies, different aspects of technologies, and how they're, impacting the higher education setup, the education, ecosystem in general. Let me, ask basically your perspective on which particular technology will have the most profound impact on the brick and mortar higher education institutions in the next 5 to 10 years. So if we look at the next 5 to 10 years, which technology will have the most profound impact? This is coming from our audience. And let me take, perspectives from two different, setups, one in India and Singapore, Ashoka, and NUS Singapore, two very, different institutions, different geographies. So let me first ask Professor Ray Chaudhary your assessment of which particular technology you think will have the most profound impact in the next 5 to 10 years, as far as the brick and mortar, higher education institutions are concerned.
Well, I think I'll give you the boring answer, and that is the bread and butter job of a university is to deliver the learning and teaching to the students. So I'll give you two answers. One is the regular medium in which we do teaching, and that is through the learning management systems and the academic management systems. These are changing day by day and are incorporating a very wide range of things that we have traditionally done. I mean, we've used AMSs before in, for example, assessing student submissions, plagiarism checks and stuff like that. But now it is the way of interacting between teachers and students through various teaching assistants and fellows and things like that. And these are now being embellished with connections to libraries, connections to the internet, putting academic resources in the academic management systems, and so on and so forth. And now even online links are embedded in them and things like that. So they become the virtual classroom. And of course, the classroom is not virtual. It can happen. It is happening in a real space, but it just means that the academic management system becomes a larger ecosystem in which the actual classroom is embedded. For example, I could, record my lecture and post it on my AMS before I come into the classroom, and the classroom can become just a way of discussing my lecture and things like that. So this just enables the teacher and the student to interact in various planes and bring in associated material, which I think this is going to become very important. And you talked about the bread and butter stuff. As far as research is concerned, and that's my second answer, one of the major ways students interact, have their first experience of research, is go for research internships, or have a first taste of research by actually doing small projects with academics. Now, through technology, one can do this in a very, very international sense or a global sense. And our students, I find, are now doing little research projects, even from the very first, second year of undergraduate experience, with not just academics at our own university, but in other universities all across, with our collaborators, with people they find on the net and things like that. So the way internships work is going to change drastically. The way students get their first, draw their first blood in the research world, for example, is going to change quite a bit with these virtual interactions. And the way they are now, we can be very cleverly integrated with their classroom teaching as well. This is going to change quite a bit.
Thank you very much. Let me now quickly go to Professor Aaron and get his views as to which particular technology will have the most profound impact in the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, so I have two to name. Actually, I mean, they are very obvious. I mean, there's already happening. So first one obviously is AI, and specifically generative AI. I think it caught us by surprise that it got to be so disruptive, in the sense that now it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. So how do you teach content when students come to you with content that they figured out with AI? So the AI, the generative AI combined with online content is really a very difficult thing to do. When it comes to institution in the past, we sort of vet our material, we curate them, and now it's sort of filtered through through the online content provider and then picked up by generative AI. So that's one. The second one, it's already also already happening, which is social media. It will continue to be a dominant force. The reason why is because social media amplifies voice, and not everybody's voice equally. And so you may not get a diversified voice. And that's also very difficult, because especially for students in humanities, we're looking at views and stuff like that. obviously social media, it's behind it. There is an engine that sort of continue to feed content that's sort of geared towards targeted for audience. So that those two technology will continue to evolve, and they will dominate and challenge the educational institutions. What is truth ultimately? I think that it's a very, very difficult thing to do, especially to teach our students in the face of these technology advances.
Thank you very much, Professor Oren. We are only 6 minutes left, so we are running out of time. But let me go over to Deakin in Australia. Deakin, of course, is a very large university. Recently, they've also opened a campus in India. So multiple geographies, multiple courses, online, offline, I think hybrid. So, Professor Johnson, so this is coming from the audience. And, let me ask you that how can universities effectively measure the impact of technology on the learning outcomes? Because, we have discussed that on the screen, it's very hard to sort of detect the body language. And sometimes for the instructor, it becomes a bit of a challenge in terms of really know if the learning outcomes are being achieved or not. So what are your thoughts on, how can we actually effectively measure whether the technology is having the desired outcomes, especially in a virtual context?
It's a tricky question. There is large bodies of literature of educational research which looks at this in depth, but I'll make a few remarks about what we can do in the moment. The first thing is to think about how do we get any evidence around learning outcomes or student engagement, and it's by looking at three things. We really look at what students tell us, so student perceptions. We look at what they do, so student behaviour. Do they attend? Do they participate? Do they submit? And then we look at what they produce. What's the artefact of learning that we're looking for? And the interesting thing for me, there are variations in all those three things, but they apply equally whether you're on campus or online. You should be collecting data no matter what the mode is that the students are engaging with you. And the advantage of doing it around online is that every student has a digital footprint. So there's a great deal of data, there's the lake of data, the sea of data that we're swimming in, which our platforms collect every time either we or our students interact with them. And coming back to some topics that were raised before, one of the rising necessary capabilities inside universities is to look at what's called learning analytics, learning or educational analytics. And that looks broadly at student perceptions. What do they tell us? What do they do? When do they log onto the LMS? What resources do they collect from the library? What do they have a timely submission? Do they ask for extra time? Do they collaborate with others? All these things are recorded in digital footprints and you can look at them. And the same is true for outputs. You can parse those electronically. Generative AI, while a challenge around assessment, is also an asset. It helps us to look at what's inside that assessment and what's going on as students develop their responses. So it's quite a complex environment, but there's a lot of data there. Actually, the tricky bit is not the data, it's interpreting the data. It's trying to work out what's really going on. And like any multivariate analysis, you've got to look at the bits of evidence that come together to support your understanding of what students are actually doing. However, the one thing I would say about graduate outcomes is that everything we assess is a proxy for learning. You don't actually know what's going on in the student's head. And in fact, the real test of that is when they leave you and they go and they apply that learning in the real world. So what we hear from our alumni and our industry partners, what's coming back to the university, is also critically important in understanding. Deakin is interesting because it can compare on-campus and online students. What we know is that both learning modes are valuable, but they are different. And if you use the same tools to look at both of them, you're missing a trick. You need to look at them each as different phenomena. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you very much. I'll just take quick comments from Manveen as well. Manveen, you mentioned about the engagement, and sometimes it can get a bit challenging. So quick comments. I'm getting prompts from the IT team to stop at 1 p.m. So, parting thoughts on that, Manveen.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. And I'll try to kind of keep it very short. See, engagement is something which is very much integral to this entire knowledge dissemination. Therefore, when we talk about technology, it is also important to ensure that we are getting the desired output out of the use of several technological tools. And probably one of the most important aspects with respect to measuring all of that is the fact that there should be adequate amount of training and this aspect of learning at the behest of students. Now, university administration plays a big role there, because you can't possibly expect students to straight away come to the classroom, whether it is virtual or physical, the next morning and already know what exactly is in store for them and how they're supposed to deal with that. It's extremely important for there to be proper pilot sessions, training sessions for both sides of the stakeholders, whether it is a faculty member or the students, and for them to ensure, for the university to ensure that they are adequately prepared to reap the benefits out of the use of that technology. Of course, what we've seen so far is that generative AI has had some amount of impact, but there's also a negative side to it, and the ethical considerations that have been already talked about. Now, until and unless students are actually passed on that knowledge with respect to how to correctly use, if at all it is to be constructively used in any given manner, whether it is a cross-checking mechanism or, for the matter, just a basic initial level dissemination. It's important for them to actually know that, and probably the best placed authority there is the universities and the higher education institutions, for them to impart to the students the necessary ethical considerations that are to be kept in mind before they go on and start using these generative AIs. I think time will keep me away from talking further than this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we're almost on time. It's 1 p.m., so we'll have to stop here. But on behalf of OP Jindal Global University, let me thank all of you for taking out time for this session. We are so grateful, and thank you very much. And I hope that we get another opportunity to engaging on some other interesting topic. Till then, goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We are live.
Okay. Shall I?
Yes, Professor. Thank you.
It says we are going live. Are we live or are we going live still?
Professor, we are live.
Okay. Namaste, greetings everyone. I am Professor Sriram Chaulia, Dean of the Jindal School of International Affairs at OP Jindal Global University, which is hosting the World University Summit. We are really delighted that a galaxy of intellectuals from so many universities across the world have joined us and are sharing their valuable knowledge and insights about a whole panoply of issues relating to university education, higher education, and the social causes which universities are supposed to pursue. This particular panel is on a very interesting distinction between indigenization and internationalization. Generally, these can be seen as opposites or as contrasting goals, but then there are probably ways and means by which we can integrate the two, because it would be foolhardy in today's day and time to ignore what internationalization and connections with foreign universities can bring to us. And also in the curriculum and through student mobility and joint research, there's so many advantages for internationalization. In fact, Jindal Global University is a perfect example of a highly internationalized university. But on the other hand, there is the return of nationalism and an effort to try and bring back education and learning and knowledge to the roots, and to connect young people and scholars to one's own indigenous traditions and traditional knowledge and heritage. And these, I would say, probably in the last 10 years or so, these forces have come back in a big way as a part of maybe a broader backlash against globalization. So this must be respected, and there's no question of disregarding the indigenous or the decolonizing element of education, and because that's how you are able to really validate those who were formerly oppressed or who were formerly colonized or under the yoke of the mental slavery of dominant powers, past and present. So this distinction between internationalization and indigenization is what we're going to be talking about today. And I have a very distinguished panel of experts joining me. Let me introduce you to them. I have with me Professor Elizabeth Doan, who is at Plymouth University and heads the master's degree program there in the United Kingdom. Professor Doan, welcome to the World University Summit.
Thank you.
We also have with us Professor Richard Follett. He's Deputy Vice Chancellor at the University of Exeter, also in the United Kingdom. And he heads global engagement at the University of Exeter. Again, another noted figure who's been in higher education for decades. Professor Follett, welcome to World University Summit and to our event.
Thank you and namaste.
Last but not least, I have with me Professor Hebatullah Adam, my colleague at the Jindal School of International Affairs of OP Jindal Global University, who is originally from Egypt. So she's an Egyptian scholar who's been teaching and heading administrative duties here in India. And she has taught both in Egypt and here. And I'm sure that she will bring a very distinct global South perspective to this whole debate. Let me begin with Professor Doan. Professor Doan, in my prefatory remarks, I made the argument that these are not necessarily antithetical to each other, indigenization and internationalization. Please share your insights on this.
Okay, well, firstly, I'd like to thank you, JGU, for inviting me to speak today. In preparation, I decided to revisit literature on the 21st century university issued by bodies such as UNESCO over 3 decades ago. And some of the key themes included calls for transdisciplinarity, engagement with communities and business, and democratization. And today, their translation into institutional imperatives is clearly evidenced in university discourses around cross-disciplinary research, knowledge exchange and commercialization, widening participation and inclusion. The role of the university in promoting social cohesion also featured later in supranational policy statements, echoing perhaps historical moral panics in Europe, prompted by rapid industrialization and urbanization, with concomitant political fears around social chaos or disintegration, but also responding to a nascent populism in Europe, I should say. The drivers may be different today, but universities are recognized as key players in promoting such social cohesion. You bear with me a second. The point I wish to make here is that traction at a sectoral and institutional level can and does happen over time, however imperfectly. And it's certainly incontestable that the more recent uptake of discourses around internationalization and indigenization is similarly imperfect. And it has been complicated by broader neoliberal economic and political imperatives, and with the consequent marketization, or as some would have it, economization of education, moving us away from utilitarian notions of contributions to a greater social good. It's perhaps unsurprising then that indigenization, as the challenging of coloniality, has been and often is student-driven, and at times poorly understood by all HE staff and all institutional governing bodies. Of course, the concepts such as cohesion, democratization, internationalization, indigenization are distinctly fuzzy or undecidable. And inevitably, their meaning will vary depending on context and the level of analysis. In reality, each denotes a field of complexity. And so too with demands for social justice. And I perhaps would say here that I do find texts which invoke but then dismiss structural relations to be somewhat problematic. Now, I favor analyses which acknowledge the paradox of exclusion, inclusion, exclusion, okay, and logics that undermine binarized categories such as the international or home student, which serve to homogenize individuals whose backgrounds, experiences, and aspirations may be very different. And of course, I'm thinking here too of analyses which acknowledge implicitly or explicitly that social justice has yet to be fully realized in a Euro-American educational context, and hence the relevance of the concept of social justice and socially just pedagogies to many demographics. This is why I view the very many initiatives at my own institution, the University of Plymouth, designed to address coloniality and all inequities as ultimately benefiting all students. The need to go beyond representativity and mere commitment statements, if meaningful inclusivity is to be achieved, is acknowledged. It requires staff and students to navigate tensions, perhaps productive tensions between policy discourses, and a readiness to consider onto-epistemologies and practices that may be unfamiliar or that seemingly rest uneasily with hegemonic universalist assumptions about knowledge production. Context specificity in relation to our global partnerships means understanding that every partner has their own priorities, conditioned perhaps by national and geopolitical, economic specificities, as well as supranational policy discourse. In relation to our students, it very definitely means an ethics of care, understanding their motivation for studying with us, supporting their career progression, and ensuring that they have the capacity and the confidence to make their voices heard in any forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Doon. That's actually, you gave a complex response to a complex issue, but that's how the academics always are. Let me now bring in Professor Follett as well. There's one point, Professor Follett, that Professor Doon just made, which is about Euro-American higher education not doing enough for social justice, although the efforts are ongoing and there are lots of votaries for it. So do you think that's the case? Do you agree with this viewpoint? And what is your view also being at a prominent British university?
Thank you very much. And like Elizabeth, I'd like to say my thanks to OP Jindal Global University and my many friends on the Sonipat campus. I'm very sorry I can't join you today. I just returned from an overseas trip over in North America. So my regrets to not be with you in person today. And thank you very much for your initial comment, Elizabeth. I think I agree very much with the direction of travel that you suggested, and indeed regarding the question that has just been posed. Is the problem one of our engagement globally, or is indeed part and central to this problem the history of a Western-centric epistemology that much of the academic disciplines have been rooted around? A structure embedded not just in the English language, which is part of the problem in its first place, but a structure that is rooted to a largely Anglo-Germanic structure of university practice, a practice that has dominated the universities not just of Northern Europe, including the United Kingdom, but of course of North America. And that is regrettably the heart and locus of knowledge production in terms of traditional academic knowledge production for the last 50 to 60 years. Indeed, it is only now, within the last decade or two, that we're beginning to see a recalibration. And of course, critical to this is the role of Indian higher education, and indeed, more widely, South Asian and East Asian education, and indeed the power that research universities are accruing, not just in your own country in India, but elsewhere around the globe. So I do think that much of the problem that we have here is a legacy of the past, and I might be guilty of that. I'm a professor of history, as well as my role here as Deputy Vice Chancellor. But I am a professor of history, and I am a professor of African and African American history as well. And that sense of really the problems of Western-centric legacies are, of course, critical to understanding that period of the past. But it is also, and that is what we have just seen over the world over the last 6 to 7 years, is a rejection of that. That is Black Lives Matter. That is Me Too. That is much of the post-colonial, and not post-colonial, but new moves, I might argue, for social justice, rooted in a much more grounded sense of national identity. India is an excellent example of that, and indeed the position of the Moti government in shaping both a Hindustani sense of the country and indeed of the political movement, but a very strong statement of India as an academic leader, as a political leader, as an economic leader, etc., 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 right? So I do think that at this moment we're tackling both a shift in Western-centric epistemologies, but a very welcome opportunity across the globe to reshape our academic, our research agendas, and our and indeed our knowledge production agendas. And I agree completely with Elizabeth's point earlier on that as universities, and this is true whether you are OP Jindal, whether you are the University of Exeter or Plymouth or wherever we've heard from already, the universities really are anchor institutions within their communities. And until we see ourselves as our fully anchor institutions, in many cases, universities will be speaking past their communities. They will not be fully engaged in their communities. They will not be fully engaged in creating true social justice. as I see it, and this is my closing point really, for this morning or this afternoon with you guys in Sonipat, that we face a challenge around the blending of indigenization. That is to say, rooting our academic disciplines in place. Indigenization being around in New Zealand, rooting it to a Maori tradition. In the case of where I was just a few days ago in Arizona, rooting it within a Native American consciousness, for that matter, or indeed in a national basis. What does that mean about indigenization, for example, in an Indian context? What is it that is indigenous? Indeed, there are many, multiple, hundreds of different indigenous communities within India, and that is part of the challenges of making indigenization stick, is that indigenization isn't about one thing, it's about multiple things, ultimately, multiple communities, multiple voices that must be captured in that indigenous focus. So indigenization is our challenge one. Decolonization is our challenge two. I'm not prioritizing, but I'm just putting them as numbers here. Decolonization, meaning a full step back from that Western-centric epistemological traditions that have rooted, and I have asked the question in so many classrooms at OP Jindal, what are the books that the students are reading? What are the texts that the students are reading? I regret to say, I suspect that 70 to 80% of those texts are drawn from that Western-centric traditions. And I would love to see it altered in that context. And then there's the final point, which is as you observed in the opening remarks, that internationalization. We can only go so far in indigenization, in decolonization. Our tasks are bigger. And that's where I see internationalization as. I don't see it as cutting against decolonization or about the indigenization. I see it as a facilitation device to internationalize our curriculum, both indigenizes and decolonizes. To internationalize our student experience means that it is more respectful of cultural difference. It is more inclusive of change. And so I see internationalization for the students and for our academic disciplines as more comprehensive, if you like. It is the holding tank in which indigenization and decolonization will also work. They are not exclusive, but they are indeed symbiotically linked together. So thank you for the invitation. I look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Professor Follett. Yeah, I mean, you have raised an important point about what is indigenous. I mean, that's always something. The history of many societies shows that indigenous itself could be a dominant community's narrative and not necessarily everyone's. But still, let me bring in my colleague, Professor Hebatullah Adam, who actually also heads our Center for Global South. Now, Professor Adam, we heard from our friends in the UK about their problems that they bring from their perspective in their universities. Now, coming to Egyptian and Indian context where you have worked, you clearly, one of the ways of internationalization we have tried is to not only tie up with foreign universities and to not only meaning Western universities, but also to enter into meaningful partnerships with non-Western universities. So this is a kind of internationalization that is based on South-South cooperation also. And increasingly, we are looking to also reorient our students. As Professor Follett was saying, there is a problem with this legacy where young people still think that Western means superior and Western means intellectually higher, and Western means that it is more desirable than non-Western. So we have been trying to also at our university trying to reorient our students to think about non-Western scholars, non-Western scholarship, cite more from non-Western sources, including our own indigenous works in different disciplines, and to try and also get our young people to visit non-Western societies as part of student mobility agreements and so on. So internationalization need not mean Westernization, and that's has been one of our objectives. So over to you, Professor Adam, your experience from Egypt and India and your thoughts on all this.
Thank you, Professor Cholia, and our esteemed panelist of today. Regarding the decolonization, I think that we should first differentiate between colonization and coloniality. Colonization is more about the action of settling, controlling the administrative colonies in South African or in African countries, Latin American, Asians, but coloniality has extended even after independence. So it is more about power relations, hidden practices, and attitude. And of course, regarding our talk today, it is about the practicing control over education, the education system overall, and specifically in higher education. So decolonizing curriculum involves challenging the Euro-centric viewpoints, and here it is more about amplifying voices, marginalized voices from Global South, rethinking how knowledge is produced and transmitted within the academic setting. So speaking about universities, what universities can do to decolonize the curriculum. So universities can address by decolonizing the curriculum historical injustice, promote social justice, and create more inclusive and learning environment for students to make students, given that we are now have more diverse set of students representing different population from South and North, so we should have more inclusive learning environment. But unfortunately, in many or most of Northern and Southern countries, we are still following the Eurocentric viewpoint in our higher education system. So students, if taught about achievements and perspective of only small group of people, so they are definitely missing a lot of wealth of knowledge, and they are not able to learn about their own history. Speaking about here, I'm referring to us. We are coming from Global South, so we are missing a lot about our own history. So how I will share like more of my practical experience in India and in Egypt. How can we decolonize the curriculum? So from my point of view, I think there is 3 steps that we should follow. First of all is to acknowledge that there is we of course we should acknowledge that European and Western, they have added a lot to the literature, and we should get the maximum benefits of their contribution, but also we still acknowledge our own history and to integrate this history to our curriculum. And secondly is by action, and action here it should be taken by all kind of structure to decolonize the curriculum. Starting from, first of all, the teaching faculty, we should have more visiting faculty coming from Africa, Latin America, Asia. So they are sharing their experience. When we design our own curriculum, so we should have more of courses that are reflecting the history of countries in Global South. Like, for example, in Gender School of International Affairs, we do have many of electives offered on political economy of development in Africa, Latin America, in Asia. So we should have more of courses on history of these regions of Global South. So all this will help in breaking down that Eurocentric view in education or in higher education. Also, we do have in Gender School of International Affairs, there is Arabic language taught and Mandarin. In other school in GGU, there is literature of different places, like different culture, like in Indian culture or Latin American or African culture. And the final point is to adapt, because we should admit that we are living in a changing political climate. So we should have this curriculum should be regularly reviewed and integrate more of all developments that are happening in global South. So finally, we should have like to adapt and to make sure that we do have our education system is universal and inclusive, reflecting all regions of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Adam. Yes, good points. Especially, I found it interesting your idea of bringing in more faculty from the global South to also be to teach in the classroom. It's not just the curriculum. Ultimately, who designs the curriculum? It's the professors, right? Who offer the courses. So that's where it will matter. And of course, there are many who are from Western societies also who sympathize with the idea of the decolonization, and they will also be critical. We have some very interesting questions that have come in from the audience. Let me take up one and ask the panel to reflect on it. It says, I quote, "In what ways can academia actively amplify voices from diverse backgrounds within the context of reshaping education?" So I think it's also an ideological challenge, isn't it? I mean, if you have, let's say, faculty members who let's say, are quote unquote conservative or on the right, they probably won't even see any value to this whole talk about social justice and decolonization, because for them, these are, actually misnomers, and they are actually meant to mislead young people, and they have a different approach. But of course, typically, most of the universities have a left liberal kind of a ideological bent. So I suppose it's not that hard to convince people at most, I mean, as a majority of the faculty body, to think about this when they design the curricula. So my question to Professor Doan and to all the panelists in that order is, can we as university leaders and as deans and heads of departments, vice chancellors, president, do we need to, like the way we have affirmative action in the society, should we also adopt some such rule to ensure that all faculty are quote unquote mainstreaming this decolonization and social justice and indigenization into their curricula when they design it? Or should we simply say this is a norm or an ideal and we should aspire to it and we should try and what I'm trying to ask you is, should we use some kind of administrative fiat and power to change things the way they exist, or should we just leave it for individual faculty members to make up their minds? Professor Don.
Yes, I think the idea of affecting change by fiat is a little problematic for me, because I value academic autonomy, professional autonomy. I would say it has to be a two-pronged exercise. So we do have institutional imperatives, we have attempts at institutional level to affect decolonization. I can give you numerous examples later. I think subsequent questions will address issues, for example, or how at a granular level of decolonizing reading lists on modules, this sort of thing, beyond the normal EDI sort of actions. But I also think it has to be student driven as well, which is why I mentioned that in my opening comments. I can give you one example of something that our educational development people have done at Plymouth, and that's they actually undertook a sort of survey of current practice in UK universities, excuse me, where they were, assessing or benchmarking our university in terms of the characteristics of a curriculum that aims at decolonization. And, I think the universities represented here from the southwest of England fared rather well in that exercise. But as you say, it's a very uneven process. I think it varies between faculties, depending on the valorization of science, for example. But there's a lot that can be done. And even, I mean, to give you some examples, you know, our staffing policy does reflect an effort to actually have students being taught by subjects such as the politics of the global south by academics from the global south or the relevant part of the world. So I think that's very important. We've created micro apprenticeships or internships where students are actually doing research to see how we can engage students and in staff and student collaborations, all with the objective of engaging staff in decolonization initiatives. I'll stop there because I can go on and give you many examples of what we're doing at Plymouth, but I think your question was a more general one.
Yeah, no, that's helpful to know because we are always looking for good practices that we can learn from our sister institutions across the world. Professor Paulette, sometimes you hear, you know, there was a change in leadership and a new vice chancellor came in or a new president, and suddenly, you know, she or he instituted a a remarkable transformation, not just in administration, but also in the approach of the university to social justice, to community, and to the underprivileged and marginalized and all those things. So, what role do you think university leaderships can play in this role in this cause?
Thank you very much. I think university leaderships can play a critical role, and largely because it's the institutional leadership that sets strategy and it sets the approach that a university will undertake. I'll give you one example. It's from Exeter. There's about 3 years ago, I wasn't here at that time, I joined from the University of Sussex a year ago. But about 3 years ago, the university leadership, new leadership, rewrote the university strategy, and it rewrote it around 3 core pillars around delivering a greener planet, a fairer planet, and a healthier planet. And it allied all research agendas and all engagement agendas fundamentally around those 3 pillars. Now, you can be cynical and say, oh, well, it's just a marketing piece of university leadership. But it isn't, in point of fact. It's very much rerouted the institution's sense of itself. But it also took the opportunity at that time to think hard about what are the values, what are the underpinning values that the university will embrace. And thus, I think, actually, in many respects, university leadership can play a massively significant role in this. In fact, I'd go further than that and say that governments can play a fundamental role. We're at the moment dealing with the end of a UK government, which has a particular political persuasion. But if I take the Indian example, by contrast, India passed, of course, the NEP a matter of 3 years ago. And at the heart of the NEP is an education vision for India. It's a highly progressive vision of interdisciplinarity, interculturalism, and indeed the growth of the education offer within the country. So I think governments can play a very powerful role, both in terms of messaging inclusion, academic inclusion, social inclusion, racial inclusion, etc., class inclusion, etc., etc. But I think they can also, in institutions, play a very powerful role in defining what is the mission of the university. Because to go back to your question to Elizabeth, can we mainstream decolonization and indigenization in universities? I don't think we can do that by an order, but I do think that we can do it through the soft power that we all have. That is to say, building a staff and student identity that is both conducive to intercultural studies, that is very conducive to, if you like, a global literacy or global awareness that enables us to tackle some of these issues of indigenization and decolonization. I would say, however, that it would be quite unfair to my colleagues in this university and many universities to suggest that they're teaching a kind of rigid, old school curriculum of the 1950s. Academic disciplines have moved so fast, over the last 30 years, that it's really quite scarce and rare to find a kind of rather arcane reading list or arcane approach to academic discipline. That is not the case. I think where the biggest challenge lies for us is in parts of the physical and natural sciences, where it is very difficult, or has been difficult, to decolonize curricula, as evidenced by the campaign of the Black British chemists that have been trying to decolonize the chemistry curricula in the UK. And that has been a real challenge, not because anybody wants to do it, it's just because, as we go back to the earlier points, the legacies are that there really isn't that much academic production thus far by these different communities. But that is the challenge that we all face as we move forward.
Yeah, great point. There isn't that much literature produced or which has survived. So that is always a question. In fact, let me bring in Professor Adam on this. There is a question from the audience, Professor Adam. How do we integrate Indian or any other traditional knowledge system when it is not published in recognized journals? So in other words, there is a paucity of sources, right? Even if there is an intent, we want it, we want to bring in more indigenous content into the classroom. There just aren't any high quality things. And that's part of the legacy Professor Follett is talking about, because post-colonial societies, we really struggled initially, or for the most part of the second half of 20th century, we were only looking at giving access to as many young people as possible to get into college. We were not really pushing the research and the knowledge production agenda much. So there are not many on any topic. You do economics, Professor Adam. We don't have many texts or classic works written by our own people. I mean, in India, for example, Kautilya, way back, more than 2,000 years ago, wrote the Arthashastra, which is the major work on politics and economics. But apart from that, we don't really have, modern theories of trade or of production, of pricing. Most of these, we rely on the Western textbooks because even if they were there, they have not been preserved and have not been institutionalized for us to carry forward. So how do we deal with this problem of paucity of sources which are indigenous in nature, and what can we do? We can't obviously overnight produce a lot of knowledge, right? It'll take decades of consistent efforts and what Professor Follett was calling strategy from the top leadership and from the governments. Only then can this probably change. But meanwhile, what can we do due to the lack of sources?
Yeah. So actually, yes, I do agree that with regards to main theories, so they are written by a European theorist and economist, politician. So this is what we cannot avoid. So we are always referring to the main theories like Adam Smith, David Ricardo, all the main theorists in economics. But when it comes to the practical experience, which is showing what is going on in Egypt, in India, in Latin America, Argentina. So here we can, in different modules, we can refer to our colleagues in these regions and their work and how they have analyzed, for example, the impact of international trade on green economy in Egypt, in Argentina, or in India. And if we are doing more research, we will find that there is lots of scholars from Global South that have done lots of contribution in different fields, in social science and even in natural science as well. Like, for example, in my course, I'm teaching this semester political economy of development in Africa. So the main text that I have recommended to my students is written by an African scholar. Because if if we will share what Africa has went through during colonization and decolonization and post-colonization from a point of view of a European or a Western scholar. So of course it will be a totally different vision if someone who has lived on the land and he belongs to the land is sharing his own or his own people point of view. So there is there is a shortage in many of the sources that we can depend on. But if we are doing more research, we will find that there is some good sources that we can depend. Also, one more thing that we can do meanwhile, that we can invite scholars from global south, from Africa, Latin America, Asia, to come and discuss. So it is not necessary that we are sharing with them books or a written article, but we can have discussions with our colleagues, faculty colleagues from southern regions.
Yeah. Those are actually practical and doable indeed. Friends, we have time for just one more round, and let me take up one last question from the audience. How can the global dialogue on inclusivity and cultural diversity be fostered within higher education institutions? So, in other words, I mean, in a way, the World University Summit is like a global dialogue only that we're doing. But then how can it be fostered within institutions, institutionally as a culture, and how can we make this inclusivity? I mean, sometimes it's a cliche. Everybody says we are inclusive, but then we don't know what it really means. But let me throw it to the panelists. A last word on the importance of dialogue and on communication with partners from other parts of the world. How can this help us to rethink our notions about indigenization and internationalization? In a way, like we have said before, internationalization can help indigenization, because of this dialogue that we are having, like the World University Summit. So last round, back to Professor Doan. Value of global dialogue. How do you see it?
It's invaluable. I think, to summarize, absolutely invaluable. And we do affect it, through various means. I really did like what Professor Adams was saying, because I think it so much of the dialogue will happen at a disciplinary a discipline level. I can give you again examples where in my own faculty, where we have it's described as an Adventures in Post-Humanism reading group, but in fact we have speakers from around the world. We have collaborations, research collaborations. Our arts people collaborated with a Maori academic and researcher to produce a counter-narrative to our Mayflower celebrations, which some would describe as a celebration of colonialism or historical colonialism. And, so there was a counter-narrative produced with somebody from the Maori population. My specialism is inclusion, so I'm trying not to get lost in debates that I think probably aren't appropriate here. But I support international students to research their own national contexts. I promote criticality, and when I talk about a dialogue being student-driven, I support students who want to look critically at their own inclusive education systems. I think dialogue at every level, institutional, global, but at a granular level as well, as Professor Adams says, at module level, is because engagement is key. I think this is the issue with institutional initiatives, is that they tend to become information sharing exercises where staff can avail themselves of that information or not. but these very specific projects that involve collaboration are key. And that's how we get alternative or global voices, up there and up front.
Absolutely. Professor Pollitt, you're a historian. Elizabeth Doan already spoke about the Maori in New Zealand, for example. Now, there is this whole question of the crimes of the past, right? I mean, that seems, at least in the Western context, very, very important in the curriculum to acknowledge, the genocides and the conquests and the pillage and the plunder of the global South. And without that, probably there will be no reckoning with the, social justice in the curriculum. So how easy is it to push that, in history, for example, in your discipline, to admit and to acknowledge and to openly discuss these things in class and to, the best example are the Germans. They after World War II, they really went into this mode of penitence and repentance in such a massive way that today, even though there are some neo-Nazi groups here and there, there's just no way these groups can really succeed, although there is a far-right party called AFT that is making some waves. So to some extent, even the Japanese have atoned for the crimes committed during World War II. But I'm talking about the European societies, including Britain. I mean, they had such a large empire, and have they fully come to a reckoning with that past, and how cognizant are the students and the curricula about this aspect, about the crimes of the past?
I think it's a really good question. I think they've become, over the last 5 years, much more aware of the crimes of the past than they were even a decade ago. And that really has been driven by the power of Black Lives Matter as a movement of social conscience, not just in the United States, but more widely. I think students have become aware through the discussions over the removal, for example, of statues and monuments that occurred not just in Britain, but obviously much more so in the United States, in terms of the role that they can play in terms of righting these historical wrongs. So I think that what was perhaps the case 2 or 3 decades ago, that slavery, for example, colonization, was a poorly understood concept within British universities, is just simply not the case. Today, university curricula, history curricula, are packed full of indeed decolonization debates, discussions about the legacies of Britain and indeed of Europe. But I think the much more significant point to this is that a modern history curricula doesn't focus necessarily purely on the downward thrust of colonization. It focuses on the upward thrust from the colonized people, the way they shaped and resisted that imperial tradition. So I think, to be perfectly honest, that when we talk about curricula today, we need to be thinking about what modern students are interpreting. Of course, what's very interesting, especially in the United States, is that just as the Black Lives Matter movement and the liberal progressive movement pushed discussions in one direction, we've seen through the Republicans and indeed the Tea Party movement before the Republican mainstream of Donald Trump, we've seen a counter narrative, an argument that this is actually, by rewriting history in a decolonized and indeed progressive mode towards formerly colonized peoples, that we have indeed pushed the brush too far the opposite direction. And so we've triggered a counter narrative from the right in this context. And I think the role of the UK universities has to be in navigating precisely that terrain. We have to be at the heart of those debates. We are in the heart of those debates. I'd like to say one thing, however, and this picks up with what Elizabeth talked about. How do we make that change? One thing we can do is very consciously internationalize our students. Now, only a tiny percentage go international, study abroad, or do those types of things. So we very much need domestic internationalization programs that consciously embed international perspectives and cultural awareness into every student's curricula. I think we also need to embrace COIL, Collaborative Online International Learning, bringing students together from different backgrounds. Here at Exeter, we lead on a program called Future 17, a global consortium that brings students from literally every part of the world to work on SDG projects together. Again, you get a multiplicity of voices, a multiplicity of approaches. And I'll finish with one point, which is highly relevant in an Indian context, because the NEP really permitted us to develop joint degrees, dual degrees. It enabled transnational education. And it behooves all of us, and I'm speaking here from a UK university, but I'm also talking about from a perspective of an Indian institution. It behooves all of us to develop those joint degrees, to embrace that principle of internationalization and indigenization. And I, for one, would very much like to see much more transnational education, not British degrees brought to India or Indian degrees brought to Britain, although there is some value in the latter, I would suggest. But it's in that transnational education space where we can co-create curricula, co-create from the best of both education, pedagogic, and research environments, and make a meaningful change. Nobody wants to see the same that they've seen in the past. Let us do more and let us do it better to mean that a future education is indeed fully internationalized, fully decolonized, and fully rooted in the local communities in which it's taught.
Well said, Professor Follett. Yes, I think the idea of co-creating is an interesting one, because if we are able to actually co-teach courses using technology between partner institutions, that will really help to make up for the lack of the sources and the lack of qualified faculty. Often we don't have enough people who have gotten the best PhDs with the best methodological training from universities in the global south. And so it's like a self-replicating loop where the post-colonial weaknesses of developing countries then translate into more weakness in its educational system that has become it's like a path-dependent problem. But then still co-creation is, I think, a value worth pursuing. Let me bring in Professor Adam. Last word, Professor Adam, co-creation. Do you think that's something we can attempt? And to an extent, we have been doing that. We have jointly taught courses for our students and partners from Western and also non-Western institutions, where we jointly design the curriculum and we offer it jointly to students on both sides. Those kind of innovations enabled by technology could possibly help to bring about a reorientation of thinking on both sides.
Right, I totally agree, especially that we are now in a world of polycrisis, and all these crises that our world is facing is a big challenge for indigenous and international communities. So we are all facing climate change, environmental degradation, resource management. So what we all citizens of the world should do, we should work together to find sustainable solution for our world, including teaching. Here is, since we are speaking about education and higher education. So collaborative work and efforts between scholars and faculty from global south and global north is important, and we should work together on research paper, not only in teaching, on research papers in like developing solutions in lab for natural science, or here some of our courses, as you have mentioned, professors, that we do have as courses that have been created and co-taught between faculty members from India and their colleagues from Europe, from other countries. So, for example, in Egypt, also sharing about experience in Egypt, we do have in our governmental universities in Egypt, in Ain Shams and Cairo universities, there are like French universities, they do have their own representative departments in the Faculty of Commerce and Political Science. And European French faculties, they are coming and they are teaching, and also there is Egyptian faculty teaching in the same department. So Egyptian students, they are getting knowledge which is Franco-Egyptian, and they are getting exposed to diverse knowledge. So this can be done. It can be either done on campus, or it can be done online, as we are having here in India through Coursera, some programs that we have launched in GGU.
Right. So, viewers, some of the discussion today is that internationalization and indigenization may actually be quite complementary, depending on how we understand internationalization. And indigenization also needs to be further broken down to really come to the root of it, because sometimes it can also be a cover for only dominant narratives to be brought forward. So nonetheless, our panelists have all talked about the challenges that universities face, and also shared some very good best practices that universities around the world are doing to try and make this combination of internationalization and indigenization work. It's not easily accomplished overnight. It's a task that requires constant reminders. It requires a strategy, and it also requires a certain socialization of the academe to think a little differently from what they have been doing before. We are also glad to note that things are changing in many parts of the world. The curricula, as well as the ideological positioning about the past, especially, which is essential to for decolonization. These things are changing, and which also mean that we will be able to probably see what Professor Follett was talking about, a fairer world, that being an objective of the University of Exeter. But a fairer world is something that we must all aspire to, and I hope that all of you who have been watching this will also think about this and will continue to work to make a fairer world, which is a much bigger thing than just a fairer university. But then we in the universities have our task cut out, and we will need to work hard to make sure that at least in our precincts, in our communities within the universities, we make a start, because that's how we can infuse these ideas into the broader society. Because at the end of the day, it is only through higher education that social change can happen over a period of decades, if not centuries. So thank you, Elizabeth Doan. Thank you, Richard Follett. Thank you, Hebatullah Adam. I really appreciate your valuable insights, and thank you for joining us, and thank you for watching. Take care.
Thank you.
an associate professor at IHD at OP Jindal Global University. The theme for this session is Innovative Initiatives at Universities, Empowering Students to Become Agents of Change. We have in our session 4 very experienced panelists. First, we have Professor Abiodun Humphrey Adebayo, who is Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, Nigeria. It's one of the leading universities in Africa, driven by a vision to raise a new generation of leaders. Professor Adebayo is Council Member and Trustee of Association of Commonwealth University, ACU, and is also associated with Association of African Universities. Besides this, he is also a prolific researcher of biochemistry. Welcome, Professor. Professor Wengchuan Zhang is Professor and Associate Dean for International Collaborations at Jindal Global Law School at OP Jindal Global University. She is also leading the Center for India-China Studies at our university. She has studied at top universities in China and US and has been visiting scholar at Yale and Columbia Law Schools too. Professor Osama Khan is Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics at Aston University, United Kingdom. He has been educated at Independent University Bangladesh, the University of Surrey, and Cambridge University. In the past, he has worked as Vice Provost Education and Pro-Vice Chancellor Academics at the University of Surrey, driving their academic strategy, digital transformation, and he consolidated the student experiences and student services. Welcome, Professor Khan. Finally, we have Professor Ahmad Sodek, who is Rector at the Jenderal Sudirman University, Indonesia. He completed his education from Indonesia and Germany and is an experienced academic leader as well as a researcher in the field of animal production and livestock production systems. There is a reason why I'm highlighting the educational backgrounds. For if we look at it, we have people who have on the panel who have experience across Bangladesh, India, China, Germany, US, Nigeria, Indonesia. It's a wide swath that we can cover. And not just we can draw, the panel can draw their own experiences at their current universities, but also their alma maters, as well as the wide experiences they have had across universities in the leadership position. So hopefully I'll start the session with a brief introduction to the theme, followed by a set of questions to each of the panelists that they will answer based on their experiences. And in the end, we will try to keep some time for audience questions if there are any, followed by closing remarks, and hopefully we'll close the session in time at 3:30 p.m. All right, thank you everyone who has joined in. As Henry Adams had said, a teacher affects eternity. He can never tell where his influence stops. A teacher's influence on students' life is not necessarily visible immediately, but still it can echo through eternity. We have our own experiences. Thus, universities, through its faculty, have the power to shape the world through their students. Never has this been more critical than in today's Bani world, a world which is marked by brittleness, anxiety, non-linearity, and incomprehensibility. A phrase which is kind of replaced by, which has replaced VUCA world. Imagine our current state. There's climate change, there are rapid technological advancements, including the current developments, very recent developments in artificial intelligence, and global anxieties due to ecological and geopolitical events. All these present challenges that are novel, unprecedented, and over everything, they are immensely complex. Our students will step into this world. As university leaders and teachers, this demands from us a new breed of graduates who are not just skilled professionals in the narrow domains, but they should be agents of change who are ready to tackle such global challenges head on. We have the power to empower students to step beyond textbooks and classrooms. We need to make them active participants in shaping a better future. But how? That's the question. It's not just about memorizing fact, but about igniting their inner change makers, where they can think about the larger system and the world that they are going to create and live in. This session is our chance to explore innovative initiatives that are breaking this mold. It is an opportunity to learn from what has worked at diverse institutions and get inspiration to bring similar changes within our local context. We will discover how universities are creating practical experiential learning opportunities immersing students in real-world challenges, and equipping them with tools to find solutions that are practical, that actually bring about change. Imagine students collaborating with local communities to address environmental issues, developing innovative social enterprises, or in fact, designing technology solutions for people who cannot afford them right now in a capitalistic market. These aren't just hypothetical scenarios, they are actually happening right now at universities across the globe. And there are several awards, social entrepreneurship courses. There are things which are happening in terms of curriculum pedagogy. Hopefully, we will uncover some of that during the discussion. More and more educational and political leaders need to listen to the stories of change, or these stories, these innovations that are happening, so that they can probably inculcate or include these within their local educational and political context. By fostering an environment where students are active participants, not just passive bystanders, we can cultivate a generation of empowered change makers. This session is an invitation to share experiences, spark ideas, and explore how we can collectively empower our future generations and to leave a lasting positive impact on the world. So let's get to the question. First, we'll go in the sequence, Professor Osama, followed by Professor Adebayo, Professor Wenjuang, and last, Professor Sodek. Give one example from your university where students are at the forefront of some action that is already having or is likely to have a huge political, huge positive social, environmental, or economic impact on the community. So something which may be in a nascent stage or which is already mature, which is likely to have great impact in future or is already having it. And how did this program start? How has it evolved? And what is your university doing to scale it up? Professor Khan.
Professor Maun, thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, for having me. I'm delighted to be in this panel with the distinguished other guests who will be speaking here. This is the topic of today's discussion is very close to my heart. Currently, I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor at Aston University. Let me just tell you a little bit about Aston. It is in Birmingham, in England, which we call Midlands in United Kingdom. And Birmingham is a city which is the second largest after London, but it is a city of minorities. So I myself come from Bangladesh. In fact, right now I am in Bangladesh at my mother's place. And the university is at a city where the minority are the majority. So 78% of the population of Midlands are from minority communities, whether they are, so in a way we call them BAME community, Black, Asian, minority, ethnic individuals like myself. We are a research-intensive university established in 1892, and 55% of my undergraduate students are from BAME background, Black, Asian, minority, ethnic, which is basically the way we defined in England, non-white population. Birmingham has its own glory as well as it has its own challenges. The example that I'm going to give you today, it has neighborhoods where for generations of communities hasn't been to higher education. Those of you know England, you would know that the Industrial Revolution started in Midland. In fact, Birmingham is the city of factories. Lots of manufacturing is to take place. Now, I'm talking about nearly before the Second World War. After Second World War, the whole manufacturing sector in United Kingdom started to shut down. In fact, right now, Britain is the largest knowledge economy, where we do not manufacture anything, we add value, and the manufacturing takes place somewhere else in the world. So complete economic model has changed. Along with that came the social challenge that a large population of Midland citizens have lost their jobs in hundreds and thousands of factories. And I'm talking about this job loss back in Second World War time in 50s and 60s. And the poverty since the 50s and 60s in Midland started to kick in. because these manufacturing plant worker has been working on those manufacturing plants for 200, 300 years. So they are generations, their forefathers worked in the same factory. It was a kind of a skill that's being handed down in the community within their family. So once that revolution stopped, once the factories have stopped, the aspiration within this community has stopped as well. Now, I understand that we are having this global summit virtually, but predominantly hosted by Jindal Global University, which is an Indian university. I'm not going to compare the level of poverty between the two countries. Of course, the levels are uncomparable. As an economist, I wouldn't say the poverty that we can see in my home country of Bangladesh or India is probably not comparable. However, in terms of the UK living standard, the poverty and the pockets of poverty I have seen in Birmingham is quite acute. So what we did, we systematically, from every undergraduate program at Aston University, provided students who come from those neighborhoods, who managed to break through the challenges of their poverty and still manage to come to Aston University. We then bring them back to their own community, build aspiration by working with scientific and social projects with school children who are as young as 12 years old. So from the age of 12 until 18, they work on multiple smaller scale projects. These are incubated projects. These projects itself probably doesn't make any impact on the society. But the fact that they're doing projects where they lost hope of going to university, it ignites hope for them to bring to university. And because of that work, which has been going on at Aston University for nearly 15 years, we have this 55% minority coming to Aston University. So another quick stat before I hand it over to you, Professor Maun. 45% of our Aston University undergraduate students come from a household with an annual income of £25,000 sterling. Now, I do understand, given our international audience and the speakers here, £25,000 sterling might go long way in Bangladesh, for example, but it doesn't actually go that long way. So the mean-tested poverty line we set in Britain is that line, 25,000 per annum family income. So having 45% coming from such poorer family shows that our project of bringing clever students to the schools where neighborhoods don't go to university is creating an impact. So we already have seen that impact, that they get inspired to see their own, from their own neighborhood, going to university, becoming scientists, becoming social scientists and artists and doctors and engineers. It creates aspiration for them then to aspire to go to university. I think I'm going to stop here and hear from other speakers from across the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Khan. I think that's like as direct action as you can take, bringing in people who need the change and showing hope to their peers, their compatriots, and saying that, okay, if this person can make it, then there is hope for everybody else in the community. And that's at a psychological level, at a sociological level, that's an amazing intervention. Thank you. I have some questions about that, but probably in the next round we'll take that up. Professor Adebayo, over to you. The same question: which project has your university done with the students, which is having a huge positive social, environmental, or economic impact on the community, and the evolution of this program? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Deepa, and I'd like to first appreciate the privilege given to me to be part of this year's World University Summit and to be with these great panelists, distinguished speakers across the globe. I'm not taking that privilege for granted. And thank you so much for having me here. First, also, let me also share a bit about my university here. My university, it's not as old as Aston University from Professor Sama. The privileged Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, and the university was founded in 2002, October 21st. So we are just barely 21 years of age. And I can tell us that the university has actually made huge impact since its creation. more than 21 years ago, going to 22nd year this year. Our vision is to raise a new generation of leaders who will positively rewrite the ugly narratives of Africa. Africa has had a very bad representation among the Committee of Nations, and that's one of the reasons Covenant University was set up, to see how the battered image of Africa can be rewritten, and through providing qualitative education. And I can let us know here that we are making this impact through our value-added education, life applicable learning that we offer here in Covenant University. One of the positive impacts that Covenant University education has made is on empowerment of our graduates, our students. Now, one way we do this is through entrepreneurship. Now, over the years, you will see thousands of graduates will come out of the university colleges and without viable jobs. A number of them carry their certificates up and down without also making any headway. No white-collar job, no jobs, and year in, year out, they keep churning graduates into the world without any hope. And what Covenant does is to, rebrand our curriculum to inculcate entrepreneurship, not by theory alone, but also ensuring that there are also inbuilt practical aspects into this. And that's what we have done. And they undertake this course from 100 level up to their final year. And we probably have incubation laboratories. We have, vocational studies where they empower our students. And our students are given the opportunities to start, their businesses. They have startups, have here and through our startup laboratory here. And that has made tremendous impact on our graduate, of course, on the society as a whole. Now, I give you this example, this practical example of one of our, we have many of them, even the industry now come to the university now to recruit students because they have found our graduates as the most employable graduates here in Nigeria. And over the years, we've been winning quite an award. But maybe I take you to one of the very impact that one of our graduates is making. In fact, this one was my student. I recall when he sent a proposal to me, he was in his final year. I was a supervisor. His name is, Uja, who is the founder of Tribe Agri. You can Google it there. You see Tribe Agri there. Now, he had this proposal that he wanted to set up and see how he can empower farmers. But through this, here he has been able to leverage technology to empower smallhold farmers across Africa by linking them to finance, data-driven best practices, and access to local and global markets for their commodities. And all of this is to ensure food security for all. And through this, I think as at the last time I know, they have been able to empower. This is spread across, all states in Nigeria, and a small town in Kaduna State now to much more than 500 smallholder farmers across. And they are producing over 1.5 million, metrics of grains have been produced and traded. Over 500,000 farmers have been onboarded into this program, and over 400,000 hectares of land had been cultivated, and they have stored over grains of over 225, thousand metric tons of grains have been stored, and with over 9,000 jobs created by just, imbibing this entrepreneurship education alone. This is one out of many of these that they have empowered, and thereby empowering all of that. The name of that, again, you can Google it later on, Tribe Agri, and that's really making wave. And we have quite a lot of them in other global industries like Softcom, soft engineering, some of them are in the entertainment industry, so a number of them through entrepreneurship, and they no longer look for jobs. Jobs come to look for them. I've often had, conglomerates here in Nigeria and other African countries asked to employ our graduates to make them ready by this entrepreneurship. And let me also mention here that our curriculum is what is currently being used by the National Universities Commission, a regulatory body that regulates Nigerian university system here in the country. So let me stop here and also hear the stories of others. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Adebayo. That's an inspirational story. In fact, making an impact in lives of farmers who it's always complex within say African context, within Indian context. One of the challenges that I closely follow, because my whole undergraduate was in dairy technology, and I closely follow the agriculture sector. The whole idea of aggregating or bringing farmers together, that's a very operationally complex thing. And if your students have done that in terms of actually executing that thing, that's an amazing success, I would say. Thank you. I'll come back to that. Professor Wenjuan Zhang, on to you. The same question. You are muted. You're muted. Please unmute. You're still muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that the previous two speakers talk about this kind of innovation or aspire student to tackle social challenges from the leader's perspective as a university. So for me, I want to talk about my personal story and as a law school faculty. When I studied at the law school in China, whenever I heard the news about unfairness, injustice, I feel very angry, but it seems I'm short of the skills to really face the problem and solve the problem. So I feel I want to, when I hear more and more this kind of news, I feel depressed. But after my graduation, when I joined the NGO, a public interest law firm, so I try to help the disadvantaged people at the front. Even though the reality is more challenging, but I don't feel so depressed because I have been empowered to solve this problem. So when I look back, the legal education, I feel lawyers, the law school has trained lawyers as a wise litigator, but not a comprehensive problem solver. So that's what I have tried to bring to my students. And also I have tried to work with the different law schools, either in China or in India. Try to for example, I have a course called Lawyering for Change, and it's practice. So I usually ask my students to develop a project to really, to pick up a problem they can handle, they can manage, they really understand the deep root cause of the issue. So for example, some of my students usually propose a very big project idea, like honor killing, bonded labor. I say, how much you understand, like why this happened, how much data, empirical information you have. And then if they find it's a little bit far from them, and then I try to guide them to pick up, to further narrow down the issue or pick up another issue which they have more information. Some of the students give me a very inspiring project. They even work with different kind of financial support. They have raised funding, they work with big NGOs, and they also work with the government. Their project is very kind of implementable, and also they feel exciting because they understand the issue through their own investigation. So I think that's part of the vision of GGU to work with the community to make the community feel is kind of a very broad and a meaningful issue to have a university. So I think from my perspective, like so for the lawyers, the law schools education. So we should think a bit more about not just a problem as a wise litigator, not just a problem reactor, but should be a problem solver. So I just stop here. Maybe in the so follow-up questions I can add more.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. I think that's a wonderful thought about that. You just don't solve problems, or you should not be trained just to solve problems in the court premises, in the courtroom, but you should look at broader societal problems, and as a lawyer or as an individual student, what you can contribute, and that gives a wider perspective than just the narrow lenses of your discipline. And that's a huge capability if we can develop in our students. Thank you. Professor Sodek, over to you. The same question.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Debak. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much for my opportunity to share in this forum concerning the empowering student to become agent of change. I would like to inform that Jenderal Sudirman University is a public university located in Central Java, one of province in Indonesia, exactly in southwest of Central Java. No, we are 60 years old. I think it's not so old university. We have 97 study program with the total of students 26,000 students, and we already have the 120 alumni. Because of the location, my university in the village, my vision focus on sustainable rural development and local wisdom. Universities are required to be able to produce graduated or have higher rank competency. But nowadays, we know that along with the increasing agile change and development in digital technology, the ability to use academic technique will not be enough. So adaptive student ability are needed, not only soft skill, but also human skill. So in order to prepare the student to face the ever-changing social, culture, and also technology landscape, the competence must be aligned in the need of the times. This assignment is not only with the world of industry and work, but also with the rapidly changes in the future. So Jenderal Sudirman University are required to design and implement innovation learning process so that students can achieve learning outcome covering aspect of attitudes, knowledge, and also skill, optimized and relevance aspect. So at the moment we have the program we call in Bahasa Indonesia Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, is in English Freedom of Learning Independent Campus. It's mean experiential learning program. This program is one of the flagship policy of the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research Technology. One of this program is the right to study for students for 3 semesters outside in the outset of the study program. So we have give the student to study outside of the university and also outside of the study program. This program addressed to students as competency to support higher order thinking skill, including critical thinking and problem solving, creativity and innovation, communication, collaboration, and also computation logic. This policy is designed to empower the students, making them an integral part of the educational process. It is a form of learning in university that is autonomous and flexibility, creating a learning culture that is innovative, not restrictive and in accordance with the students' need. We have the H form, I mean the type in implementation. We call the first one is a student exchange with the local and also exchange with abroad university. And the number two is intensive internship in industry, also in NGO, government agency, and also in micro, small scale project. So another term is teaching assistant, which student sent to the education unit. Another program is research and project, it including join in research project. Another thing is humanitarian project. Also, we have the entrepreneurial activity, like already Prof. Abidun. We have also a project concerning the entrepreneur. So we have also, I think this is a special. We call the community services. We call KKN. We have also in the regional, national, and also international community service. This program was launched in 2020, and among the wide variety to choose from this program, 4 programs are very popular. The first internship and certified independent study, independent student action, and Indonesia international student mobility, and also the campus teaching.
Professor Sodek,
sorry,
take a minute to conclude with you.
Okay, in the future, we face challenge and win. We can no longer compete, but cooperate, and share more. Hopefully, to the initiative and concrete manifestation of our effort to prepare a better young generation to create a better future. I think, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Sodek. I think one of the common themes that is running through all the answers is the local context where the university is located. Professor Sodek said it's a rural university. Professor Adebayo, students are focused on the problems of Nigeria and Africa. Professor Khan, the university picks up things from, because it is situated in Birmingham. If it was situated elsewhere, it would have been a different kind of engagement, different kind of university. And as Professor Zhang said, that pick up the issues which are actually relevant socially in those spaces. Now, if I may ask this thing, all these examples are mostly about our students who are doing things within the university for the community, getting out, but within single institution. But a lot of programs, like entrepreneurship is a common theme which is running across universities, and sometimes students are working on problems, say within, as I said, Professor Adebayo, the African context of agriculture and the small land holdings or the access to market. That same problem exists in India. Now, if we have to think about, say inter-university collaborations, it's operationally very difficult, and sometimes it is nightmarish actually to collaborate with people from different institutions because of different bureaucracies, different political systems, different resource constraints. Yet, given the kind of challenges that we are talking about, probably collaboration across universities is need of the hour. Not just university to university, even within student projects, probably those things can happen. So how can students across universities collaborate with each other at the national level and also at the global level to solve the most significant problems of our countries and the world as a whole? Are there certain examples where your university has collaborated, your students have collaborated with people from other universities within your country or outside the country, and then that has led to kind of a maybe a entrepreneurial, social entrepreneurial venture or some kind of community engagement which led to a greater impact? Professor Osama Khan, maybe let's start with you. Okay, Professor Osama is facing issue with the mic. Professor Adebayo, in the meantime, probably go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, Deepak, for this. I must say here that there is no single university that has everything on its own. Every university will need to depend on another, whether vertical collaboration or horizontal collaboration. By vertical collaboration, what I'm saying here is maybe within university to university could intercollaboration. Then, horizontal could be within the university, outside the university, outside the state of the university, and within the state of the university, where the location the university is cited. Vertical means, international collaboration and all of that. Between collaboration between the student, the faculty, and it's an ongoing thing. And no institution can survive without inter-collaboration. For us at Covenant University, we have several collaborations with our students, including our alumni. Now, recently, what I did some years ago when a few years ago when I became a vice chancellor, is to see how we can begin to bring in our alumni. We have a program in the university that we call Town and Gown. Town and Gown simply means, bringing the industry to the university campus to see how we can leverage on that kind of level of collaboration. And so we do that across the department every year in the university, in Covenant University, every semester rather. Every department is expected to host at least an industry partner within the university, within the department, where they come to share with the student their experiences, where they come to share with the students what they are actually going through in the industries, and how the students can also connect with the industry. And by so doing, that has fostered university inter-industry collaboration here. And a lot of them get hooked up for their internship program. Some equally secure jobs by actually looking at that. And that is one way. But recently I said, no, can we do it differently? Can we begin to look at our alumni? Currently, we have over 24,000 alumni for the past 21 years that we have been in existence as a university. So what we did is to begin to bring our alumni back, to begin to feature them on this program. And because they have passed through the system, so now they are in the industry, a lot of them are entrepreneurship, a lot of them are into government, a lot of them. So we bring them to come and share their experiences with them. And through that has fostered that kind of collaboration that we desire as a university. Another level of collaboration that we have equally established here that has also fostered and strengthened our curriculum and strengthened our examination processes is to leverage on the industry also. Now, at the postgraduate level of Covenant University, we have been able to establish we have entrenched it as a policy, where we now feature industry partners, partner as part of the ongoing examination for a PhD candidate. They are there during the proposal defense of the candidate. They are there during the post-feed presentation, and they are there during the final stage, that is the viva stage, the defense stage of the thesis. And so what does that mean? It means that, for instance, if I am, as a biochemist, for instance, I'm a professor of biochemistry. I'm into medicinal plants. So what we do is to see how we can get an industry that, that deals on on, traditional drug, for instance, that convert traditional drug into local medicine here. So we bring them into to be part of the thesis, to be part of the examination process. They are there so that when the candidate is also making projection to say that this is the work I'm going to do, the industry partners say, oh, can you look at it this way? This is what is actually happening in the industry. And through that, it opens our eyes. Before now, there have been a gap, a very wide gap between the industry and the academia. I think through this initiative, that has equally helped to correct that, and that has equally fostered collaboration with us. So we do that, and at the end of the day, a lot of things came, it has fostered, apart from collaboration, a lot of network for the students has equally been established, a lot of, other partnerships, some even secured jobs by doing that, some secure a lot of openings, and quite a lot of things have been achieved through this wonderful initiative. So let me also pause so that we can also hear from other panel members.
Sure, thank you, Professor Adebayo. I think that industry collaboration and bringing in alumni, it's a very, very powerful thing that all universities need to do. They are realizing, especially the alumni part. Most universities, it's a focus area for several, including our university. Professor Wenchuan Zhang, over to you.
Yeah,
about
so
collaboration across institutions, especially if you have examples of university collaboration with students from other universities.
Yeah, this is what I want to share. I think Professor Adebayo share about the collaboration between university and industry. I want to share cross-cultural collaborations. So as a director of the Center for India and China Studies, actually, I try to foster the collaboration between the Chinese students and Indian students. The two countries share so many similarities. I want the youth, to really work on the similar problem, but to understand the difference of a culture, political freedom, political framework, and other things, how that impact the problem solving. So our first initiative is about air pollution documentary in Beijing and Delhi. So our students fly to Beijing and to work with the student there to document the air pollution there in Beijing. And then the Peking University students also fly to Delhi and working with our students to visit kind of a green tribunal and as different stakeholders to let them understand maybe the same air pollution, but the tackle the problems, the solution would be a little bit different or even be different in a serious way. So the documentary is not that professionally developed, but I'm pretty proud of the project because the students, they have developed a very good kind of understanding and friendship. And some students even I think 1 year ago when I at Harvard, so I met a student who used to be the project. He still have a strong kind of a passion for India. So that's one of the initiative. Actually, I'm thinking another initiative is try to bring students from India, China, and America, the United States, I mean. So like still work on sustainability issue. I'm thinking like now it's a planning stage, like 5 students from China, 5 students from India, 5 from the United States law school. So let them sit together and to brainstorm of the issue on sustainability, which they can agree, like all relevant in the 3 societies, and also let them brainstorm like how to identify the problem and how to analyze the problem and what kind of data or empirical information they need to collect and how they develop the solution and how the solution through monitor solution to develop their involved learning. I think today's world is so narrowly minded and also very confrontational. This is very kind of worrisome. So our young generation should be trained or should be guided, like to be collaborative, to care about different stakeholders, kind of interests, but also be capable of producing some solutions effectively, making the progress. I think that's what we universities, the responsibility to kind of guide our students or young generation to face the world. So that's why I want to bring the students from these three, like India, China, and the US, maybe future from Africa even. So we try to have such kind of program to let the students and even the same issue in different society, the approach, the strategy might be different because culturally, politically, administratively have been shaped by their path, the path dependence. But they need to understand why they take it this way, why we take it this way. So based on the real understanding, constructive and collaborative mindset, so they will understand why the world is different, but we can still work together. So I will stop here to hear more.
Just one clarificatory question: was this a one-time project, or do you do it like every year?
So we are thinking about to be a kind of a long-term project, like every year. So with a different batch of students. And we even think ambitiously, like bring like a venture capital or something to let the student, once they produce this project, some kind of even a foundation or whatever can give them some, fund donation, let them let them to develop the project in the real world, not just so. For the university level is to help them to develop the project to be applicable, but we also want to bring, kind of foundations or even venture capital to make them in the real world. So then we will develop the bank, the new ideas, new projects, and to different batches. So it's still at the planning stage. Hopefully, it can be implemented. And also through this kind of conference, we want to call support, financial support, idea support, university support. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Professor Zhang. Professor Osama has dropped out from the call. Maybe there's some network issue. Professor Sodek, over to you. Maybe 2-3 minutes to elaborate on the issue, the question. Professor Khan is joining again, but over to you, Professor Sodek.
Okay, we have a lot of collaboration, including from the collaboration with another university, from the local, national, and also with the outside. Another collaboration with the industries. It is very important. We have the program and experience that we send my student to doing work in industry. So another thing, the stakeholder, for example, expert from the industry coming to university. It is very important to update the information regarding the updating technology, science, and also the application for the new technology. The other one, because of in our university, mostly in agriculture aspect, agriculture commodity, so we have a lot of collaboration with the industry regarding the animal science, agriculture, fishery. The program with the industry at the moment, we have the collaboration with Hokkaido industry in Japan. We send a lot of students there, and after that, after finish the internship, they back to our university and then finish, become alumni, and apply again to that company. The aspect in collaboration, the first is designing in the curriculum. It is very important because in the learning study, the curriculum is very important. And the second is collaboration in education process. So we invite the expertise from the industry, become a lecturer in academic in some study program. And the last one, We also have the collaboration for the recruitment of the alumni. When already finished from our university, they get job from the industry. I think that's it.
Thank you, Professor Sodek. Professor Khan, can you unmute now? Yes, you
Yes.
can.
Can you hear
Please.
me now? I'm really sorry. I missed out on my fellow colleagues on their examples. To keep it brief, because I know that you probably would like to ask us a few more questions. Very proudly could say that Aston University in Great Britain started a one-year placement program. So the one-year placement program as core part of curriculum in a three-year undergraduate is something that started at Aston University. So we are very proud of that heritage. We have nearly 180 undergraduate program in social science, literature, language, humanities, engineering, physical science, and health. We have medical school, pharmaceutical schools, dentistry. And 80% of our undergraduate program has a compulsory placement. I think one of the points that I would like to share with our participant in this conference is it's important to do things at scale. What promise could you make to your student that if they come to your university, whether the propensity for them to have industry exposure or social problem challenge exposure would be in pockets, or is it guaranteed? Now, I can proudly say, as the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Aston, if you come to 80% of my programs, you will be placed in a professional placement for a year, a whole year. 70% of our undergraduate students goes to a whole year placement. So, Professor Mount, if you remember the stats I shared with you before, where 45% of our students come from socially deprived background, in terms of graduate outcome measured by how many of our graduates gets to graduate job, we are 18th in the country, including all the Russell Group University, Oxford, Cambridge, name it. So there are 24 elite institutions in Britain. We are not part of it, but we outperform half of those elite institutions in terms of graduate outcome. The reason we managed to do that because we have 8,000 industries, small, medium size, all the way to enlisted top 100 companies in FTSE who are partnered to us. It's actually not a mean feat when we have 14,000 undergraduate students at any single point in time, 70% of them getting a one-year placement. It's a mammoth task, and I'm sure my colleagues in the panel will understand the magnitude of task to place that. And we have a award-winning team. We have a team of 60 individuals whose full-time job is to place our students and forge this industry partnership. And it's not just industry partnership with the commercial sector, whether it's a small company or a large company. It is also in the partnership with the third sector as well as the government sector. So I just wanted to highlight that as well, that a significant partnership. In fact, we are quite groundbreaking in terms of the partnership that we forge with our community and beyond. Thank you.
Wow, that's really a big number. 14,000 students, and out of which 70-80% get placed. Simply in terms of operations management, managing that many interviews throughout the year, that's a huge task. And to do that on a regular basis, consistently year after year, it's really a commendable job that your team is doing. All right, so we have just 5 minutes left. We have a question from the audience, so let's take that. Maybe Professor Adebayo, you can take this question. Should we make social entrepreneurship a compulsory project in UG and PG courses, so undergraduate and master's courses, as a small group activity? Will it help if we have mandatory social entrepreneurship courses?
Yeah, thank you so much, Deepak. Well, for me, I would say yes, we should make it very compulsory because that's the model we are running here in Covenant University. You know, entrepreneurship is evolving on day by day. And it's high time we all move into catching up with, moving with the pace at which it is also evolving. For instance, we now have, we are now in the post-pandemic era where IT has become the order of the day. I'm sure before the pandemic, maybe if you were going to have this World University Summit, you usually gather people, you spend quite a lot of money and all of that. But now the event is going on in the comfort of your room, in the comfort of your offices, you can do that and you can connect to wider audience. But so also is entrepreneurship. We need to be creative. We are all, because the world today is in a big mess. Inflation has catch up with a lot of things. There are no jobs here and there. It is nice we begin to create entrepreneurs. We begin to, educate them. We begin to have more persons that will come into the entrepreneurial scene. Sometimes we should not just say, oh, I'm an academic, so I do not fit into any. No. Who says you cannot have your entrepreneurship, business or whatever you are doing and bring it into your academic also? It's a plus, not a minus. Who says you cannot run your own private business at the same time, or your consultancy job at the same time with your role, whatever role you do? We all have 24 hours in a day. And if you're going to give 8 hours a day to your regular jobs, what happened to these 16 hours? Do you sleep all these? You sleep for 16 hours a day? No, I think we should inculcate social entrepreneurship into our, not just undergraduate curriculum, even in our postgraduate curriculum, as we also run here at Covenant University. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Adebayo. We are almost at the fag end of the session. So it was a very interesting discussion, wide examples from personal experiences, from institutional experiences, and a lot is happening on the ground. If I can draw on the common theme, one is it depends on where your university is. The local context matters a lot, the kind of problems that your students will work on, or as an institution you choose to work on. That's one. The second part is definitely it is like industry, collaboration with the industry, whether it is to solve the industry problems, whether it is for the student placement to give them exposure of the real world, or whether it is to solve the social problems, as Professor Zhang's case said, that although it is a social problem, but then industry can contribute to that solution also. And as we have, in fact, the wonderful part about all the discussions is the flexibility that our curriculums right now are giving to the students, curriculums and program structures. Say Professor Sodek's university giving whole 3 semesters outside the university, which was unthinkable probably a few years back, where you have to spend all your years, all your semesters inside the university. Outside, you just go maybe for a summer internship or something like that. So that's a huge change, probably over time, as this World University Summit or other places where we come to know about these stories. Probably our universities can collaborate, create more programs around students working on similar problems across different country contexts, coming together and learning from each other, collaborating. Maybe that's a possibility, that along with industry collaboration, cross-country collaborations like Professor Zhang is doing, that kind of stuff will become common, and that will lead to better solutions. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor Zhang, Professor Sodek, Professor Adebayo, and Professor Khan for your time and for your wonderful, wonderful insights into the topic. And thank you to the audience for joining in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you.
Will all the members of the panel be visible at all times or just the speaker?
Hello and welcome to the World University Summit on the theme of Universities of the Future, a global partnership for social justice and sustainable development. But our topic today is a very interesting, a very relevant of the world which we are inhabiting right now as we are speaking is on academic freedom. Before I get on with the discussion, let me quickly introduce our panelists. And we'll maintain the sequence while speaking. That's Professor Jane Fockingham, a professor of demography and international social policy and vice president, international and global engagement at the University of Southampton. Professor Karen O'Brien joined Durham University as vice chancellor and warden in January 2022, having led the humanities division of the University of Oxford for 5 years previously. Professor Lynn Pascarella was appointed president of the American Association of Colleges and Universities in 2016 after serving as the 80th president of Mount Holyoke College. And Professor Michael Spence, AC, joined UCL as president provost in January 2021, joining the university from the University of Sydney, where he was vice chancellor from 2008 to 2020. I am not going into the detailed biographies of our panelists so that we can save some time to deliberate on what today's topic is. A quick introduction really is academic freedom. I mean, can't be overstressed really. I mean, we need more academic freedom than anything else. Is the basic tenet for flourishing of any university. And it has been one of the first principles from the beginning of universities, the idea of universities really. And such freedom is best fostered within democratic environments that allow diverse opinions and viewpoints to flourish through critical thinking and open dialogue. Yet, we know very well that academic freedom is under severe challenge in most countries around the globe. I think more than half the world's population reside in countries where there is little or no academic freedom. In the last 1 year, only 4 countries actually have shown some improvement in academic freedom, and that is 0.7% of the world's population. Gambia, Kazakhstan, Seychelles, countries which are really small. So the big countries are really not pulling up their socks. For example, the UK, I think, is 60th in the world, well below all EU nations. And these are, of course, based on some calculations done by various agencies. I am quoting the VM index out here for academic freedom. Now, this is not just the case within non-democratic nations, but also, and this is what is alarming, but also within countries known for holding free and fair elections and being large democracies like India, my country, and the United States of America. Normatively, within academic institutions, the vice chancellor or the president should be the first among equals. But this situation has changed drastically since the emergence of the market-oriented entrepreneurial universities. Thus, the idea of democratic leadership and its relation to academic freedom can be considered at 2 levels: universities within democracies and universities following a shared governance model. During the session, I hope we will focus on the implications of these dynamics for universities' mission of fostering intellectual inquiry, creating critical knowledge, preparing students for informed citizenship. I mean, we won't go into the definitions of what freedom of speech or academic freedom is, but I will, request all our participants to maybe make their opening few sentences, lines, and then we go into a discussion really. So, we start with Professor Fockingham to take us through what she understands by academic freedom and how she has been involved in really fostering that idea.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me today. Thank you to Professor Raj Kumar and to Professor Kishle. I'm really delighted to be part of this distinguished panel. And I also wish to pass on my sincere apologies and also my warm greetings from my Vice-Chancellor, Professor Mark E. Smith, for whom I'm standing in today. He unfortunately was called to an urgent meeting in London with the Minister. So I've stepped into his shoes, which is always a task. The panel is very timely, though, as many universities throughout the globe are reimagining and rethinking academic freedom and what it means for their communities. And I think because I'm the first speaker from the UK, perhaps I'll just indulge me for a little bit just to bring you up to date of what's been happening in the UK. So there's been a very lively debate here for the last 3 to 4 years around the meaning of freedom of speech and academic freedom, as we've got a new Higher Education Freedom of Speech Act, which has been debated in both the House of Commons and the House of Lords, and then was passed into legislation receiving royal assent just in May 2023. And we're now, all the universities are really thinking through what that new act means for us. The act strengthens the university's duty to promote freedom of speech and academic freedom. And I think this is a particular change. So the previous Higher Education Act, we had a duty to protect freedom of speech and academic freedom. Now we have a duty to promote. And I think that is a difference and a nuance that we need to think through. We're also required to develop codes of practice, which we have to bring to the attention of all of our students at least once a year. But also, interestingly, our students' union also now have to think very carefully around what freedom of speech means. And I think particularly because I'm talking at an OP Jindal event, and I know OP Jindal is a seat of learning, particularly in law. I think your roots came from starting in law. The Act introduces for the first time a statutory tort whereby individuals can actually bring civil proceedings against a union, students' union, or a university if they think that their university has breached their duty to freedom of speech and academic freedom. So in thinking about developing our new code of practice, we've really concentrated at the University of Southampton to develop a shared understanding of our institution's values and expectations around freedom of speech and academic freedom, and also developing an open and transparent framework of how these will be developed in practice so that everybody understands, staff and students, and indeed visiting speakers. What we're aiming for is to ensure that everyone can express their viewpoint within the law. But of course, we are governed by a set of laws which go beyond freedom of speech. I think, as Professor Kishle said, it's fundamental that the fundamental right of freedom of speech is an essential part of academic freedoms, and really thinking about how we pursue knowledge. If we are not free to research or to debate without interference or penalty, then how will we pursue knowledge? And it's only through discussion or vigorous debate that knowledge is advanced. So 400 years ago, for example, the debate around whether the world was flat or round, we were allowed to debate that. And such debates moved us forward. And in my own area of demography, it's really important that students are exposed to ideas that maybe challenge their own thoughts. So there are many contentious issues within demography, difficult topics such as immigration, population growth, population control, and climate change. And not everybody agrees, for example, that immigration is beneficial for the receiving country. And not everybody agrees around issues such as the availability of contraception or abortion. But it's important that such issues are freely debated and alternative voices are heard. And I think I've used my 5 minutes, so I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. If I may request Professor Karen O'Brien, and you mentioned Professor Pongingham about the Act, and I think it was last year when also the director for freedom of speech and academic freedom at the Office of Students was set up in your country, and it took the Tories 13 years into their time to enact that. I was wondering what whether it would have made any difference if it was enacted earlier, or if Labour wins the next election, will they abolish the post?
So is this to me?
Yeah, I'm just kind of,
Thank you. So, and
my
thanks. It's a great pleasure to be here. My thanks to Professors Kishley and Kumar for the invitation. We were asked to make a few kind of preliminary remarks, specifically connecting academic freedom and democracy. So, picking up on those points, I might give a little bit of an overview in terms of my own background. I'm a historian of Europe. These issues have been around for very many centuries. And I think I might just start with a bit of a historical perspective in terms of universities that have played a role for both democracy and academic freedom. Specifically on the academic freedom point, I work on the Enlightenment, and specifically the notion of the Enlightenment as the pursuit of secular science unconstrained by religion or state interference. That's an 18th century idea, and it's an idea that was very important in terms of breaking academic freedom out from the constraints of censorship. And it coincided with the development of something we would recognize as modern universities. So the Humboldtian idea of the German university, the University of Berlin, the great era of the Scottish universities and the Scottish Enlightenment, the ways in which American universities in that period ceased to be simply theological colleges, and the export of that model of the university to colonial sites. And all of this was before the development of democracy. So freedom of speech, academic freedom, and democracy are not coterminous. Democracy in the modern sense of popular sovereignty through universal franchise linked to nation building and national independence is clearly a 19th century idea. And I think the convergence of democracy and academic freedom is still a work in progress in terms of how we think of ourselves as universities and how we bring those things together. We do, of course, as universities here in Durham and throughout many democracies, promote understandings of pluralistic democracy and the tolerance and inclusion necessary to promote that vision of democracy. But I think we're still underconfident in terms of how we understand ourselves structurally as corporate entities within a democratic system. And I think the time has come in the world we are today with a democracy under severe challenge that we sharpen our narrative of democratic value relative to academic freedom. To give you one idea, many of us are signatories to the Magna Charta Universitatum, which is was a charter signed in the late 90s and is currently signed up to by 950 universities, pledging institutional autonomy and academic freedom. An enormous number of those universities not remotely situated in democratic systems. And the Magna Charta Observatory are having a very interesting debate about all of that. Coming specifically to the UK, as you heard from Jane, all universities here are established by Royal Charter, and yet in respect of our democratic obligations, we're highly regulated, and we've latterly been more regulated by this new freedom of speech legislation. One of the changes that Jane didn't mention that I think is important with that legislation is that it positions academic freedom, which is really an employment right of academics, within a wider framework of freedom of speech. So there's a kind of subsuming of something we used to separate a bit more of academic freedom within freedom of speech. And we really need to think about the implications of that. You've asked us to think about what we do as leaders in this very challenging and interesting environment. And I think that's something we've been thinking about a lot. We've been talking a great deal about the Calvin principles. I don't think our university or any university adheres narrowly to those. I think we speak plainly on political and social justice matters that are of direct relevance to us as universities, whether that's about inclusion, access to university, or whether that's about funding. We tend to be very outspoken in the UK and in very active dialogue with our political masters. But we nevertheless do think of ourselves as leaders, as people who create buffer zones around our academic staff and our students so that they may speak from their expertise and they may speak about the ideas that they have in an atmosphere where they're protected and where they have a measure of tolerance for their views. One thing I think we are trying to do and could do a lot more of is to focus on freedom of speech and academic freedom in qualitative terms, recognizing that although all freedom of speech within the law within Europe, certainly within the UK, is equally free, it is not equally valid, it is not equally insightful, it is not equally considered, it is not equally free from cliche, and it's not equally grounded in evidence. And that's where, as university leaders, we have to stand up for our staff and our students when they speak from a qualitative point of view, or into when we think about what high quality freedom of speech is and how that quality is repeatedly eroded by the soundbite, the retweet, the poor quality blog. What we're trying to do at Durham is to promote a notion of civility in our freedom of speech and academic freedom, forms of interaction, both what is said, but also in what context is said, that promotes a higher quality of dialogue and that recognizes that freedom of speech, as John Stuart Mill said back in the 19th century, is developmental for all concerned. And we are trying to promote a democratic culture of civil discourse internally within this university and within the UK. The other thing I think we're all doing, which is very interesting, is thinking about academic freedom and democracy in transnational terms. And I think here, university presidents and universities have an increasing and important role to play in forming stronger alliances, both between those universities that are located in democracies, but also those universities that are struggling to have a free and uncensored voice in undemocratic settings. All universities are differently constituted. In much of Europe, university staff are civil servants. Here we're in a different setting, but nevertheless, I think that transnational dialogue has become increasingly important as democracy has come under global pressure. We have a framework within which we conduct a lot of that dialogue, increasingly around the strategic development goals, the SDGs. They're giving us a framework to talk about the social justice issues that we want to talk about in a transnational way. But I think, as Jane alluded to, we nevertheless need to get sharper about the ways in which those goals conflict, the ways in which that SDG dialogue is itself contested and needs to be more overtly debated. We have one university in our transnational network, Uppsala University, that's setting up a fantastic institute for sustainability specifically devoted to conflicts of goals. And I think that's, in a transnational frame and in dialogue with Uppsala and other universities, that's a brilliant development. So I think we are committed to the Humboldtian idea of transnational citizenship and autonomy, but we're also committed to a democratic rights-based idea of freedom of speech as an entitlement, and it's never been more important that as leaders we stand up for those two things.
Thanks so much. Professor Pasquarella, if I may ask you for your opening remarks, also to remind our audience and that over the last 3 months, 4 months, we've seen an absolutely tumultuous developments across the globe, starting from my own country and spreading across various other countries of how student demonstrations to classroom in teaching are being scrutinized and even silenced around the whole discussion of what's happening in Israel-Palestine. I mean, it seems as if that there is not even room for mourning for the dead. So, I mean, I was thinking that I'd like to listen to what you have to say about that, as I'm going to come to others as also with the Israel-Palestine thing, because that's the most current burning thing before us, and how the campuses have really reacted and responded to it.
Yeah, the reaction certainly lends a new sense of urgency to this topic of democratic leadership and academic freedom in higher education. And it's an urgency that I have felt as president of an association that is dedicated to advancing the democratic purposes of higher education by promoting equity, innovation, and excellence in liberal education. So let me talk a bit about the backdrop against which these campus activities are unfolding. In the US, the deepening ideological divides and burgeoning levels of polarization and partisanship, fueled by escalating culture wars, have contributed to a flurry of legislation culminating in educational gag orders, restricting discussions around race, racism, gender, LGBTQ+ identities, reproductive rights, the banning of books from public libraries that address these topics, even in an historical context, efforts to eliminate tenure and terminate tenured professors, legislative overreach into the appointment and removal of campus leaders, the imposition of ideologically driven civics institutes and general education curricula that are rooted in the values, quote, of the Western tradition, the elimination of critical race theory, gender studies, ethnic studies courses from the curriculum, and mandates to measure the economic value and opportunity costs of academic programs at public universities that would require state institutions to prioritize graduating students with degrees in high-paying jobs that lead to immediate employability in high-paying jobs. So at risk is the distinctively American tradition of liberal education, foundational to our nation's historic mission of educating for democracy. And while this certainly isn't the first time that state-ordered ideology has been used to undermine academic freedom on college and university campuses, the current proliferation of efforts by legislators, governors, governing boards is alarming in its nature and scope. The strength of American higher education is derived in part from the fact that what's taught inside and outside of our classrooms is protected from direct government control and undue political influence. And this current politicization of higher education jeopardizes both higher education and our republic. So we know that preparing students for work, citizenship, and life in a globally interdependent, multicultural world necessitates exposure to diverse perspectives alongside practicing humanistic identification with people from different backgrounds. And this is something that my colleague Tony Carnevale, who runs the Georgetown Center for Education and the Workforce, chronicled in a 2020 report, The Role of Higher Education in Taming Authoritarian Attitudes, where he offers evidence as to why academic freedom and diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are so vital to higher education's overall mission and purposes. So their study shows that a liberal education, with its exposure to diverse contexts, histories, ideas, lifestyles, religions, cultures, and ways of life, counters authoritarian tendencies by reducing individuals' sensitivities to potential triggers, provides them with protection in the form of self-esteem, personal security, and autonomy, but it also enhances a sense of interpersonal trust that's associated with lower inclination toward expressing authoritarian attitudes and preferences. And we know that because democracies with higher levels of liberal education have greater levels of political tolerance and are more likely to survive, that higher education, the report concludes, grounded in academic freedom, is the cornerstone of successful democracies, not easily shaken by authoritarian threats. So in the US, the precipitous drop in academic freedom that was mentioned at the outset has been due primarily to a decline in campus integrity, defined as the extent to which campuses are free from politically motivated surveillance and can protect freedom of expression by academics on political issues. So these measures remind us that academic freedom implies not just freedom from constraint, but freedom for faculty and students to work within a scholarly community to develop the intellectual and personal characteristics, particularly the independent thought necessary for vibrant deliberative democracy. And that's the tension that we're seeing on college campuses as a result of the Hamas attack on Israel. How do we define what this means?
Thank you so much. Professor Spence, we know that there are, even with the best efforts, there's persistent and widespread concerns that many in higher education are being silenced either by activity or by its inactivity, and that silencing can disproportionately really affect the most vulnerable. Students who might join the university eager to debate contentious issues about gender identity, or gay rights and Islamic law, the Black Lives Matter movement. But as a leader in academic institutions, what specific measures have you been able to implement to promote open dialogue, encourage diverse perspectives, and challenge conventional thinking? It is almost impossible, it seems, to be able to implement it. Like I think one of our participants said that now it's time to act, really. We know what it is. We've drafted and framed those policies, but how do we implement it? Because it is hurting the students and the teachers.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation to join you this morning. I think
in order to address those particular issues, you have to think about the role of the university in a liberal democracy as what, the UCL philosopher Ronald Dworkin called a theatre for the exercise of the independence of the mind. And it's not enough just to think about academic freedom or freedom of speech. You have to think about what kind of community you're creating in the university, and in particular, how it lives up to its promise to be a genuinely pluralistic community. And that inevitably then raises questions about what diversity looks like, and I'll come back to that. UCL has a very particular history. It was founded as the third university in England at a time when you had to sign the 39 Articles of the Church of England to go to Oxford or Cambridge. And the notion was that for everybody to live together well, for you to build a strong community, everybody had to think the same thing. And the founders of University College London were very clear that that was not the case, that you could think radically different things and yet nevertheless live together well in community. And so they founded the university without that requirement of signing the 39 Articles. And what we've been thinking about lately is, what does that really mean for us as a community now? What does it mean to be a pluralistic community and to live together well? The kinds of issues that Karen was picking up on. And we've been thinking about that in quite practical ways. So, for example, if you have a gay Marxist sociologist and a Buddhist Marxist sociologist and a woman Marxist sociologist and a Black Marxist sociologist, do you have diversity in a meaningful sense for a university? What does it mean to avoid the narcissistic process of self-reproduction, which is academic hiring in most academic departments? What does it mean to recruit to diversity in the fullest sense? Then in the classroom, what are your pedagogic and epistemic duties to those positions with which you most disagree? Is it appropriate that a student ever knows what a teacher thinks about a particular issue? Or should she be set free to explore ideas to explore ideas that are presented, as it were, in their best light across the spectrum of views on a particular issue? What's the difference, therefore, between preaching and teaching? Should a classroom be a safe space? These are the sorts of questions that we've been addressing with staff, and underlying that is a conversation about what the epistemic virtues look like, and in particular, how you cultivate in a university community the virtue of epistemic humility, how you start the conversation with an assumption that you might be wrong, and that engagement in the conversation at the university will present you with the views of those who think that you are. And that's been, we've been doing that work very practically with staff in closed seminars, in more open seminars, in workshops of various kinds. But we've also begun a public engagement program around this whole idea of disagreeing well, of practicing the epistemic virtues in pluralistic communities to live together well, so precisely that institutions like universities can fulfill their democratic function. And what we've found is, not surprisingly, an extraordinary hunger for that activity. On our first public session, we didn't even really advertise it. We put a little notice on our website. 700 people turned up because our community is hungry to have the kind of conversation that makes deliberative democracy possible. And unfortunately, the kind of conversation that perhaps characterizes less the sort of political discourse that's going on in communities right across the world. So I think your question is, what do you have to do to create a community where everybody can be themselves? Not, as your question implied, the kind of community where you say, oh, isn't it lovely? We've got all these conservative Muslim students. That ticks the racial and ethnic and religious diversity box, but they better not say what they think about sexual ethics, because that would cross the LGBTQ box. But genuinely a community where everybody can be themselves. What does it mean to create a community where the epistemic virtues are practiced? That's what we think you need to do in order to have genuine free speech, and for the university to be the kind of place that can train people for participation in deliberative democracy.
Thanks so much. And now let's open up this conversation. We'll follow the same sequence. And, there was a study, I think, by King's College London last year, where actually 48% of 50%, let's say, of students said that they were avoiding inviting controversial, within quote, speakers to their universities because it's getting very difficult for those events to get approved by the management. Now, this is something that I have heard from across the globe, that is the first thing where the universities, I mean, one of the premier institutions in India cancelled an important, eminent person's speech a couple of days back. And these are all, highly eminent people, and the institutions are right at the top of in the country in terms of academic freedom. But we see that there is a kind of a self-censorship that's happening. Is that something that you have been also observing and noticing, Professor Buckingham?
Thank you very much. So I'm probably sitting in a slightly different institution to my fellow colleagues from the UK, but I did spend the first 20 years of my academic life at the London School of Economics, which is a very different institution to the University of Southampton. Since I've been in Southampton, I would say that probably our student body are not as active as perhaps some of the London institutions, or indeed some of the more institutions with stronger arts and humanities and social science traditions. And so I am actually the member of the university executive board who the cases for invited speakers will come to, and I have not stopped a single one. But that's, of course, we don't know about the silences. We don't know if I'm not stopping them because they're not, they're self-censoring. But I think perhaps it's a less active institution, which then means that we actually have to do more. We actually, as the leaders of the institution, need to do more. So one of the things that I've been doing over the last 4 to 5 years is working with colleagues to actually put on a series of seminars which bring people together from outside of the university and to talk about different issues. So last year I was in conversation with Shabana Azmi and her husband, talking about their activities in India and their work with social justice and in human rights and the Mijuan welfare society. And then earlier this year, I again was in conversation with, I'm going to have to quickly look at my notes, Muna Abdul Salaman, who's one of the 500 most influential Muslims, named as one of the most 500 influential Muslims. And she again was on campus talking about gender and women's rights. So we're being proactive as a leadership to actually bring people onto campus to expose our students to some of these different views. I'm sure that probably Michael doesn't have that problem. He's got it the other way around. But in Southampton, we are trying to give our students the opportunities to listen to different voices, to hear different views, to get that understanding of different cultures, because that is actually fundamental.
Thank you. Professor Brian, while these issues were coming up, I recall a close friend of mine, a writer and an academic from across the road, actually in a university, was quoted in one article, and I thought it was beautiful the way she presented it, saying that the classroom should be like the mind. I mean, it should be open, because the mind does have controversies and contradictions and provocations, and the classroom should be able to accommodate all of it. But increasingly, we are told, and at least we get the sense from, and it's a universal thing, it's a phenomena, that be careful of how you speak in the classroom, of how you explain the classroom. I personally teach, the course that I offer in spring is actually I do reading violence through literature. Now, you know, the new system across academia, probably imported from the United States, was about trigger warning, which I learned after joining academia about 7 years back, which I'm a recovering broadcast journalist, and I kind of strayed into academia. And trigger warning, and I work on violence, and so I tell that, you know, I tell the students that the entire course is a trigger warning, but because I can't be giving you trigger warnings for every lecture that I give. And but more I hear from my peers, it seems every time I go into the class, I am being a little careful of how I am presenting a particular situation and scenario. Now, are we again, you know, I am going to kind of come back to it again and again and ask what each of you think about self-censorship, because that's how the authoritarian regime and the totalitarian regimes operate. It's not necessarily giving diktats, but actually creating an atmosphere and ecosystem where you are restraining yourselves. And I can see that happening even to myself.
Thank you. I think the first thing to say is the classroom is an effect of a wider social context in which I think people are more sensitive to the impact of the things that they may say, and they're certainly more sensitive to the fact that whatever they may say may be amplified and distorted on social media. So I think a factor of self-restraint and a contextual awareness is a reality in our democracy and in democracies across the world. And not all of that is necessarily a bad thing. You know, we often, as university leaders, will stand up for the right for people to give offence and be offended. But it isn't, you know, it's not a given that you would necessarily want to, and it's not a given that you'd necessarily want to set aside the rules of civility in all cases, although there are cases where respect and civility must be set aside in order to say what needs to be plainly said. So I think that's the wider social context in which we operate. Michael was talking about kind of operationalizing freedom of speech in pedagogical and academic contexts, and I think we certainly at Durham, and I know in most universities across Europe, think very long and hard about creating context, creating structures, encouraging students to deliberately take up opposing views to their own, different ways of structuring classroom dialogue that will break down that inhibition and ensure that we have good conversations. Now, that classroom does sound to me specifically like a social sciences or humanities classroom, and I think that is the challenge that Jane's alluding to. There are many different kinds of classroom in academia. I think the other thing is in kind of modeling an ideal classroom of free exchange and interchange, we forget two things. One, that under financial pressure in all of our systems in Europe, they tend to be overcrowded. So freedom of speech is about time to speak, and we don't always have the time and the space. That's one important thing. The second thing is recognizing that we have highly international classrooms now in the UK and across the world and Australia and elsewhere, where there are students who come from regimes where whatever you say in the pedagogical context, their ability to speak entirely free on some topics is constrained by a concern for consequences back home. So we are navigating hugely complex international and national contexts in trying to create a space within classrooms for genuine dialogue and an ability, I think in Lynn's really good phrase, to encourage people to inhabit other perspectives in order to extend their kind of humanitarian sympathies. So it is a very difficult work in progress. I don't think universities have given up on their commitment to that epistemic pluralism, as Michael put it, but I think there are new factors. I think we kind of need to catch up with where we are as universities with international classrooms, constrained time, and a social atmosphere that is very shaped by social media.
Thanks. Professor Pasquarella, I mean, we would still be defining and explaining to students what freedom of speech, what academic freedom is. We would discuss and debate among ourselves, but is there also a time and space for some new imagination, absolutely new vocabulary to define that? I mean, are we satisfied with how it is defined? I mean, you know, I earlier asked Michael about how it's implemented. But if I take a step back now and say that, well, is it okay the way we have defined it, or does it require a new epistemology entirely? I mean, with not just the digital world, I mean, with also the AI and the world at war. I mean, we have, I mean, the level of violence, really, I mean, intolerance has kind of gone up several folds over the last 1 decade. If we just take that, a decadal growth. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. And right after the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel, there was a flurry of activity in the newspapers condemning higher education as failing to meet its public purpose and the inability to provide students with a moral compass to think through these issues. And almost all of the commentaries called upon leaders of higher education to return to the fundamental purposes of what it is that we do. And I think we do need to do that. We need to articulate the public and private purposes of higher education in this broader context. And in the US, over the past year, we've seen 71 bills introduced in 22 states that would restrict speech and dictate the curriculum. And it's clear these legislative efforts are introduced in a post-truth era where controlling the narrative matters more than the facts. And they are bolstered by misinformation and disinformation campaigns that are becoming increasingly common. And, Scholars at Risk points to the fact that illiberal actors are using the language of rights, freedom, excellence to push forward their own targeted agendas that erode academic freedom and the autonomy of higher education institutions. So we need to pay attention to this existential threat that's posed to higher education and speak out about the importance of academic freedom, denounce attempts to control the curriculum and subvert the autonomy of colleges and universities, and to diminish this concept of higher education as a public good. If we don't do that, we're going to be in the position where we were in the McCarthy era, where the purging of academics took place, and into other times of national crisis in the civil rights movement and during the Vietnam War. So I think there's a real risk, and we need to talk about the ways in which higher education, as we conceive it, involves liberating the mind from past dispositions, entertaining the possibility that some of one's most fundamentally held beliefs might actually be mistaken, and positions one for success through engagement in larger questions. And that can't be done without the free exchange of ideas, the unfettered pursuit of the truth, and a willingness to speak across differences.
Thank you. Professor Spence, again, just pushing my question on the vocabulary. Robert Fisk, the historian, the Mideast correspondent for The Independent, in a very popular speech of his, talks about the cozy relationship between semantics and the cozy relationship between media and the government, and how editorials now sound more like press releases of the government. I think the media has been, I'm a member of that, has been well documented and scrutinized of how they have played out. Has academia also lost its language of truth-telling? And is there a sense or a perception that you see across the world where academic leaders and academicians are ready to speak the language of power?
So look, there is no idealized sort of homeostasis of a university. Universities are all sorts of different things. So I can only really talk about the universities in the system I know best, which is the universities of the UK. And to answer your question in a roundabout way, let's go back to the question of self-censorship. Remember that not only as a matter of moral and political philosophy, but also as a matter of law, the right to speak entails the right not to speak. And people self-censor for all sorts of reasons. They self-censor out of consideration of the feelings of others because they calculate that the political or social risk of expressing a view is too high, because they're not sure that this is an environment in which they want to experiment with a particular set of ideas, because they think that engagement with a particular set of ideas is threatening to their identity in some sort of way. And they ought to be allowed to self-censor. That's a right. That said, that a lot of the sort of framing of your questions assumes students and staff who are keen to speak and nasty university managers driven by corporate greed and the desire to maximize return to the university, silencing them, right? And I could look like one of those. As a good investigative journalist, you could read the New York Times and find out that I disinvited the Dalai Lama from the University of Sydney. I never disinvited the Dalai Lama from the University of Sydney. There's a huge kind of othering mythology here about university leaders and their role in this. The question is, do students, do academic staff have the courage to speak, even in contexts in which speech is sometimes difficult and avoids risk? And how do they weigh the particular bravery that it sometimes requires to speak against the personal, political, or social costs that there might be to them of speaking? And then in that environment, how do university leaders reduce those costs by encouraging everybody to engage in ways that are, to use Karen's word, and one that I know people contest, but that I actually think is really valuable, in ways that are civil, and in ways that are, in the best sense of the word, safe for them both in the university and more broadly. So I think I'd throw your question back about leadership back to our staff and students and say, do people have the courage to speak out? And then ask myself, what's my job to do to support them in doing that? But I've also got to respect their right to decide not to speak out, because I can't do the calculus of the cost to them more broadly of speaking. All I can do is try and create an environment where arbitrary costs associated with life at the university are reduced.
Thanks. I mean, I wasn't referring only to the leadership or the management of the university silencing the. I was talking about, a regular academic or anyone, a researcher or a journalist or a citizen, trying to be very careful. I mean, I see citizens now being very careful even on social media of what they post, because you suddenly get a enforcement directorate raid in your house for posting something. You get the government, sending a summon to you, even though you are actually not, within quotes, important enough for the government to really pay attention to. And things like this are forcing people, and particularly, and when in academic sphere, because they are speaking to a large cohort of students who have now the power or the agency to record what you're saying. And you're not really giving a structured speech inside a classroom, and that's what I'm also meant by the triggers. I'm speaking about violence. Then there is no way I'm going to be very careful of how I present a violent episode. And are we then slowly trying to silence ourselves? I'm not talking of the management trying to silence that, but it was just that. But you know,
and I think that's right. But speech has always been risky, right? I mean, there's never been there hasn't ever been a time when ideas have not been dangerous. And I think, as Karen suggests, the university, in the particular tradition that the universities on this call stand, has been a space in which experimentation with dangerous ideas has been more possible than it is in much of the surrounding culture. And that's a valuable thing. I think what we're all affirming on this call is that we feel some personal and collective responsibility to maintain the status of the university as a sandbox for the experimentation with dangerous ideas, recognizing the cost to that of both for us both as institutions and for members of staff and students personally, and in my for my part, not judging too harshly those who estimate the cost to be not worth the effort.
Thanks.
I think just to pick up on and link across both something that Michael said, and I think also that Karen mentioned earlier, because I think freedom of academic freedom is enshrined in our employment rights. And actually, if you look across, certainly at the University of Southampton, we've been thinking really carefully about our policies and our procedures, and to make sure that people have that support and have that protection that Michael was talking about. So we have all sorts of policies and procedures which actually would protect people's academic freedoms and give them and support. And we also have a set of behaviours, the Southampton behaviours. We've used the word collegiality as opposed to civility, which is very similar. So I think that as an employer, actually the UK universities are trying to create the spaces where people can express themselves freely and encourage that kind of deliberative democracy. But it's challenging, you know, and we have whistleblower policies, and we have reporting support tools and all sorts of things that we can put in place. And they can work both positively and negatively. And then we need to think through what does it mean if somebody is blowing a whistle on something? And we have to weigh all these things up.
And a lot of that there's a lot of making a meal of this, right? As I often say at work, saying I think that the people of X group are justified in using violence to overthrow Y group or whatever it might be. That is that's a moral claim that we can entertain at the university. Kill whoever the might be. That's not a moral claim that we can that we can justify at the university. That's a call to action. And these distinctions are very hard to theorize, but most people in practice know exactly what they feel like.
Thanks. We have less than 10 minutes left for the session, and there are audience questions coming in. So I'm just going to read them out to you. One of our viewers asking that because communities persist in power structures, entrenched in power, how do we accommodate marginalized voices? A deliberative space functions on the premise that actors are engaging from positions of proportionate power. This is often not the case. Mainstream narratives, for example, will often find themselves overrepresented. And how do we correct this? Maybe I'll ask Professor Pasquarella to go for this question, or anyone else.
Yeah, it's such an important question. We need to engage in community conversations and listen critically and with understanding. And one of the ways that we can advance the listening of underrepresented voices is to just recognize those power structures and bring them to the fore. That one's positionality can have a chilling effect. And thinking about the past few comments, In the US, it's a very different context. So academic freedom, while it is protected by Supreme Court decisions, doesn't seem to matter in certain states, because stare decisis, a respect for past precedent, has been upended by this current Supreme Court. And so the court had enshrined the right to for colleges and universities to hire who they wanted, to determine what gets taught in the classroom, to determine who gets admitted. And all of that has been undone by recent decisions. And so I think about the ways in which those voices are silenced by what has become a two-tier system. So if you are in certain states, you are proscribed from saying certain things. And so how do we allow those voices to be heard if you are going to be subject to over surveillance, if you are, as has been pointed out, going to be recorded and then turned in and silenced? And so we need to pay attention to, I think what was suggested earlier quite brilliantly, that we all need to work together to speak out in support of the rights of those who are being marginalized and who are being silenced right now, work together as associations and as independent academics to decry what's happening in higher education around the world.
Can I just add to
Jane's
that?
point, sorry, I was just going to say quickly, Jane's point is a really important one here. What is a minority voice is partly defined by the broader community, but it also will partly depend upon the culture of the particular academic community, relevant academic community. So it might be the community of a department or of a faculty or of an institution as much as of the community as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Just on the point that you're ending on, Lynn, and something I alluded to, I think universities are very different beasts in different jurisdictions, and corporate governance really matters, the structures as well as the practices. We've been talking more about practices and structures, and that's very different. Nevertheless, I think there is a very strong sense among university staff and presidents of transnational solidarity around certain kind of core moral issues. I remember a little while ago when I was working at Oxford, being part of a campaign for the Central European University that was under relentless attack through kind of bureaucratic reform, actually, but it was a silencing from the Hungarian government. It subsequently relocated to Austria. And so it was, wasn't a successful campaign, but I think it was nevertheless important that we had that campaign where we see individual universities under assault. And I think in our Zoom age and what we're doing now in our social media age, there is a role and a space for a kind of transnational dialogue, which will allow some minority voices to be heard that can't be heard within their own jurisdiction. So I think it's just thinking more holistically and transnationally about what we can do across borders can be quite powerful. I think it can be good for morale. It can actually sometimes translate into, we have our Council for Refugee Academics that places academics here in the UK, has done since the Nazis. So I think there is something around what we can do as universities to universities that symbolises and models those values and stands up for those marginalized individuals.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's more important than ever because of the skyrocketing moral distress that campus leaders are experiencing, where they feel coerced into making decisions they believe are unethical, but they feel they have no choice.
Yeah, there was one last question from the audience. I'm not very sure we have time to take it, but I think we have deliberated on that, on how can universities really make a difference when political masters and social media and organization culture and values come into play. How can we walk the talk rather than talk the talk? But, at the same time, what some of you mentioned, that autonomy cannot go without accountability. And, it's important to balance really academic freedom with the need of the universities to demonstrate accountability towards its stakeholders. Thank you so much. But I wanted to, quote Arif Ahmed when he first took over, and he was quoting an American judge, Brandis, writing in 1927, I think in concurrence, effectively defending a communist who had been arrested after she gave a speech attacking a racist lynch mobs. And I think it's, appropriate and telling the what Judge Brandes says, those who won our independence, he wrote, believed that the final end of the state was to make men free to develop their faculties, and that in its government and deliberative forces should prevail over the arbitrary. They valued liberty both as an end and as a means. They believed liberty to be the secret of happiness and courage to be the secret of liberty. They believed that freedom to think as you will and to speak as you think are means indispensable to the discovery and spread of political truth, that without free speech and assembly discussion would be futile, that with them discussion affords ordinarily adequate protection against the dissemination of noxious doctrine, that the greatest menace to freedom is an inert people, that public discussion is the political duty, and that should be the fundamental principle. And I think it should also be a fundamental principle when we think about all our students and our duties, because, you know, we are educating students and educating ourselves to become not only nurses and scientists and architects and lawyers, but also citizens of democracy, which is under attack. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I am enriched, and I hope readers and viewers will have watched this, learn from this, and they'll go back and watch this again. Thank you so much.